Chapter 1. The Power of the King. The Power of the King. By forming a contract with eligible women, one can gain attribute enhancements and extract divine weapons from their bodies. These divine weapons possess various extraordinary abilities. Increasing the affection level of the divine weapon corresponding to the woman can yield greater attribute boosts. Enhance the quality of the divine weapon and unlock higher forms and additional abilities of the divine weapon. Have I awakened a supernatural power? In a residence on the 40th floor of Building C in the Happy Community, Zhang Xu, who lay in a state of lethargy, beheld the sudden appearance of text in his consciousness. He sprang from his bed, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement. Ha ha ha. A smile blossomed on Zhang Xu's lips, and he could not suppress his laughter. I have finally become a person with extraordinary abilities. Ever since the emergence of the unnatural gray mist incident, individuals in this world began to mysteriously awaken supernatural powers, becoming extraordinary beings. Zhang Xu felt a mix of envy and resentment, yearning to join their ranks. Regrettably, half a month had passed since the onset of the gray mist, yet he had not awakened any abilities like those fortunate souls. To his astonishment, upon waking today, he discovered that he had indeed awakened his powers. What a stroke of fortune! A brief moment later, Zhang Xu rubbed his face, which ached from smiling so much. Calm down, calm down. My newfound ability cannot yet yield significant results. I must not become overly complacent. First, I need to charm a woman. With this thought, Zhang Xu promptly retrieved 5 packets of instant noodles from a cabinet brimming with food, took a photograph, and posted it in the homeowners group. The gray mist does not seem to be lifting anytime soon, and life has lost its hope. I intend to indulge myself before my demise. All my food is here. To anyone interested, I will give away these provisions. Do you want them? If so, come find me. Send me a private message with the picture. As soon as Zhang Xu sent the message, the homeowners group erupted in chaos. Hey, don't lose heart, dear homeowner. Believe that rescue will come. Your behavior is disrespectful to women. Here's the deal. You give me the food, and I 1T report you. Humph, with that silver tongue of yours. Do you expect to feast on human blood buns? Who is feasting on human blood buns? I am merely acting in his best interest. Exactly. Since he intends to end it all, why not contribute to the community? Using food as bait is truly beneath you. Brother, if you give me those 5 packets of instant noodles, I swear I will burn a beautiful paper figure for you every year. My supplies are dwindling. Does anyone have extra rations to share? I will repay the kindness, sob. Who still has food at home? I will buy at a high price. 1 packet of instant noodles for $100. If you have some, I will offer 1,000. I am an extraordinary being. Those seeking my protection should promptly offer their food. Alas, when will this cursed gray mist dissipate? As the gray mist was mentioned, the discussion in the group shifted, with everyone contemplating when this shroud enveloping the world would finally lift. The gray mist. Zhang Xu turned his gaze toward the world outside. It was now 9 o'clock in the morning. Under normal circumstances, a city should be a vibrant and luminous spectacle. However, what greets the eye is merely a dense and somber haze. The visibility within this pall of gray is scarcely 10 meters, and its pervasive reach is vast, encompassing the entirety of the world beneath its shroud. The onset of this gray mist can be traced back to 15 days prior, when the stars in the horizon exhibited an inexplicable and violent flickering that lasted an entire day. The day following this celestial anomaly, a heavy, unnatural fog began to envelop the planet. Since that fateful day, humanity has been confined within their structures. Attempts to venture beyond the safety of these buildings have been made, yet all who have entered the mist have vanished without a trace. Reports circulating online claim that those who entered the fog encountered terrifying monstrosities, which were responsible for their abduction. Others assert that the individuals who dared to step into the mist were transformed into frenzied creatures. Numerous assertions, both true and false, abound online. Regardless of their veracity, the fate of those who entered the fog unreturned unequivocally indicates the presence of a profound danger within. Consequently, everyone has been compelled to seek refuge indoors, with movement largely restricted to the interiors of their buildings. However, as the gray mist lingers, food supplies dwindle, and a palpable atmosphere of tension ensues, leading to numerous incidents of food theft. Presently, few dare to step outside their doors. Yet, this precarious stability may soon unravel. With the majority facing food scarcity, enduring another fortnight has become a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the fog has yet to disrupt the functioning of the internet, allowing the government to issue daily announcements to reassure the populace and caution against any acts of insurrection. People remain cowed by the iron fist of order, fearful of the repercussions that may follow. Moreover, There lingers a hope that this mist shall not perpetually envelop the blue planet, and that it will eventually dissipate. This hope has afforded them the strength to endure. However, as time inexorably passes, the ranks of the hungry swell, and the duration of their hunger extends. Their patience is destined to erode. At that juncture, notions of order, consequences, and morality will become inconsequential, let alone the concepts of propriety and integrity. All civility and ethical standards are predicated upon the conditions of being well-fed and comfortably sheltered. When one teeters on the brink of starvation, what concerns can remain? When humanity reverts to savagery, it can be far more brutal than the beasts themselves. Not long after Zhang Xu issued his message, he received a notification accompanied by a chime. An individual with the username Chu eagerly sought to add him as a friend. The price of 5 packs of instant noodles, a sum that, prior to this crisis, would have elicited disdain from any woman, now found eager interest. The sound of his phone jolted Zhang Xu from his thoughts. Accepting the friend request, he was immediately inundated with a flurry of photographs. Handsome, I am willing. Your 5 packs of instant noodles are all mine. Zhang Xu gazed at the photograph sent by the owner with the username Chu. In the image, she possessed exquisite features. Fair skin, a tall stature, and a pair of long, straight, and fair legs. The power of the king's ability activated. A conceptual strength enabling one to perceive the true attributes of the woman depicted in the photograph. Name, Chu Jinyao. Age, 26. Appearance rating, 40. Hunger level slightly elevated. Number of admirers, 10. Favorability, 0. This woman is unworthy of becoming the king's partner. A contract cannot be established. Extract divine weapons from her. Zhang Xu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the king's ability would be so discerning. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, being a king, what could he possibly desire from anything less than perfection? Chapter 2. A beauty at the door. As Zhang Xu scrutinized the evaluation returned by the king's ability and compared it to the array of beautiful images on his phone, he promptly replied, "If you have the audacity, don't use beauty filters or slimming edits. I reject your advances." Subsequently, he blocked and deleted her, sending her away. Scoundrel. Scoundrel. On the other end of the network, Chu's complexion fluctuated between red and pale, her teeth gnashing in frustration as the words on the screen pierced her eyes and heart deeply. She nearly succumbed to the urge to smash her phone to the ground. Damn it. It's your fortune that I even considered you. How dare you be so ungrateful? If it weren't for the lack of food right now, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Bah. Worthless man. With a disheartened spirit. Zhang Xu initially thought he might have to wait another day or two for someone else to reach out. Yet, before he could even dismiss Chu, another request to add him as a friend promptly appeared. It seemed that the fortnight of famine had indeed left many others in dire straits. Not everyone shared his habit of stockpiling food. Zhang Xu decisively accepted the new friend request. This individual was markedly different from Chu. Rather than sending images immediately, she inquired if his 5 packs of instant noodles were genuine. Naturally, they were. Zhang Xu promptly recorded a video and sent it over. Do you want them? As long as you discuss it with me, they'll all be yours. Please, no filters or slimming. On the other end, the young woman regarded Zhang Xu's message. Biting her finger, her expression fraught with indecision. Was it worth it? However, the burning sensation in her stomach left her with little regard for propriety. She was starving. If she didn't eat soon, she would perish. After a fierce internal struggle, she ultimately made her choice. With a swift motion, she found a few attractive photos from her album and sent them over. Zhang Xu examined the images on his phone. They featured a cute girl with large, expressive eyes. While her features were not exceptionally refined, she was undeniably lovely, exuding an aura of innocence. Her cheeks bore a hint of baby fat, rendering her immensely endearing. Most strikingly, her upper body was not insignificant. Her curves prominently accentuated the loose-fitting attire she wore, rendering it quite taut. Zhang Xu activated the appraisal ability inherent to his powers. Name, Xiu. Age, 21. Appearance rating, 85. Her condition has deteriorated due to prolonged hunger. Number of people, 0. Affection level, 0. Meets the criteria to become a queen. A contract can be established. Zhang Xu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a high appearance rating could not have been achieved merely through technology and effort. He quickly sent a message. Sure. I'm at 404, hurry over. Xiu, gripped by fear, hesitated to venture out and replied, can you come instead? No. Zhang Xu firmly rejected her. Who knew what dangers lurked on the other side? What if there were traps waiting for her? Within his abode, he could employ defensive measures. Whether you come or not is irrelevant. You aren't the only one in need of food. Many are pleading for my assistance. Yan Xiu bit her lip, on the verge of tears. In the past, every man who encountered her treated her with utmost care and reverence. How could they be so callous now? She had already consented. Could they not show her a little understanding? Yet the gnawing hunger in her abdomen burned like fire, tormenting her senses relentlessly. She could endure no longer. Drinking plain water would not satiate her hunger. She longed for sustenance, for survival. Ultimately, in her desperation, Yan Xiu chose to concede. She had no room to negotiate. Fine. With a frail body, she cautiously opened her door. The hallway was illuminated, casting a dim yet piercing white glow. However, a vague gray mist lingered in the air, rendering the corridor somewhat ominous. The elevator was still operational, and the city's power supply remained stable despite the unnatural gray fog enveloping the blue planet. This was the reason many could still persevere. Yan Xiu dared not take the elevator. Residing on the 48th floor, she was merely 8 stories away from Zhang Xu on the 40th floor, a brief ascent by stairs. However, having subsisted solely on plain water and a scant few packets of crackers for sustenance, her body was in a weakened state, trembling as she climbed the 8 flights. Knock. Knock, knock. Zhang Xu awaited her arrival in silence. After several minutes, a knock resonated at the door. Peering through the peephole, he discerned only the somewhat haggard figure of the big-eyed girl outside. In the photo, Yan Xiu radiated sunshine, beauty, and innocence, but at that moment, her hair was disheveled, her eyes vacant, and her skin bore a sickly pallor, significantly diminishing her overall allure. If her beauty had dropped to 85, once restored, could it not exceed 90? Once Zhang Xu confirmed that only Yan Xiu stood outside, he swiftly opened the door and pulled her inside, immediately shutting it behind her. At that very moment, the door of the adjacent apartment swung open with a crash, and 2 men burst forth. Alas, they were a moment too late. With a resounding thud, they collided against the firmly shut door, causing it to shudder violently. Damn it, we were too late, the older man exclaimed in frustration. As a neighbor, Zhang Xu, though not intimately acquainted with the 2 men, was aware of their names and had added them as friends. The elder, Lu Deli, and the younger, his son Lu Fudong, were clearly plotting something. It was evident that their food had run out, leaving them hungry. Upon seeing Zhang Xu's message in the owner's group, they likely concocted a scheme to trade 5 packs of instant noodles for a moment of pleasure. They planned to ambush Zhang Xu as he opened his door, intending to seize him, thereby claiming both the noodles and the beauty for themselves. Such scheming, in the face of hunger, neighborly bonds seemed utterly inconsequential. Lu Fudong, in a fit of frustration, kicked the door, exclaiming, "Damn it! How can you not share food with your neighbors, Zhang Xu? Have you lost your humanity?" Behind the door, Zhang Xu wore a cold smile. Share food? The meager, rotten fruits he had once received were hardly worthy of mention. Had it not been for the consideration of their neighborly ties and the whispers about Lu Deli's dubious dealings, he would have long since hurled those spoiled fruits back at them. Zhang Xu had no desire to engage with the barking mutts outside. His gaze turned fervently towards the wide-eyed girl, Yan Xiu, who appeared utterly bewildered. She had not anticipated such an occurrence. After being pulled into the room by Zhang Xu, she trembled uncontrollably. It's all right, Zhang Xu murmured softly, attempting to soothe her. As she listened to his warm, gentle words, the tension that had been coiled tightly within her snapped, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. In Chapter 3, The Blade of Iron, Zhang Xu encouraged Yan Xiu to cry freely, choosing not to interrupt her. At the tender age of 21, she was likely still a university student, embodying a certain innocence compared to the harsh realities of the world. Judging by her demeanor, she had probably been well protected by her family and peers. Faced with such a sudden upheaval, she found herself alone to bear the burden, and it was likely that her mind had been in a constant state of tension. Zhang Xu remembered that his abilities, besides extracting divine weapons from beautiful women, could also unlock more forms and powers of these weapons through the cultivation of goodwill. By exhibiting a touch of tenderness now, he hoped to garner some favor from her. After a few minutes of weeping, Yan Xiu's sobs were interrupted by her own weakness and the gnawing hunger in her belly. It dawned on her that Zhang Xu was not her kin, but rather a trading partner, and she had come to exchange her precious assets for 5 packs of instant noodles. "Are you done crying?" Zhang Xu asked, utilizing his ability to assess feelings and noting that her affection for him had risen from 0 to 10. Yan Xiu nodded timidly. "Very well," Zhang Xu said with a smile. "Shall we proceed with our transaction? May I have a bit of food first?" Yan Xiu bit her lip, anxiously inquiring. Although they had yet to complete their agreement, she was desperate, fearing that if she did not eat soon, she might faint from the intensity of her hunger. "Not a problem," Zhang Xu did not put Yin Xiu in an awkward position. Let me prepare a pack of instant noodles for you, he offered. Yin Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that all right? Of course, he replied, as Zhang Xu boiled the water for the noodles. Yin Xiu sat on the sofa in the living room, quietly observing him. Unlike others, Zhang Xu appeared in excellent spirits. Clearly not having been deprived of food over the past half-month, he exuded an air of optimism and vitality, a stark contrast to despair. Yin Xiu was perplexed by the message Zhang Xu had posted in the group chat. If anyone were truly contemplating despair, it would be her, not him. The water soon reached a boil, and as the scalding hot water was poured over the noodle block, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Yin Xiu's nostrils flared as she inhaled deeply, her mouth watering. It felt reminiscent of her childhood, when instant noodles were a delightful treat. However, as she grew older, the scent of instant noodles began to evoke a sense of nausea. Done, Zhang Xu announced, not adhering to the so-called 3-minute rule, and after a quick pause, he pushed the bowl of noodles towards her. When one is utterly famished, even the most unappetizing food can seem delectable. In such moments, any normal meal is perceived as a divine delicacy. Hunger is indeed the truest chef and connoisseur. Yin Xiu grasped the fork, disregarding the heat, and voraciously stuffed noodles into her mouth. Zhang Xu did not join her. He had already eaten. He quietly watched as Yin Xiu devoured the bowl of instant noodles, savoring every drop of broth until nothing remained. She even rinsed the bowl with water to ensure not a single morsel was left behind. Would you like more? Zhang Xu inquired, noting her evident hunger. Yin Xiu hesitated, feeling tempted. One pack of instant noodles was hardly sufficient. It only intensified her hunger. Yet, she shook her head. Zhang Xu had only 5 packs left, and she was consuming what would be allocated for her later. If she indulged now, she would find herself without food soon. Taking a deep breath, Yin Xiu glanced at Zhang Xu with a hint of embarrassment, stammering, "Shall we proceed?" Zhang Xu remained silent, as a line of text suddenly appeared before him. Contract conditions met. Would you like to contract? Yes. In that moment, Zhang Xu felt an inexplicable bond forming between him and Yin Xiu. He extended his hand. Yin Xiu, her face flushed with indignation, said, "Could we not do this here?" Zhang Xu did not respond. She bit her lip, hesitant to protest further, and thus allowed Zhang Xu's hand to delve within her. Within, as realization dawned upon her, her expression froze. Activation of King S ability. The notification flickered in Zhang Xu's eyes. The warm current that had lingered within him since awakening his powers began to swiftly deplete. In the next instant, Zhang Xu withdrew his hand from within Yin Xiu, grasping a pitch-black long knife that glimmered ominously with a cold light. Acquisition of the Blade of Iron Cutting. Blade of Iron Cutting. A long sword that slices through iron like mud, capable of unleashing a sharp blade aura. Wherever the blade aura passes, even steel can be severed. Blade aura slash. Consumes a portion of psychic energy to unleash a blade aura. Blade of Iron Cutting registered. Attribute enhancement. All attributes. Zhang Xu suddenly discovered an additional equipment slot in his field of vision. At that moment, the emblem of the black iron sword lay quietly in the equipment slot, appearing in a dark gray state. Henceforth, he would no longer need to extract the Blade of Iron Cutting from Yin Xiu. Moreover, even if Yin Xiu were to perish, the Blade of Iron Cutting would not vanish. However, should Yin Xiu die, he would be unable to increase his favorability, thus hindering the unlocking of higher forms and greater abilities of the Blade of Iron Cutting. Therefore, he must do everything in his power to prevent Yin Xiu's demise. Furthermore, with the all attributes 10, Zhang Xu's mind stirred, and his attributes manifested in a game panel. Strength, 515, Speed, 616, Constitution, 414, Spirit, 414, Psychic Energy, 515. The 5-dimensional attributes revealed that, aside from the final psychic energy value, the other 4 attributes had limits that an ordinary person could achieve, which is 10. With all attributes at 10, he had surpassed the limits of an ordinary human in every aspect. Yin Xiu's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. Had he truly extracted this sword from within her? Zhang Xu paid no heed to Yin Xiu's astonishment and gently swung the Blade of Iron Cutting. Without exerting much force, a chilling blade light flickered, and the stainless steel thermos on the table was instantly cleaved in two. Such sharpness! A wave of exhilaration surged within Zhang Xu. Indeed, the sword's sharpness was as described, slicing through iron like mud. Moreover, the sword could also unleash a blade aura. He was curious about its power. Regrettably, it was not ideal to experiment at home. Zhang Xu silently recited, "Dissolve." The Blade of Iron Cutting in his hand transformed into countless specks of light, that dissipated into the air. The emblem of the black iron sword in the equipment slot was illuminated. Materialize. The warm current within him was once again consumed. Zhang Xu brushed his palm, and a black iron long sword extended forth, as if drawn from the void. After numerous tests, Zhang Xu had come to a general conclusion. The warm current that manifested alongside his awakened powers was the energy for utilizing his abilities, equivalent to the psychic energy value on his attribute panel. Each time he materialized and maintained the blade of iron cutting, it would inevitably consume a portion of that warm current. However, the amount consumed was minimal, likely less than 0.1 psychic energy. Thus, simply manifesting the sword without employing its corresponding abilities posed no concern regarding psychic energy consumption. The pressing question now was whether the capability of the blade of iron cutting to unleash a blade aura required psychic energy. How much psychic energy was needed to unleash a blade aura, and what the lethality of the blade aura truly entailed. It seemed he would need to find a suitable location to test the power of the blade aura unleashed by the black iron sword. A glimmer of determination shone in Zhang Xu's eyes. Chapter 4. Testing the blade, he chose the rooftop as the site for his trial. Aiming skyward, he prepared to observe its performance. Before testing the knife, he had not forgotten that a delectable feast awaited him. However, just as he was about to indulge, Zhang Xu suddenly heard the sound of something prying at the door lock. Perking up his ears, he listened intently. "Father, is it going to work?" Outside, Lu Fudong watched as his father, Lu Deli, fiddled with a wire inserted into the keyhole, seemingly doubtful. "Don't be so loud," Lu Deli whispered. "What is the problem?" "It's not a coded door, just a simple pin tumbler lock. That kid Zhang Xu won't notice, right? Haha, he is probably still busy. How could he pay attention to such a minor noise?" Lu Fudong recalled the woman from earlier. Although he couldn't see her clearly through the peephole, her beauty was undeniably striking, and her generous figure was evident even beneath loose clothing, suggesting a splendid physique. "Dad, that Zhang Xu is just a recluse. He must have more than 5 packets of instant noodles at home. Once we subdue him, we can make him hand over all his food." Lu Fudong licked his lips. "And then there's that woman." Lu Deli scolded him. "You're still thinking about women when we're in this predicament?" He added sternly. "You can have the woman, but don't touch her." Lu Deli was momentarily taken aback. Lu Fudong rolled his eyes. "Don't think I didn't see the way you were ogling that beauty." Inside, Zhang Xu had overheard the entire conversation between the father and son, and a glint of cold determination sparked in his eyes. "You chose to invade my space, entering a realm where you do not belong. It was the perfect opportunity to test this iron-cutting knife." He approached and swung the door open, causing Lu Deli, who had been crouched in front of the lock, to tumble to the ground. Lu Fudong stood there, astonished and bewildered. Zhang Xu had opened the door himself. But in the next moment, his eyes lit up as they fell upon Yan Xiu seated in the living room, along with the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, stirring his hunger. "Delicious. It truly smells divine." Lu Fudong had only consumed a small pack of biscuits that morning, which was hardly sufficient for a man of his stature. Initially, he could endure, but the enticing scent of instant noodles ignited a fierce hunger, making his stomach churn uncomfortably. "Zhang Xu, as neighbors, you can't just stand by and do nothing. Our food has run out. Please share some of yours with us." Lu Fudong gulped down his saliva, swaggering into Zhang Xu's abode with a fervent gaze, driven by his overwhelming appetite and desire. His mind, clouded by greed, failed to grasp the implications of Zhang Xu's action in opening the door. All he knew was that the food and that woman were now within his reach. His father was still stunned on the ground. Had Lu Deli chosen to lunge forward instead of standing up after falling, he might have posed a slight challenge to Zhang Xu. But ultimately, Lu Deli, though engaged in dubious enterprises and treading a path of moral ambiguity, was, at his core, merely an ordinary individual unacquainted with the harrowing realities of life. As Zhang Xu strode through the doorway, he met the gaze of Lu Fudong and the recently risen Lu Deli with a sinister grin. In that fleeting moment, both Lu Fudong and Lu Deli were gripped by an unsettling chill, their skin prickling with dread. To their astonishment, they beheld a long, obsidian blade materializing in Zhang Xu's hand. With a swift motion, he raised the knife, and before the Lu father and son could react, he grasped the hilt firmly and executed a horizontal strike. A shadowy arc cleaved through the air, gliding effortlessly past them, as if the blade were slicing through soft tofu rather than the sinew and bone of human flesh. A sudden spurt of crimson erupted forth, and as Zhang Xu completed his strike, he deftly leapt back to avoid the splatter of blood. The stainless steel thermos met a similar fate, effortlessly severed in two with a flawlessly smooth cut. Lu Fudong and Lu Deli, stunned, gazed down at the blood gushing from their wounds. their pupils dilating in disbelief, their faces frozen in horror and confusion. The blade's extraordinary sharpness rendered them momentarily numb to the reality of their injuries until the warm blood coursing from their bodies jolted them into a dizzying awareness. Their vision spinning toward the ceiling above. Thud, 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 with a series of muffled thumps. The upper halves of the Lu father and son crumpled to the ground at an awkward angle, followed by their lower bodies. Zhang Xu, gazing at the dismembered forms soaked in a pool of blood, felt his breath grow heavy. Just moments before this grim act, he had been an ordinary man, living in an era of peace, hesitant even to harm a chicken. Yet now, having taken the lives of two individuals, he experienced a tumultuous psychological shift. Fortunately, the calming ability inherent in Wang's power activated, allowing Zhang Xu to swiftly cast aside his tumultuous emotions and regain his composure. Wang's power was multifaceted, not only enabling the extraction of divine weaponry, but also bestowing abilities for discerning beauty and enforcing tranquility. The former allowed him to perceive various attributes of women, while the latter ensured he could maintain calm amidst surging negative emotions such as panic and fear. As his breathing steadied, Zhang Xu turned to Jingu and inquired, "Where's your home?" The bloodshed had sullied the surroundings, and he was disinclined to clean it up, preferring to find a new place to reside. Moreover, the door felt alarmingly insecure. He had no desire to be disturbed in his slumber by an intruder. A solitary woman like Jingu would surely prioritize safety, whether in a rental or a family home. Jingu, however, appeared oblivious to Zhang Xu's question. She stood in a daze, her mind seemingly frozen, fixated on the pool of blood and the dismembered bodies before her. Noticing her lack of response, Zhang Xu felt a twinge of concern and repeated his inquiry. "Which floor do you live on, and what is your room number?" The inquiry was met with a sudden, shrill scream from Jingu. Zhang Xu furrowed his brow, resting the blade sharply against her shoulder, an aura of menace enveloping them. In an instant, her scream was silenced, and the hairs on the back of Jingu's neck stood on end. "Answer my question," she stammered. "For 148, room 481. "Excellent," Zhang Xu replied, closing the door once more. He retrieved a large bag typically used for bedding and began to fill it with food items. "You have so much food?" Jingu observed as he continued to pack the bag. "Didn't you say you only had 5 packets of instant noodles left?" "Indeed. I only have 5 packets of that particular flavor," Zhang Xu replied, yet he was still stuffing 2 large bags with more food than anticipated. Internally, he reflected on the inconvenience of not having personal space for storage, realizing he needed to contract a new companion soon to potentially acquire a spatial artifact. Chapter 5. The second woman. Zhang Xu moved into Jingu's residence. As he had surmised, the door alone suggested a level of luxury far exceeding his previous rental. "Did you rent or purchase this place?" Jingu, still trembling from the earlier confrontation, was startled by his question. Avoiding his gaze, she lowered her head and answered in a quavering voice, "It's purchased. I was accepted into Wanghai University, so my parents bought a house nearby for when they come to visit. I occasionally come here too." Zhang Xu raised an eyebrow, realizing she was quite affluent. It seemed her parents had simply bought a property for convenience while she attended university. Such extravagance was a privilege of wealth. Observing Jingu's continued trembling, his initial fondness for her diminished to zero once more. It was a futile endeavor, indeed. He had not anticipated the audacity of the Lu family, who dared to attempt to break in while he was present. It seemed they were desperate, their food supplies nearly exhausted. "Prepare a pot of noodles," Zhang Xu commanded, tossing 10 packets of instant noodles to Jingu from the bag of provisions. After activating his royal abilities for the first time and manifesting the blade repeatedly, he felt a gnawing hunger as his body craved sustenance. Jingu stared blankly at the 10 packets of noodles before her, saliva pooling in her mouth as her trembling ceased. "What are you waiting for? I'll share a bowl with you, and at 1 tea count against your 4 packets," he added. Her eyes sparkled with desire, the craving for food overshadowing the fear from the earlier gruesome scene. "I'll get right on it," Jingu exclaimed, snatching the 10 packets and scampering into the kitchen. After cleaning a pot that had not been used in half a month, she boiled water and promptly added the 10 noodle cakes. Soon, a large pot of steaming noodles was ready. After serving a bowl for Jingu, Zhang Xu began to indulge in the rest. She devoured her bowl in haste, eagerly watching Zhang Xu as he prepared his own serving. "Still hungry?" Jingu nodded apologetically, expressing her desire to eat more. "All right, let me serve you another bowl." She showed no disdain for the noodles that bore Zhang Xu's saliva, eagerly accepting the bowl and indulging herself. Through Wang's innate ability to assess emotions, Zhang Xu observed her affection for him gradually ascending, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Fishing requires bait. Once she savors this offering, leaving will become quite challenging. If her sole intention were mere pleasure, that would be inconsequential. He doubted this innocent creature could muster any resistance. However, he was intent on enhancing her affection for him. To unlock further forms and capabilities of the blade of iron, it was imperative to elevate Yan Xiyu's fondness. When her affection reaches thresholds of 30, 60, 90, and 100, the divine weapon would awaken to its successive stages and reveal additional powers. Although the blade of iron already possessed formidable strength, Zhang Xu felt a lingering insecurity as long as the oppressive gray mist enveloped the world. The internet was rife with various theories regarding the nature of this mist. Zhang Xu had once witnessed, with his own eyes, the emergence of colossal monsters within that gray haze. Though obscured by the mist, he could barely discern a silhouette, uncertain whether it was indeed a beast or merely a shadow cast by distorted light. Following that experience, his envy blossomed into a fervent desire to awaken superpowers. Soon, an entire pot of instant noodles was consumed by the two of them. Yan Xiyu reclined languidly on the sofa, contentedly caressing her belly, the sickly pallor of her face fading to reveal a hint of rosy color. Zhang Xu licked his lips. "Shall we?" Yan Xiyu replied softly, her voice barely audible. Having transitioned from hunger to satiation, her craving for food had reached its zenith. Zhang Xu chuckled. "Excellent, you haven't turned your back on me after filling your belly." He suggested she take a shower first. With her stomach growling and sapped of energy, she hardly had the inclination to focus on hygiene. After a fragrant bath, Yan Xiyu emerged wrapped in a towel, steam wafting from her skin, which glowed with an enticing rosy hue, reminiscent of a peeled egg, provoking an irresistible urge to taste. "Come here," Zhang Xu beckoned. Obediently, Yan Xiyu approached him. A faint, delicate fragrance slithered into his nostrils. He enveloped her in his arms. Instantly, her complexion deepened into a shade of crimson. Zhang Xu buried his face in the crook of her shoulder, inhaling deeply. The warmth of his breath caressed her skin, mingled with an intoxicating scent of masculine allure. A girl untouched by such experiences could hardly withstand it. A soft whimper escaped her lips. The sound, reminiscent of a kitten's gentle clawing at the heart, sent Zhang Xu's blood racing, his veins pulsing with urgency. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he showered her with fervent kisses. Then, in a swift motion, he tore away the towel she was wrapped in. After the storm had passed, she hesitantly spoke. "Can I leave now? Are you certain?" Zhang Xu inquired, sitting on the edge of the bed. "You just saw, I have plenty of food. And I am also an ability user. What is the current state of the world, if you are not already aware? How long will the oppressive gray fog linger before it truly dissipates? How long can you survive on 4 packets of instant noodles? A week, perhaps? Or maybe another half-month?" Each of Zhang Xu's words struck Yan Xiyu's heart like a heavy hammer. She bit her lip, her heart filled with dread for the future. Zhang Xu smiled knowingly. He understood that once a person's bottom line is breached, there is no turning back. One can only descend further. He gestured toward the several large bags of food. "Follow me, and you shall find ample sustenance each day. Even if you exhaust what you see before you, as an extraordinary being, I will procure even more provisions." After speaking, Zhang Xu fell silent, watching Yan Xiyu intently. He believed she would come to recognize the reality of their situation. The room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of their breathing. After hearing Zhang Xu's words, Yan Xiyu found herself torn between conflicting thoughts. "Very well, I will become your woman." After a prolonged internal struggle, she ultimately confronted the harsh truth. A full meal, day after day, she understood the disparity that lay between them. She was also acutely aware of the sacrifices that such a choice would demand. However, having endured hunger once, she had no desire to experience that suffering again. Moreover, the relentless fear of being alone in her home was unbearable. She desperately needed a strong protector. "Well done, you have made the right choice," Zhang Xu replied with a smile. Calming himself, Zhang Xu began to contemplate how to attract more women. To his surprise, just as he began to drift off, there was a knock at the door. That evening, the doorbell chimed. Xiaoyu, are you home?" Outside the door stood a voluptuous woman clad in a silk camisole, softly calling for Yan Xiyu. Chapter 6. The neighbor. "Xiaoyu, are you inside?" Outside Yan Xiyu's residence, a woman with cascading, slightly wavy hair, donned in a comfortable and loose silk camisole, called out softly. Zhang Xu was in the kitchen preparing instant noodles when he heard the doorbell and walked over. Upon peering through the peephole and seeing the alluring woman outside, his eyes brightened, and the appraisal ability of his powers activated. Name: Qianren. Age: 28. Appearance rating: 80. Condition slightly diminished due to prolonged hunger. Number of partners: 0. Met through a blind date. No formal rites of passage observed. Affection level, 0. Meets the criteria to become the king's woman. Contract can be initiated. Zhang Xu realized he understood the conditions necessary for a contract. All that was required was beauty and a pleasing figure. How delightfully superficial. Recognizing that the woman outside met these criteria, Zhang Xu hurriedly roused Yin Xiu, urging her to answer the door. Sister Qian, what brings you here? Yin Xiu inquired weakly as she leaned against the wall after opening the door. Qianran gazed at the languid Yin Xiu, noticing the glistening light in her eyes, which sparked a sense of astonishment within her heart. As a woman, she was well aware of the implications behind Yin Xiu's current demeanor. Xiaoyu, come in, Qian Ruoyan urged. Without warning, Yin Xiu pulled her inside, insisting that the outside was unsafe. Upon entering the room, Qian Ruoyan caught sight of Zhang Xu's figure, causing her heart to skip a beat. When did Xiaoyu's home acquire a male presence? Considering Yin Xiu's earlier expression, Qian Ruoyan's perceptive mind immediately deduced the situation. She instinctively wished to retreat, but the lingering aroma of instant noodles in the air anchored her feet in place. Xiaoyu, this is... Qian Ruoyan hesitated, biting her lip, yet she remained, discreetly sizing up Zhang Xu. My boyfriend, Yin Xiu blurted out. In truth, she resembled more of a kept mistress to Zhang Xu. But as outsiders were oblivious to this, she was free to say as she pleased. While uttering this, Yin Xiu cautiously glanced at Zhang Xu, relieved to find him unresponsive. Sister Qian, what brings you here? Yin Xiu inquired, likely presuming the reason behind her visit. Given that Qian Ruoyan's house was adjacent, the enticing scent of Zhang Xu's noodles must have wafted over. After suppressing her urge to visit earlier in the morning, the aroma of food had finally proven irresistible. Qianran bit her lip, mustering her courage to ask, Xiaoyu, do you have any extra food? Could you spare some for me? I'll pay you. Yin Xiu frowned deeply. Sister Qian, you should understand what food represents now, right? Buying it. How do you propose to pay? Don't I have money? My parents' card still holds millions. Yet, not even a morsel of food can be bought with that. Do you possess such wealth? I know. Qian Ruoyan's face flushed with shame as Yin Xiu's words stung her. She longed to turn and flee, but was genuinely at a loss for food. For the first 5 or 6 days after the fog descended, she managed to sustain herself on 2 meals a day, which later dwindled to 1. Eventually, her intake reduced to a single bun, and as of yesterday, it had shrunk to merely half a bun, leaving her painfully hungry and reliant on water. This morning, the tantalizing scent wafting from Yin Xiu's room had nearly overwhelmed her, yet she had restrained her impulse. However, by evening, the aroma returned, pushing her to the brink of desperation, prompting her to approach with a bold face. Thus, she lowered her voice, flattering, Xiaoyu, I understand that food is life now. I truly cannot endure any longer. I come to beseech you. Please, save me. Yin Xiu felt a surge of anger. Just days prior, when her own food supply was dwindling, she had sought assistance from Qian Ruoyan. Yet, when she had approached with a similar plea, Qian Ruoyan had decisively turned her away. Otherwise, she would not have been compelled to make such drastic decisions. Now, seeing Qian Ruoyan, who had refused to help her before, arriving at her door, enticed by the aroma of food, she had no intention of showing her any kindness. Had it not been for Zhang Xu's insistence on having her deceive Qian Ruoyan, she would have preferred to disregard her entirely. Sister Qian, you haven't forgotten about the events from a few days ago, have you? Yin Xiu taunted. Qian Ruoyan's expression grew exceedingly awkward. I haven't forgotten, but I genuinely had little food at that time. If I had more, I wouldn't have mustered the courage to come here today. Compared to Yin Xiu, her circumstances were certainly more favorable, yet they were far from ideal. In today's society, where material abundance reigns, those with a bit of wealth seek quality and freshness in their sustenance. Who would have the inclination to hoard food at home? Moreover, one could easily order takeout. Sister Qian, you are aware that you are indeed imposing upon us. Yin Xiu retorted sharply. Yet she relayed the message to Zhang Xu under his subtle gaze. Well, I obtained my food from him. If you desire to eat, seek him out. Qian Ruoyan's gaze shifted to Zhang Xu, uncertainly inquiring. Were you the one who messaged the owner group just now? Zhang Xu nodded. Actually, I have other food available. You may purchase it from me, but I'm not interested in money. Not for money, then what do you want? Qian Ruoyan's countenance darkened. Yin Xiu let out a derisive laugh. In such a predicament, Qian Ruoyan, how can you still wish to maintain your dignity while seeking food? Frustration brewed within Yin Xiu as she remarked sarcastically, Sister Qian, do you find this shameful? You expect to barter for food at the cost of your pride. Yet when it comes to you, you are unwilling to pay a price. Qian Ruoyan shook her head repeatedly. Xiaoyu, that is not what I meant. Humph. You know it yourself. Yanxiu shot back, her expression unyielding. I still have plenty of food, enough to sustain several people for at least half a year. At this juncture, Zhang Xu felt it was the right moment. Follow me, and you shall not suffer. Think carefully. Once this opportunity passes, it may not return. Do not regret coming back when you are starving. Yanxiu pouted in dissatisfaction nearby. It was evident that he was flirting with other women. And with the limited food available, an additional person would only increase consumption. She felt a pang of sorrow, on the verge of tears. Yet, she understood deeply that throwing a tantrum here would elicit no sympathy from Zhang Xu. Ruyi, too, found herself in a tumultuous state. The sensation of an empty stomach is quite unpleasant, is it not? Zhang Xu waved a packet of instant noodles before her. At the very least, I can ensure you have one packet every day. Ruyi swallowed hard, her heart in turmoil. After much contemplation and self-justification, she finally gritted her teeth and agreed. All right. The terms of the contract are met. Do you agree to the contract? Yes. Without hesitation, Zhang Xu consented. Chapter 7. The endless food bag and unseen connection was established. Zhang Xu stepped forward, extending his palm. Ruyi hadn't anticipated his eagerness. Just as she had agreed, he was quick to act, and with others present. She felt a twinge of shyness and sought to retreat. However, Zhang Xu's movements were swift and unexpected. By the time she realized, his hand was already reaching out. Yanxiu had witnessed Zhang Xu extract a knife from within her, and the image lingered vividly in her mind. Yet now, upon witnessing a scene reminiscent of the past, an overwhelming shock surged within. The power of Wang activated. Words of notification flickered in Zhang Xu's eyes. The warm current residing within his abdomen swiftly diminished, consuming approximately 3 points of his extraordinary energy. In the next moment, Zhang Xu's hand, which had delved into Ruyi's body, abruptly withdrew a white cloth bag. Acquired the endless food bag. Endless food bag. By expending extraordinary energy, one may obtain food from the endless food bag. The types of food are random and vary based on the amount of energy consumed. The greater the energy expended, the more and better the food obtained. Endless food bag recorded. Attribute enhancement. All attributes 10. Strength, 1525. Speed, 1626. Constitution, 1424. Spirit, 1424. Extraordinary energy, 1525. An icon of a white bag appeared in his equipment bar, displayed in a dark gray state, akin to the iron-cutting blade drawn from Yanxiu. Once recorded by his extraordinary ability, he would no longer need to extract the endless food bag from Ruyi in the future. Zhang Xu toyed with the white bag in his hand. Externally, it appeared to be an ordinary cloth bag, yet peering inside revealed a layer of impenetrable, profound darkness. The endless food bag, Zhang Xu mused. By consuming extraordinary energy, one could acquire food. Although it was not the spatial divine weapon he had hoped for, it was, nonetheless, a timely boon. Presently, he had ample supplies of food. Residing on a high floor, he was often too lazy to descend for groceries, and having grown up an orphan, he had known hunger in his youth. Thus, he had developed a habit of stockpiling food at home. This habit had greatly aided him during the emergence of the gray mist, allowing him not only to endure the past half-month in relative comfort, but also to entice eligible women for contracts with food. If he were to economize, the remaining food would indeed suffice to sustain him, Yanxiu, and Ruyi for another 6 months. However, should the gray mist persist for an extended period, the food would inevitably be depleted. The endless food bag now provided a timely solution to his pressing predicament. Zhang Xu decided to test the capabilities of the endless food bag. He reached into the bag, finding it empty. Yet, upon opting to expend 1 point of extraordinary energy, his hand suddenly brushed against something solid within. Upon withdrawal, he discovered it to be a box of chocolates. When Ruyi saw Zhang Xu extracting a white bag from within herself, she was momentarily bewildered. Her confusion intensified as Zhang Xu produced a box of chocolates from the bag. How could there be a box of chocolates in that bag? She exclaimed, astonishment evident in her voice. Beside them, Yanxiu could not contain her curiosity and inquired, really? Zhang Xu smiled and replied, indeed, it is a marvelous treasure. As long as I expend some extraordinary energy, I can retrieve food from within. Henceforth, we need not worry about food anymore. Really? Yanxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Zhang Xu said, consuming another point of extraordinary energy and retrieving a durian from the endless food bag. A durian? Yanxiu gasped in surprise. It is now undeniable. The small white bag, if it had contained a durian beforehand, would have been evident from its exterior. Thus, the situation must align with Zhang Xu's assertion. Gazing at the durian in his hand, It indeed seemed like a random acquisition of sustenance. Qianruoyan only now began to comprehend, her eyes flickering with an unusual glimmer. Are you an ability user? Yes, Zhang Xu replied, suddenly struck by inspiration, and calmly declared. My power allows me to extract divine weapons from women who meet certain criteria, much like this bag drawn from within you. Each divine weapon possesses a unique capability. What you must understand is that these weapons symbolize a part of you, inextricably linked to your existence. When they are destroyed, you shall perish alongside them. Yin Xiyu and Qianruoyan's eyes widened in response to his words. They chose to believe Zhang Xu, for the nature of abilities defies reason. Thus, your lives are effectively in my hands. Should anyone dare to betray me, I can bring about their demise, Zhang Xu coldly smirked. In reality, his power did not possess such an effect. However, the two women were unaware of the specifics of his abilities. Ultimately, it was still he who wielded the authority. Yin Xiyu and Qianruoyan felt a surge of panic. They merely sought to obtain food from Zhang Xu to endure until the mist dissipated, never intending to surrender their lives to him. What, do you have objections? Zhang Xu narrowed his eyes. Yin Xiyu and Qianruoyan shook their heads vigorously. No, none at all. At that moment, they dared not voice any dissent. That is good, Zhang Xu said as he stowed the endless food bag and placed the durian on the table. Let us share this durian. Rest assured, as long as you do not betray me, I shall not harm you. If you perish along with your corresponding divine weapons, I will be unable to summon them in the future. Hearing this, Yin Xiyu and Qianruoyan finally sighed in relief. As long as Zhang Xu still needed the divine weapons drawn from them, he would not recklessly destroy them, thus offering them some measure of protection. However, he added with a mischievous smile, killing you directly would not affect the existence of the divine weapons or my ability to utilize them. The relief in Yin Xiyu and Qianruoyan's hearts vanished abruptly. So, you must obey me and refrain from betrayal. Do you hear me? We hear you. We hear you. At this moment, Yin Xiyu and Qianruoyan held no ulterior motives. We will heed your every word, Yin Xiyu exclaimed anxiously. Qianruoyan hastily pledged her loyalty as well. Their attitudes were quite agreeable. Satisfied with having secured the two women, Zhang Xu felt in good spirits and then glanced at the durian on the table. What? Does no one wish to eat the durian? Qianruoyan, having been starved, could no longer contain herself. Earlier, she had been too astonished to register Zhang Xu's words about sharing the durian. Now, upon hearing him, she lunged forward. I'll open it. I'll open it. The durian she cracked open was indeed a generous one, yielding 5 substantial pieces of flesh. As Qianruoyan took a hearty bite, tears nearly welled in her eyes. Only those who have experienced hunger can truly appreciate the exhilaration of being satiated. Chapter 8. Monster Profiles. Name, Yin Xiyu. Age, 21. Appearance rating, 85, due to prolonged hunger. Her condition has deteriorated but is now on the mend. Count, 1. Affinity, 15. Name, Qianrin. Age, 28. Appearance rating, 80, due to prolonged hunger. Her condition has also declined. Count, 0. Affinity, 25. Zhang Xu glanced at the affinity levels of the two women. Yin Xiyu's affinity fluctuated significantly. Upon witnessing his act of violence, it plummeted from 10 to 0, but after he shared several bowls of noodles with her, it gradually began to rise again. Qianruoyan's affinity, however, was somewhat surprising to him. Without any effort on his part, it stood at 25. With a little more endeavor, he anticipated reaching an affinity of 30 soon, unlocking the next form of the infinite food bag, which remained crucial for him at this juncture. Qianruoyan, you will move over here to stay, Zhang Xu instructed. From now on, while I slumber, you two will take turns keeping watch. I suspect that we are on the brink of madness. We must all exercise caution. The fog has persisted for half a month, by now. Most households must have exhausted their food supplies. In such dire circumstances, people may resort to anything for sustenance. Unlike Yin Xiyu, who still possessed a naive clarity typical of a university student, Qianruoyan could readily envision the impending developments. She nodded earnestly, understood. From now on, both Xiaoyu and I will ensure that someone is on guard each night, preventing any intrusions. At this moment, Yin Xiyu recalled the incident of their neighbor attempting to pry open the door. I understand as well. With the two women so agreeable, Zhang Xu felt a sense of relief. Although his physical prowess had surpassed the human limit by twice, any intruder attempting to break in would likely meet a grim fate. Yet, one could never be too cautious, especially with the potential presence of abilities beyond the ordinary. Moreover, he could not simply provide for these two women without any reciprocation. A spark of inspiration struck Zhang Xu. Are there any other beauties in this community? Happiness Community, being the closest to Wanghai University, boasted decent amenities. Many families and students like Yan Xiu resided here. During his comings and goings, he had encountered numerous attractive women adorned in stylish attire. However, the art of makeup had reached such remarkable heights that true beauty could only be discerned when stripped of its enhancements. Upon hearing this, both Yan Xiu and Qian Ruoyan immediately understood Zhang Xu's intentions. Although they were reluctant to share their provisions with additional women, they recognized the necessity of complying with his request. There are a few sisters of mine in this community, all quite lovely, but they do not reside in our building, Qian Ruoyan remarked, having lived here long enough to know many people. Zhang Xu rolled his eyes. Given the uncertainty of the situation within the fog, the beauty of the women in other buildings was of little consequence, as they could not venture over there. Qian Ruoyan chuckled awkwardly, then strained to recall any beautiful women residing in her building. Suddenly, she remembered that there seemed to be a flight attendant living in their complex. A flight attendant? Zhang Xu's interest was piqued. Flight attendants are typically attractive, and their overall demeanor is certainly superior to that of the average person. Excellent. See if you can find her contact information and coax her over. Qian Ruoyan confidently patted her chest and declared, no problem, leave this to me. Yan Xiu, not wanting to be outdone, immediately raised her hand. Zhang Xu, I know a senior from my college who lives here. She is quite attractive, and the boys in our class often discuss her. She rents a place here because she's doing live streaming. Great, see if you can reach out to her. Zhang Xu offered her an encouraging glance. Yan Xiu clenched her small fist. All right. The food over at the senior's place should be limited, and I'm getting quite hungry. Fine. You go make contact. Zhang Xu nodded. Yan Xiu promptly returned to her room to reach out to the senior, while Qian Ruoyan went back to her own space to tidy up some belongings. Yan Xiu's apartment was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom unit with a balcony, with the other room designated for Qian Ruoyan. Zhang Xu had the freedom to choose from the 2 rooms available. As Yan Xiu went to sleep, only Zhang Xu and Qian Ruoyan remained in the living room. Zhang Xu's gaze fell upon Qian Ruoyan's curvaceous figure. At that moment, she was bent over in the other room, setting up a mattress, showcasing her voluptuous and juicy physique. However, Yan Xiu was just beginning to develop, and Zhang Xu intended to explore further. After all, she was his first woman, and it felt premature to seek another so soon after having just been intimate. While he might not voice his thoughts due to the circumstances, he surely harbored feelings about it. Compared to food, the potency of his desires was of greater significance. He murmured a reminder to keep watch and stepped into Yan Xiu's room. Qian Ruoyan sighed in relief, yet simultaneously felt a pang of disappointment. In her room, Yan Xiu was leaning against the bedpost, engaged in a phone call. Zhang Xu approached, pulling her soft, delicate body into his embrace. Wait. Yan Xiu bit her lip tightly, suppressing any sounds that might escape her throat and reach the other end of the line. Yet, the tingling sensation coursed through her bones. Unable to contain herself, she emitted a sound that was utterly embarrassing, leading her to abruptly end the call. On the other end of the line, a strikingly beautiful woman stood in stunned silence. She was not foolish and recognized that sound. The sudden contact from this junior, while she was engaged in such activities, indicated that there was ample food on Yan Xiu's side. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yan Xiu exclaimed, Zhang Xu, come quickly. The government has released 2 announcements regarding ability users and the fog. She shoved her phone screen in front of Zhang Xu. His eyes narrowed as he took the phone, carefully reading the information. This morning, the government had disseminated 2 announcements to the public regarding the situation with the fog. The nation has explicitly informed all citizens that monstrous entities lurk within the gray mist, advising the populace to refrain from wandering into it and to seek refuge within buildings. Most of the monsters currently only attack those who meander through the mist and do not invade structures. However, a few creatures have begun to exhibit tendencies to actively assault humans. Should these monsters be encountered, it is advisable to evade them, and it is hoped that those with special abilities will rise to defend their fellow beings. Accompanying this announcement is a series of images and descriptions of the monsters. Zhang Xu meticulously examined the monster dossier, committing both the illustrations and descriptions to memory. It appears that the authorities have not been idle during this period. They must have dispatched numerous individuals into the mist for exploration to compile such a report. Furthermore, when viewed from a different perspective, the announcement suggests that the gray mist is not entirely off-limits. Provided one possesses sufficient strength to withstand the creatures within the mist, it cannot impede their advance. Chapter 9. The classification of special abilities. The second announcement pertains to individuals with special abilities. The state has preliminarily categorized these abilities into 7 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. Every individual awakens to their powers at the F level. Abilities are similarly classified within these 7 tiers, with distinctions based on the ability value. The F level has an ability value below 50. E level ranges from above 50 to below 200. D level spans from above 200 to below 500. C level extends from above 500 to below 3000, while B, A, and S levels remain unspecified. The upper limit for F level is 50 ability points. Zhang Xu murmured thoughtfully. To reach this threshold, he would only need to form contracts with 5 women or continuously enhance the affections of those already contracted. This task is neither trivial nor overly challenging, as the requirement is that the women must be exceptionally beautiful, and such resources are limited. In his current predicament, confined within an apartment building, finding suitable candidates for contracts is rather daunting. If possible, he must explore additional avenues to elevate his ability value. Zhang Xu continued reading. Discovering the methods for enhancing abilities. There are 2 primary ways to augment one's powers. The first is through training. However, the specific training methods are not explicitly stated. It merely indicates that each individual's approach to honing their abilities varies and must be tailored to their unique circumstances. This statement is utterly redundant and serves no practical purpose. The emphasis lies on the second method, the consumption of the cores from monsters that emerge from the gray mist. The monster cores are energy organs, characterized by a faint glow, and consuming them can directly enhance an individual's ability value. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Xu's brow furrowed deeply. Is something amiss? Jingu and Ruyi noticed Zhang Xu's unusual expression and turned to look at him. The last statement seems to indirectly encourage individuals with special abilities to slay the creatures of the gray mist. Is there a problem with that? Jingu tilted her head, her expression one of confusion. There are indeed serious implications. The consumption of monster cores can significantly enhance one's supernatural abilities. This information is not only crucial, but also immensely valuable. At times, intelligence is the most precious form of wealth. By withholding this information, the authorities can maintain control over the levels of civilian practitioners of supernatural abilities. They can cultivate a substantial number of high-ranking practitioners who will obey official orders before the general populace becomes aware of this intelligence, thereby ensuring that the situation remains under their control. How are the clearly defined levels and data of these practitioners derived? Zhang Xu is skeptical that it was arbitrarily decided by an individual. Rather, it should have been established through rigorous testing and experimentation. It is quite plausible that certain individuals have attained such levels, prompting the implementation of this classification system. Zhang Xu has ample reason to believe that the authorities may already possess practitioners who have reached at least B rank. Why then? Do they not continue to conceal this information? Is it their hope that practitioners will voluntarily emerge to hunt monsters upon learning this? Yet, even practitioners are currently hesitant to venture into the mist. Could it be that the number of monsters actively attacking humans within buildings is increasing, and the frequency of these attacks is escalating? Perhaps the authorities released this information to ensure that someone would step forward in critical moments, thus minimizing casualties. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Xu's mood grew considerably heavier. If this is indeed the case, the days ahead may prove far more challenging than he anticipated. He can only hope that he is overthinking the situation. Jingu and Ruyi, noticing the somber expression on Zhang Xu's face, felt a twinge of fear and held their breath in silence. "See you. How is your senior sister?" Zhang Xu inquired. "And Ruyi, what about that flight attendant?" Regardless of whether his suspicions are accurate, the pressing matter is to continuously enhance his strength. For him, the best method to augment his power is, of course, to contract women who meet the criteria, thereby gaining attribute bonuses and acquiring new divine weapons. Jingu timidly replied, "My senior still has food. She had just bought a considerable amount before the mist appeared, and if she conserves it, she can last a while." Zhang Xu turned to Ruyi, who appeared anxious, her heart racing as she stammered, "I haven't contacted that flight attendant yet. Do you know where they reside?" Zhang Xu asked. Ruyi shook her head. But Jingu was aware of her senior's location, albeit only that she was on the 20th floor, with no knowledge of the specific room. "All right. You should find out which room your senior is in. Currently, there are no signs of monster attacks in this vicinity, so it is likely not yet a critical situation. And there is no need for immediate panic." "Zhang Xu, is something wrong?" Jingu asked softly, with Ruyi also casting a concerned glance. After reading the 2 announcements released by the government, Zhang Xu's expression suddenly changed. However, they had also seen those announcements. The existence of monsters in the mist and their active assaults on humans is indeed alarming. Yet, since the events have not yet transpired, the fear lacks a tangible reality. Just as we learn from the news about the outbreak of wars in various places, war is indeed terrifying and bloody. However, When such chaos does not erupt in our immediate vicinity, the sensation remains rather vague. It does not conjure vivid images upon closing one's eyes, nor does it rouse one from slumber in the midnight hour. Zhang Xu shared his suspicions with the two women. As Yan Xiyu and Qian Ruoyan listened, their faces grew increasingly pale. Understood. I will now inquire about which room my senior resides in. I will also attempt to contact that flight attendant as soon as possible. Zhang Xu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that having a female figure approach would likely yield better results than his own efforts. In the following 2 days, many in the owner-s group sought to purchase food at exorbitant prices. Some even resorted to the blatant exchange of their bodies for provisions, inundating the group with various revealing images, often requesting merely a packet of instant noodles in return. Abalone for instant noodles. In these dire times, possessing even a morsel of food was more valuable than the wealth of billionaires. Moral integrity and the values of civility were rendered insignificant in the face of hunger. Yet, this situation proved advantageous for Zhang Xu. Regrettably, upon assessing the available options, he discovered that most were mere illusions, with the highest rating barely reaching 60. Simultaneously, unusual disturbances began to emerge within the building. These were not monsters, but rather individuals driven by desperation, forced from their rooms due to the depletion of their food supplies, attempting to forcibly invade others' homes in search of sustenance. Zhang Xu and his companions faced considerable harassment. After all, with their seemingly endless supply of food, they were well fed over the past 2 days, some even possessing fresh ingredients. Consequently, as they prepared their meals, numerous individuals were drawn by the enticing aroma, clamoring for Zhang Xu to share his provisions. Their angry shouts became quite bothersome. However, after Zhang Xu injured and even killed a few, an immediate silence enveloped the area, as few dared to approach thereafter. Word spread quickly that Zhang Xu's domain was not to be trifled with, known as the lair of a man wielding a knife. On the other hand, Yan Xiyu, a senior residing on the 20th floor, had recently stocked up on rice and other food before the appearance of the gray mist. By rationing her supplies, she managed to barely hold on. Yet, over the past 2 days, numerous attempts were made to breach her defenses. The sounds of banging on her door frequently startled her, instilling a deep fear of the unknown lurking outside. She found herself unable to close her eyes and sleep, terrified that an intruder might enter without her knowledge. After 2 days, she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The situation was even more dire for the striking flight attendant in another apartment. Her food supplies had been entirely exhausted, and she faced persistent harassment. She picked up her phone, contemplating a fellow resident she had added 2 days prior. The phone was lifted and then set down repeatedly, her mind in turmoil. Chapter 10. Monsters in the Gray Mist. That night, Ruoyan was assigned to the night watch. Remember, do not sleep. If you notice any disturbances, alert me immediately. Do you understand? I understand, Qian Ruoyan nodded. However, when she gazed at Zhang Xu, her eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. To Zhang Xu's surprise, there was an unexpected turn of events. In just 2 days, Yan Xiyu's affection for him had surpassed that of Qian Ruoyan, reaching a score of 29, tantalizingly close to the threshold of 30. That night, Zhang Xu embraced Yan Xiyu and gradually drifted into slumber. In the stillness of the midnight hour, the world was enveloped in serene silence. A dense, viscous fog suddenly began to churn and roll, with air currents swirling chaotically above, accompanied by an odd, rasping sound. Zhang Xu, who was nestled with Yan Xiyu in slumber, abruptly sat up, startled by the strange noise. Yan Xiyu, half draped over him, rubbed her eyes in confusion. Is there a sound? I haven't heard anything. Zhang Xu, with his physical prowess exceeding twice the human limit, possessed significantly heightened senses, enabling him to discern sounds beyond the reach of ordinary ears. His brows knitted tightly. He was certain he had not misheard. There was indeed something peculiar afoot. Dressing swiftly, he stepped out of the room. Qian Ruoyan looked up, puzzled. What's the matter? Do you hear something strange? Sound? No, I don't, she replied, shaking her head, unaware of any unusual noise. Yet, Zhang Xu's serious demeanor sent a ripple of unease through her heart. Suddenly, a howling current of air erupted in Zhang Xu's ears, prompting him to turn sharply towards the balcony. Outside, the once still, heavy gray fog began to writhe violently, the wind shrieking fiercely. Abruptly, a dark silhouette landed on the balcony railing. Bathed in the dim light of the living room, the figure bore a resemblance to a pterosaur. Its massive form, hunched over the railing, was estimated to be over 2 meters tall, and if it stood upright, it would surpass 3 meters. With wings akin to those of a bat, thinly veiled with a layer of skin, its enormous beak housed 2 rows of triangular, serrated teeth. The creature's rough, dark skin shimmered with a metallic sheen, indicating a robust resilience. As the pterosaur-like monster locked eyes with Zhang Xu, it opened its toothy beak and emitted a hoarse roar. Roar. Qian Ruoyan and the emerging Yan Xiu shrieked in terror at the sight. Zhang Xu too felt a prickling dread, yet the calmness bestowed by his powers swiftly steadied him. He conjured a blade of unparalleled sharpness, the obsidian edge instilling a profound sense of security. The monstrous pterosaur, sensing the challenge, jabbed its sharp beak, shattering the glass door of the balcony with a resounding crash. Zhang Xu quickly evaded, while the two women retreated into the kitchen, their screams echoing. The layout of Yan Xiu's room placed the balcony directly across from the door, with the kitchen conveniently adjacent. After breaching the glass door, the creature pressed its forelimbs down onto the floor, lowering its entire body as it squeezed into the living room, attempting to seize Zhang Xu with its gaping, tooth-filled beak. Zhang Xu reacted swiftly. His enhanced agility allowed him to leap aside and narrowly evade the vicious bite. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, his hand wielding the blade with precision. The dark knife, possessing an unimaginable sharpness, sliced effortlessly through the creature's form upon contact. The monster's head was severed cleanly, dark green blood gushing forth like a fountain. Victory was within reach. The monstrous form could not withstand the might of the blade of iron. Upon realizing this truth, Zhang Xu felt a surge of courage. However, the ominous gray mist continued to roil violently, as winged creatures akin to pterosaurs emerged from the haze, alighting upon the balconies of illuminated apartments. They intruded into the dwellings, seizing hapless humans and devouring them whole. The tranquil night was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of anguished screams echoing from all directions. In addition to the pterosaur-like beasts, there were numerous smaller flying creatures resembling oversized bees, nearly the size of crows, possessing elongated stingers reminiscent of scorpion tails. Their numbers far exceeded those of the pterosaurs, swarming in dense clusters. Zhang Xu recognized these two types of monstrosities, the iron-skinned pterosaur and the scorpion-tailed bee, both of which had been detailed in a governmental report released that very morning, indicating their propensity to attack humans and their phototropic tendencies. With this knowledge, Zhang Xu hurriedly extinguished the lights in his room. Yet, several iron-skinned pterosaurs had already detected his presence, drawn by the scent of their kin's blood, and they flapped their wings, swiftly approaching. Zhang Xu's gaze darted around as he sought refuge in a corner to observe. Upon discovering the carcass of a fellow pterosaur, the creatures descended upon it, ravenously tearing at its flesh. However, the limited space on the balcony sparked fierce competition among them for the meal. In that moment, Zhang Xu's eyes fell upon the mangled remains of the iron-skinned pterosaur he had slain. Amidst the carnage, a faint glow emanated from an object. Could it be the core? The core capable of enhancing one's extraordinary abilities? Zhang Xu's thoughts raced as he weighed the risks. If he were to leap forward to seize the core, he would undoubtedly attract the ire of the iron-skinned pterosaurs, potentially inviting their attack. Yet, the thought of relinquishing the core filled him with reluctance. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to take the gamble. The formidable sharpness of the blade of iron rendered the so-called iron skin of the pterosaurs as fragile as paper. Should he strike true, he could inflict a fatal blow. Chapter 11. The monster core. With a slight forward lean, Zhang Xu poised himself. Timing his movements with precision, he lunged forward, landing upon the carcass of the iron-skinned pterosaur. His hand reached out and grasped the luminous core within his palm. Just as he prepared to retreat to the safety of the living room, the iron-skinned pterosaurs engaged in battle outside the balcony emitted a series of guttural cries. Abruptly turning to dive towards Zhang Xu, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. The pterosaurs' diving speed was alarming. There was no escaping their onslaught now. If only one were attacking, he might have managed to evade harm, but with 5 or 6 converging upon him, his chances of retreating unscathed were slim. At this critical juncture, sustaining injuries was a dire concern. In a moment of desperation, a surge of warmth coursed through Zhang Xu, rapidly infusing the blade of iron with newfound vigor. The 5 points of supernatural energy suddenly vanished. A sharp glimmer enveloped the obsidian blade. Subsequently, Zhang Xu executed a horizontal slash towards the sky. Instantly, a crescent-shaped arc of black blade light erupted from the edge of the blade. With a piercing sound, the crescent arc tore through the air, effortlessly slicing through the 6 descending iron-skinned pterosaurs. A deluge of blood sprayed forth, cascading down like a torrential rain. 3 softly glowing cores fell from the severed bodies. Zhang Xu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he seized the clothesline fixed to the wall, leaping to catch the 3 cores. With a vigorous tug, he landed back on the balcony. Upon landing, He kicked off from the corpse of the iron-skinned pterosaur, propelling himself back into the living room. Meanwhile, the blade light he had unleashed, having vanquished the 6 pterosaurs, continued its ascent into the gray mist. Shortly thereafter, a violent explosion echoed from the opposite building. Zhang Xu had not anticipated that the blade light would be so formidable, effortlessly dispatching 6 iron-skinned pterosaurs and still possessing enough power to create such a commotion. Surely, such a blade light could pierce through a tank? However, the energy consumption was significant, draining 5 points in one go. With only 25 points of supernatural energy remaining, he could at most unleash 5 more blade arcs. Zhang Xu, what compelled you to charge out just now? Yan Xiyu and Qian Ruoyan trembled as they peered from the kitchen. Ignoring them, Zhang Xu focused on the softly glowing cores in his hand. Could these enhance his supernatural energy? After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to swallow one core. The hard core dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, releasing a light gas that flowed through his throat and settled in his lower abdomen, merging with the warm current that had appeared during his awakening. Supernatural energy, 21, 25, 26. Zhang Xu's eyes brightened. Indeed, his energy had increased by 1 point. Having confirmed its efficacy, he wasted no time in consuming the remaining 3 cores. Supernatural energy, 24, 26, 29. The warm current in his lower abdomen had nearly restored itself. Zhang Xu gazed at the corpse of the iron-skinned pterosaur on the balcony, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Such experiences. It was unfortunate about the 3 pterosaurs that fell to the first floor. Now that he had established that the cores from the creatures in the gray mist could enhance his supernatural energy, Zhang Xu did not rush to deal with the corpses on the balcony. He contemplated attracting more iron-skinned pterosaurs to him, allowing him to reap them one by one. However, instead of new pterosaurs being drawn in, a swarm of scorpion-tailed bees descended upon him. The sound of their buzzing wings created a cacophony as they swarmed over the iron-skinned pterosaur-esque corpse on the balcony, feasting upon it. A few of them noticed Zhang Xu in the room, darting towards him with a rapid flap of their wings, their scorpion tails raised like arrows ready to strike. Having emerged from the recent battle, coupled with the calming effect of the King's ability, Zhang Xu no longer felt the fear he had previously experienced. As the scorpion-tailed beast charged at him, he swiftly raised his obsidian long knife. A flash of light glimmered as a brilliant white line surged forth, cleaving one of the bees in 2. With a physical prowess exceeding twice the human limit, Zhang Xu's athletic ability is extraordinarily formidable, allowing him to effortlessly keep pace with the swiftly darting scorpion wasps in the air. As he strikes with precision, the glint of his blade flashes, severing the lives of the wasps one after another. The remaining scorpion wasps, engrossed in feasting upon the carcass of a steel-winged dragon, seem oblivious to the ongoing carnage. Zhang Xu, however, refrains from launching a direct assault. Instead, he lifts the corpse of a scorpion wasp, searching for its core. The core, situated atop its head, is no thicker than a fingernail. After wiping it clean, he consumes it, experiencing the familiar sensation of it dissolving instantly, merging into the warm current within his abdomen. Yet this time, there is no feedback indicating an increase in his supernatural energy. Furrowing his brow, he ponders whether not all monster cores are capable of enhancing one's abilities, or if the scorpion wasps are simply too feeble for any noticeable effect. Zhang Xu proceeds to devour the cores of the remaining scorpion wasps he has slain, but again, there is no feedback of enhanced energy. However, he does sense a negligible increase in the warmth within his abdomen. It appears these scorpion wasps lack the worthiness of a hunt. To elevate his supernatural energy, hunting steel-winged dragons proves to be far more advantageous. Lost in thought, several steel-winged dragons, drawn by the scent of blood, approach. They eagerly descend upon the corpse of the steel-winged dragon on the balcony, startling the scorpion wasps into a frenzied flight. Zhang Xu swiftly dispatches the approaching wasps, his gaze shifting to the steel-winged dragons, now embroiled in a fierce struggle over food. He contemplates the best method to proceed. While the act of slaying may be straightforward, the challenge lies in acquiring the monster's cores. The limited space on the balcony, combined with the airborne status of the steel-winged dragons, means that any slain creatures will plummet to the ground, leaving him no time to retrieve their cores. The acquisition of the 3 cores he previously obtained was merely fortuitous. As he considers how to secure the cores from the falling steel-winged dragons, a sudden, vigorous knocking reverberates from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanying the noise is a frantic female voice. Miss Qian, help me. Help me. I am Meng Xiaoyan. Zhang Xu and Yan Xiyu exchange glances, both turning to Qian Ruoyan. Qian Ruoyan's expression momentarily freezes before she recognizes the voice. It's the flight attendant. Zhang Xu glances outside, noting that the steel-winged dragons, engrossed in their scuffle, remain unaware of the commotion. Clearly, the corpses of their kind hold greater allure than that of humans. He opens the door, and light floods the corridor, revealing a disheveled woman who rushes in with urgency. Quick, close the door. There are monsters. Zhang Xu spots 2 scorpion wasps and, with a swift motion of his blade, cleaves them in half. Meng Xiaoyan stands frozen, astonished by the man who opened the door and effortlessly dispatched the terrifying creatures. After closing the door once more, Zhang Xu takes a moment to appraise the woman. She possesses a tall and slender figure, easily exceeding 1.7 meters in height. While not particularly voluptuous, her proportions are exquisite. Especially, her long legs give the impression that below her chest is nothing but legs. Her beautiful face appears somewhat dazed and slightly unkempt, with disheveled hair. The ability accompanying Wang's power activates. Chapter 12. The Divine I Name. Meng Xiaoyan. Age, 26. Appearance rating, 86. Condition has deteriorated due to prolonged hunger. Number of people, 0. Affinity, 10. Meets the criteria to become the king's woman. A contract can be established. Zhang Xu gazed at the tall, striking woman before him. Are you the flight attendant? What brings you to us? Meng Xiaoyan snapped back to reality, looking at the menacing man wielding a knife. In the shadows, she could not discern his features, in her haste to enter. She had failed to take a good look. However, the image of him swiftly dispatching 2 monsters with a single stroke was etched deeply in her mind. I wish to be your woman, to follow you. Meng Xiaoyan responded without hesitation. After conversing with Ruyi for 2 days, she was well aware of the underlying intentions. Initially, she had clung to a modicum of pride and self-respect, unwilling to submit in such a manner. Yet the monsters that appeared tonight had pulverized her pride and dignity into dust. When that creature resembling a pterosaur attempted to burst into her apartment, all notions of pride and self-respect vanished. In that moment, she simply yearned for someone to rescue her from this absurd reality. Thus, upon escaping from her home, she rushed here with a clear objective. If Ruyi had not lied, then he was a formidable ability user, capable of providing her shelter and an endless supply of food, ensuring she would not go hungry. Such conditions were more than sufficient for her to become his woman. The display of strength he had just exhibited had already proved his prowess. Zhang Xu was taken aback by Meng Xiaoyan's straightforwardness. Do you understand what this entails? Yes, yes. Meng Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. Excellent. Zhang Xu acknowledged with a nod. This woman's decisiveness saved him considerable trouble. Shall we establish a contract? Yes. In the next moment, an unseen connection was forged. Without further ado, Zhang Xu extended his palm. Wang's ability activated. The warm current nestled in his abdomen swiftly dissipated, consuming approximately 3 points of his ability value. Meng Xiaoyan was taken aback by Zhang Xu's thoughts at this moment. Was his mind filled with nonsense? Did he not recognize the gravity of the situation? She silently berated him in her mind. With a flourish, Zhang Xu withdrew his hand, revealing a luminous gem resembling a cat's eye. Acquisition of the Celestial Eye. Celestial Eye, when embedded in the forehead, grants perception and the ability to see through obstacles, unhindered by the pervasive gray mist. 1 perception ability, a panoramic 360-degree field of vision, with a sensory radius of 10 meters. Focus sight can reach up to 1,000 meters. 2 X-ray vision. The gaze can penetrate barriers for observation. Celestial Eye recorded. Attribute bonus. All attributes 10. Strength, 2,535. Speed, 2,636. Constitution, 2,434. Spirit, 2,434. Powers, 2939. In the equipment interface, a gem icon appeared, shrouded in a muted gray hue. Zhang Xu delicately placed this gem upon his forehead. Miraculously, the celestial eye seamlessly integrated itself into his being. The process was devoid of pain or any trace of blood. The moment the celestial eye became the third eye, a vertical eye, on Zhang Xu's forehead, a wave of unprecedented vision flooded his mind. Previously, despite his extraordinary physical attributes allowing him to see in dim environments, he struggled against the limitations imposed by insufficient light. Now, however, the darkness no longer posed any hindrance. Every object was vividly reflected in his mind, maintaining the 360-degree awareness. This newfound perceptual ability proved invaluable, significantly diminishing the threat of attacks from behind. Moreover, the immunity to the gray mist was equally crucial. Gazing outward, Zhang Xu observed that the once dense gray fog that obscured the world and impeded vision had seemingly vanished before his eyes. He could discern the dire state of the buildings across the way, witnessing swarms of metallic pterosaurs and scorpion-tailed wasps darting erratically within the mist. The fear induced by the gray fog stemmed not only from its enveloping presence, but also from its detrimental effect on visibility. During daylight, visibility within the fog was limited to a mere 10 meters. Even with his exceptional physical attributes, he could only see up to 30 meters ahead. This restricted vision made Zhang Xu, a wielder of extraordinary powers, hesitant to venture into the fog recklessly. Yet, with the celestial eye, this concern was rendered moot. A flicker of determination crossed Zhang Xu's gaze. Since the gray mist no longer obstructed his sight, could he not leave this place? However, such thoughts were perhaps premature. He resolved to wait until the current wave of metallic pterosaurs and scorpion-tailed wasps had passed. With the celestial eye, Zhang Xu intended to abandon the passive strategy of waiting and instead descend to the first floor. On solid ground, he could eliminate the metallic pterosaurs without the worry of failing to collect their cores. However, before proceeding, he instructed the three women to extract the cores from the scorpion-tailed wasps he had slain. Eat them, they exclaimed in unison, shock evident in their voices. Once they regained their composure, they hastily covered their mouths. You want us to consume this? Ruyi asked, her voice trembling. Yes, Zhang Xu replied, the orb of his third eye rotating as it surveyed the three women, each displaying a face of reluctance. This object has the potential to enhance the abilities of those with supernatural powers, I surmise, and perhaps even awaken ordinary individuals into becoming extraordinary. Is that truly the case? The three women inquired in unison. I have merely speculated, Zhang Xu replied, uncertain of the outcome. It may be possible, or it may not. And consuming it could even lead to death. Zhang Xu did not indulge in alarmism. All he presented were his conjectures. The consequences remained a mystery to all. Upon hearing this, the excitement and joy that filled the hearts of the three women swiftly dissipated. Gazing at the monstrous core in their hands, they hesitated, reluctant to consume it. Let us leave this place for now, Zhang Xu thought. He could compel them to partake, but without understanding the repercussions for ordinary individuals. It was best to refrain from testing it. What if they could not withstand it and perished? He needed them to unlock further forms and abilities of the divine weapon. In due time, he could find a suitable candidate for experimentation. Zhang Xu, are we departing? Xiu grasped Zhang Xu's sleeve and timidly inquired. We cannot remain here. Let us go, Zhang Xu explained as he opened the door and stepped outside. The three exchanged glances, compelled to follow. They dared not linger behind. Once outside, illuminated by the corridor lights, Xiu and the others noticed a third eye had manifested on Zhang Xu's forehead. Xiu and Ruyi were somewhat unfazed, having already been acquainted with Zhang Xu's abilities. However, Meng Xiaoyan, unaware, was taken aback, her speech faltering in shock. Clarify this to her, Zhang Xu instructed, wasting no time as he brandished his blade and advanced, allowing Xiu and Ruyi to explain to Meng Xiaoyan from behind. Chapter 13. The second form of the divine weapon, the third eye on his forehead, rotated incessantly. A 360-degree perspective vividly unfolded in his mind, encompassing a radius of approximately 10 meters. This unobstructed vision enabled Zhang Xu to promptly detect the incoming scorpion-tailed wasps. The journey thus far had been fraught with tension, but devoid of peril. Zhang Xu, where are we headed now? Xiu asked, having been nudged forward by the other two women. As the first to follow Zhang Xu and the sole woman currently engaged in discussions about the origins of life with him, she held a unique standing among them. We are to seek your senior sister. Oh. How many scorpion-tailed wasp cores have we collected so far? Zhang Xu casually inquired. While he would handle the slaying of the monsters, the responsibility of gathering the cores had been entrusted to the three women. We have amassed 46 cores. 46, you say? So, during our brief descent from the 40th to the 20th floor, we encountered nearly 30 to 40 of these wasps. Compared to the massive ironclad pterosaurs, these scorpion-tailed wasps exhibited greater agility, capable of infiltrating the building through narrow spaces. They posed a more significant threat to those within. Zhang Xu pondered the fate of the residents in the community after enduring such a monster assault. Under the influence of his enforced calm, his thoughts quickly turned cold. The 20th floor. Zhang Xu and his companions passed through the fire escape door and entered the corridor on the 20th floor. At that moment, several corpses, ravaged beyond recognition, lay sprawled at the entrance of the fire escape, blood pooling on the ground. Zhang Xu, with a stoic expression, stepped over the lifeless bodies. Behind him, Xiu and the others turned pale, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea, yet they suppressed their discomfort and held their ground. As Zhang Xu entered the corridor, he immediately noticed the enormous claw marks etched into the walls. Such marks could not have been made by a scorpion-tailed wasp. It was more likely that a pterosaur had been responsible. However, their size would make it nearly impossible for them to enter the building. Could it be that a new monster had infiltrated the premises? A jolt of alarm coursed through Zhang Xu, heightening his caution. The divine eye embedded in his forehead rotated incessantly. "See you, where exactly is your senior sister?" Zhang Xu inquired eagerly, wishing to forge another contract with a woman. Uncertain of the divine weapon he might acquire, but aware that it would enhance both his attributes and abilities. "Room 207, just beyond the corner of this corridor." Jingu replied. Zhang Xu nodded and promptly led the group forward. As they approached the corridor's turn, hurried footsteps echoed from the opposite direction. Zhang Xu halted and retreated a short distance. When the crowd around the corner caught sight of Zhang Xu and his companions, they nearly succumbed to fright, some stumbling in their panic. Once the opposing group regained their composure and recognized Zhang Xu's humanity, they exhaled in relief. "You nearly scared me to death. I thought we encountered a monster." "It's fine, it's just people." A man, still flustered, muttered as he picked himself up, grumbling about the fall. However, when someone focused intently on Zhang Xu, astonishment filled the air as they noticed the third eye adorning his forehead. Upon utterance of this observation, all eyes turned toward Zhang Xu. As they beheld the eye situated at his brow, their pupils dilated in shock, and a chorus of alarm erupted. "A monster! A monster!" Zhang Xu frowned slightly. Were they truly so fearful of attracting a creature? He raised his blade, channeling a modicum of his power into the weapon, its edge shimmering with latent energy yet remaining dormant. "Silence! I am human." The sharp aura emanated like the frigid winds of winter, compelling the crowd to fall silent. Their mouths shut as if struck by frost. Once Zhang Xu perceived the crowd's calm, he ceased to infuse his blade with energy. Such a display consumed only a trivial amount of power, yet it sufficed to intimidate ordinary individuals. "Clear the way, we need to pass." Instinctively, the crowd parted to grant them passage. Some began to realize the peculiarity of Zhang Xu, especially considering he was accompanied by three strikingly beautiful women, who among ordinary folk possessed such strength. A timid voice ventured forth. "Are you an ability user?" Upon hearing this, others in the crowd who had not lost their wits swiftly connected the dots. Were there not tales of divine beings with a third eye in myth? The awakening of a third eye in an ability user seemed less extraordinary in light of this revelation. With this thought, the crowd clung to the notion like a drowning person seizing a piece of driftwood. "Please, I implore you, save us. Can we follow you?" Zhang Xu, with impatience, raised his dark blade and commanded, "Silence. Clear the way." It was already troublesome enough for him to escort three women. To take on such a multitude would be sheer folly. An elderly man, upon hearing this, erupted with indignation, exclaiming, "Are you even human? We are all compatriots, fellow homeowners. In times of peril, shouldn't we lend a helping hand? We merely seek your protection, not a death sentence." Others of advanced age, encouraged by his tirade, began to engage in moral coercion. "Indeed, you possess the capability, why not aid us? Young man, you lack compassion." Zhang Xu's gaze turned icy. Had these seniors grown so accustomed to their arrogance that they could not discern reality? Perhaps influenced by his extraordinary powers, he became somewhat detached in combat mode. Should this group dare to press him further, he would not hesitate to eliminate them as a sacrifice to the heavens. Fortunately, the younger crowd was not foolish enough to provoke him further. Sensing the chill in Zhang Xu's demeanor, they swiftly intervened to silence their elders. "Shut up. Can't you see his eyes? He wishes to end us," they warned. "Do you think you are mightier than the monsters? He wouldn't dare to harm you? No one even helps you when you fall, and now you expect him to protect you. Do you have the audacity?" With a mix of scolding and forceful gestures, the elders fell silent. Subsequently, the crowd parted, allowing Zhang Xu and the three women to advance towards their destination, room 207. However, Zhang Xu abruptly halted, his expression unreadable, yet his three eyes fixated on a particular man in the throng. "Try looking at me with that gaze again," he warned. Earlier, as he passed through the crowd, this man had regarded him with a venomous glare and silently uttered a few curses, believing Zhang Xu could not perceive his actions from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xu's divine sight granted him a 360-degree view. Confronted by Zhang Xu's frigid stare, the man recoiled slightly, stammering, "What are you talking about? How could I be looking at you in such a way? You young man are truly..." Before he could finish, Zhang Xu vanished from sight. In the next instant, the man soared through the air, crashing violently against the corridor wall, the sounds of cracking bones and lost teeth echoing through the space. Having silenced him, Zhang Xu paid no heed to the horrified gazes of the onlookers and returned to Jingu and the others. "Let us go?" Jingu and the others glanced back at the crowd, a wave of relief washing over them for having chosen to follow Zhang Xu. Just then, Zhang Xu abruptly halted his steps, causing the group of individuals to feel a chill run down their spines. What now? Who dares to approach again? However, this time, Zhang Xu's pause was not prompted by these individuals, but rather by a bewildering feedback from his abilities. Affection level with Yen Xiu has reached 30. Unlock the second form of the iron cutting blade. Second form of the iron cutting blade. The sharpness of the blade is enhanced. Equipped with the guardian sword, and can simultaneously unleash multiple blade glows, akin to the claws of a wild beast. All attributes: 20, strength, 3,555, speed, 3,656, constitution, 3,454, mentality, 3,454, special ability, 3959, special ability level up, E level. Affection level with Qian Ruoyan has reached 30. Unlock the second form of the endless food bag. Second form of the endless food bag reduces the consumption of special ability points for acquiring the same food, with a certain probability of obtaining miraculous food. All attributes: 20, strength, 5,575, speed, 5,676, constitution, 5,474, mentality, 5,474, special ability, 5979, Chapter 14. The spatial ring had both Yen Xiu and Qian Ruoyan's affection levels surpassed 30? Zhang Xu was momentarily taken aback. How had they suddenly crossed this threshold? He glanced back, activating the identification ability associated with his power. Name: Yen Xiu. Age: 21. Appearance rating: 87. Due to prolonged hunger, her condition has deteriorated, but she is recovering. Number of unlocks: 1. Affection level: 39. Name: Qianren. Age: 28. Appearance rating: 82. Due to prolonged hunger, her condition has deteriorated, but she is recovering. Number of unlocks: 0. Affection level: 32. Name: Meng Xiaoyan. Age: 26. Appearance rating: 86. Due to prolonged hunger, her condition has deteriorated. Number of unlocks: 0. Affection level: 20. The affection levels of the three women had all seen a significant increase. Was it the suspension bridge effect? Or perhaps their happiness was contrasted with the earlier group. Zhang Xu chose not to delve into the reasons behind the rise in affection levels. After all, it was a positive development for him. The second form unlocked by affection would remain permanently accessible, unaffected by any subsequent decline in the corresponding affection levels. Zhang Xu. Is something wrong? Is there a monster? The three women, noticing Zhang Xu's sudden pause and his lack of confrontation with the previous group, grew tense, fearing he had detected an unseen monster. No, my abilities have just been enhanced, Zhang Xu clarified. With a mere thought, a warm current surged through his lower abdomen, swiftly consuming approximately 3 points of special ability energy. In the next moment, the dark blade in his hand transformed, adorned with several dark purple lines that gracefully arched along the blade's spine. Additionally, 6 pitch-black short swords materialized around Zhang Xu. 6 short swords hovered in the air, subject to the control of Zhang Xu's thoughts, and they instinctively defended him when faced with an attack. This is splendid. Zhang Xu's eyes sparkled with delight. Currently, he possessed only offensive capabilities, lacking any means of defense. The 6 guardian swords, configured in the second phase of the iron cutting blade, perfectly compensated for this shortcoming. Moreover, the guardian swords could freely maneuver under his mental command, making it considerably easier to deal with those scorpion-tailed wasps. With a flicker of thought, the 6 guardian swords began to orbit around him in a circular motion. Excellent. Zhang Xu nodded in satisfaction. Next, he ceased to manipulate the guardian swords and gently waved to release the second form of the iron cutting blade. The blade stirred a wave of air, leaving a distinct cut on the corridor wall without activating its blade aura. It was sharper than ever. The original sharpness of the iron cutting blade was already extraordinary, and with this enhancement, he found it hard to imagine anything that could withstand a single strike from it. After a brief test of the newly liberated form of the iron cutting blade, Zhang Xu resumed his stride towards room 207. The door was tightly shut, yet it posed no obstacle for him. The dark blade glided effortlessly, cleaving the sturdy security door and the second wooden door in two. At that moment, a woman, curled up in a closet, trembled upon hearing the commotion. She desperately stifled her cries to avoid breaking down. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she silently prayed to all the deities she knew, beseeching them not to let the monsters discover her. Suddenly, from within the closet, the woman heard a melodious voice softly calling for her senior sister. In disbelief, she questioned whether she had misheard or if her fear had driven her to hallucinations. The person was not here. Qian Ruoyan glanced at Yin Xiu, but the door was locked from the inside. She remained hidden, too frightened to emerge. Utilizing the heavenly eye, Zhang Xu had already detected that Yin Xiu's senior sister was currently concealed in the closet. He approached and effortlessly sliced through the door. As the door crashed open with a resounding thud, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Yin Xiu's senior sister felt her heart nearly leap from her chest. Zhang Xu entered the bedroom, first switching on the lights, then pulling open the closet door. With a dramatic creak, the door swung wide, revealing a petite figure huddled in the corner. The woman inside the closet, paralyzed by fear, turned pale, burying her head between her knees like an ostrich in denial. "We are not monsters. We are human. We have come to rescue you." A gentle voice emanated from above. The woman in the closet shuddered at the sound of Zhang Xu's voice. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, she dared to slowly lift her head, only to behold a handsome man standing before her, wielding a black long knife emanating a sharp aura, his attire marked with splatters of green ink. The light flowed behind him, casting an ethereal glow, making him appear almost divine. Behind him stood 3 beautiful women. One of the younger girls, her cheeks slightly rounded with youthful plumpness, waved at her. "Senior sister, it's me, Yin Xiu. Haven't I been in touch with you these past few days? We have come to rescue you." The woman, momentarily lost in thought, gazed blankly before bursting into tears, her sobs flowing like raindrops. However, she quickly composed herself, covering her mouth to stifle the sound. Zhang Xu, witnessing her distress, extended his hand towards the woman in the cabinet, his face adorned with a warm and radiant smile. "Do not worry, I am here to save you." To the woman hidden away, the man before her appeared as a divine savior. She grasped Zhang Xu's hand and stood up, throwing herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. A hint of distaste involuntarily crossed Zhang Xu's features. Even the most beautiful person would carry an unpleasant odor after half a month without a bath, let alone someone who had been hiding in a cabinet, drenched in sweat. It was a wonder if she smelled anything but foul. Most girls' so-called body fragrance, if not enhanced by perfume, could largely be attributed to the invention of shower gel and laundry detergent. "All right, stop crying. Can you still walk?" "There are monsters around," Zhang Xu said. Upon hearing this, the woman in his arms quickly lifted her head, urgency in her eyes. "I can still walk." Zhang Xu met her delicate features. Despite her pallor, her beauty remained undeniable. Without needing to activate his appraisal ability, he was aware that she met the criteria for a contract. Nonetheless, he activated his ability to review the woman's data. Name, Li Mingting. Age, 23. Appearance rating, 87. Condition slightly diminished due to prolonged hunger. Lockpicking count, 0. Affection level, 80. Meets the criteria to become the woman of the king. Contract can be initiated. An 87 rating, if fully restored, could easily surpass 90. More importantly, the initial affection level was an impressive 80. After contracting, wouldn't he be able to unlock the second and third forms of the divine weapon? Moreover, raising the affection level beyond 90 and 100 would surely be less challenging than with Yin Xiu and the others. With this thought, Zhang Xu regarded the beauty in his arms with renewed fervor, managing to endure even the unpleasant odor she exuded. Li Mingting, catching the intensity of Zhang Xu's gaze, felt her cheeks flush slightly. "Will you come with me?" Zhang Xu asked. Li Mingting detached herself from his embrace, nodding fervently. "I will follow you. Do not abandon me." Her tone was heavy with desperation. A connection was forged in the ether. Zhang Xu nodded, extending his hand to rest upon Li Mingting's shapely and ample bosom. Activation of the king's ability, words of notification flashed in Zhang Xu's eyes. The warm energy coiling in his abdomen rapidly dissipated, consuming precisely 3 points of ability value. In the next moment, Zhang Xu's hand, which had delved into Li Mingting's being, emerged holding a ring adorned with gemstones. Acquisition of the spatial ring. Spatial ring contains a volume of 10 cubic meters, cannot store living beings. Items placed within remain in a state of rest. Spatial ring compilation. Attribute enhancement. All attributes 10. Strength, 7,585. Speed, 7,686. Constitution, 7,484. Spirit, 7,484. Powers, 7989. A new icon of a ring appeared in the equipment bar, displayed in a dark gray state. Chapter 15. Spatial Protection and Spatial Distortion. Li Mingting's affection level surpasses 30, unlocking the second form of the spatial ring. Second form of the spatial ring. Volume increased to 200 cubic meters. The user gains the Spatial Protection skill. Spatial Protection erects a layer of spatial barrier around the user, consumes 50 points of power per use. Able to defend against all attacks except conceptual abilities and those exceeding defensive limits. All attributes 20. Strength, 85,105. Speed, 86,106. Constitution, 84,104. Spirit, 84,104. Powers, 89,109. Li Mengting's affection level surpasses 60. Unlocking the third form of the spatial ring. Third form of the spatial ring. Volume increased to 1,000 cubic meters. Enhancement of spatial protection skill. Gains the spatial distortion skill. Spatial protection. 1 erects 3 overlapping layers of spatial barriers around the user. Consumes 80 points of power per use. Spatial distortion. Distorts a certain range of space. Consumes 100 points of power per use. All attributes 30. Strength, 105,135. Speed, 106,136. Constitution, 104,134. Spirit, 104,134. Powers, 109,139. An array of notifications sprang forth in Zhang Xu's consciousness, momentarily leaving him in a state of astonishment. Particularly, the spatial ring bestowed upon him by Li Mengting granted him 2 spatial skills. Spatial skills. As the saying goes, when time is not in play, space reigns supreme. Among various abilities, spatial capabilities are undoubtedly the most practical and formidable. Zhang Xu was overjoyed. Although the power consumption for the 2 spatial skills was somewhat high, they were undoubtedly life-saving techniques. Radiantly, Zhang Xu adorned himself with the ring, which was adorned with a perfectly spherical gem at its center. As long as the divine weapon was not in use, the consumption of power was minimal. Additionally, storing and retrieving items required a certain amount of power. However, given his current power levels, he scarcely needed to concern himself with consumption. How did this ring come into being? Li Mengting stared in astonishment as Zhang Xu extracted a ring from within her. Yan Xiu immediately leapt forth to elucidate. Zhang Xu is an ability wielder. This is his power, to extract divine weapons from others. Fear not. This process will not affect you. An ability wielder? A glimmer of wonder sparkled in Li Mengting's beautiful eyes. No wonder he was able to come to my rescue. Let us proceed to the first floor. Now that the people have been saved, Zhang Xu was determined not to squander any time. What are we going to the first floor for? Meng Xiaoyan exclaimed. To slay monsters. Slay monsters. The 4 women exchanged glances in bewilderment. Zhang Xu offered no further explanation. His decision was one that they needed to accept without question. He stepped out of the room, leaving the 4 women exchanging glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Ultimately, it was Li Mengting who, noticing Zhang Xu's imminent departure, hastily followed him. Yan Xiu and Qian Ruoyan, seeing this, also trailed after him. Meng Xiaoyan, feeling frustrated, stamped her foot. She had initially believed that Zhang Xu came merely to rescue them and would seek refuge from the monsters afterward. Yet, he intended to actively hunt these creatures? Faced with the empty room and the monstrous roars echoing from the balcony, Meng Xiaoyan felt a surge of fear and quickly followed suit. Zhang Xu led the 4 women toward the fire escape, but as they turned the corner of the corridor, they were met with a grisly sight. A floor littered with corpses, each body seemingly cleaved into several pieces as if by a blade. These were the unfortunate souls from earlier. Yan Xiu, Qian Ruoyan, and Meng Xiaoyan gasped at the horrifying scene. Zhang Xu's third eye opened, having temporarily closed it to avoid frightening Li Mengting. When the third eye is shut, only a faint trace is visible on his forehead, easily overlooked. But now, as it opened, a panoramic view filled Zhang Xu's mind, revealing perspectives and insights beyond the ordinary. Suddenly, he raised his gaze. In an instant, 6 guardian swords surrounding him shot forth with a swift whoosh. The sound of splattering green blood filled the air. Above them, a lizard-like creature, cloaked in a deep green hue, was abruptly revealed, emitting a chilling wail. Realizing it had been discovered, the creature lunged at Zhang Xu, its front limbs extending in a display of claws. Zhang Xu identified it as a claw lizard from the monster dossier, resembling a lizard yet armed with sharp claws and endowed with climbing and cloaking abilities. Facing the assault of the claw lizard, Zhang Xu remained unperturbed, wielding his pitch-black long knife to carve a dangerous arc through the air. The airflow generated by the blade struck the creature's emerald hide first, leaving a small gash. The claw lizard's bulging eyes quivered violently. It sensed the impending doom from that single strike. In desperation, it raised its claws to block the blow. Yet the dark blade sliced through its defenses as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, gliding smoothly through both its claws and body. The severed remains, propelled by inertia, did not fall directly to the ground, but flew past Zhang Xu's sides, landing before the four women. Yin Xiu and the others stood agape, their mouths slightly parted in shock. The swift battle had unfolded so rapidly that they scarcely grasped what had transpired. Zhang Xu had dispatched the monster with a single stroke. "Help me! Help me!" The sudden cry for aid jolted the four women from their stupor. They turned in unison toward the source of the voice. Amidst the pile of mangled limbs, upon opening his celestial eyes, Zhang Xu discovered that the young man was still alive, albeit with severed legs. Death was inevitable, and he felt no compulsion to save him, nor was he capable of doing so. Instead, he resolved to grant him a swift release from his suffering. However, at that moment, Zhang Xu's gaze sharpened. He crouched beside the young man, who was on the brink of unconsciousness from excessive blood loss, and with a flick of his hand, produced the core of a scorpion-tailed wasp. He then placed it into the young man's mouth. The monstrous core dissolved instantly, transforming into a stream of energy that merged with the young man's body. Zhang Xu's celestial vision observed the internal changes within the ordinary man who had consumed the monster's core. He noted that the energy coiled within the young man's abdomen, causing no harm to his body. Perhaps the quantity of energy was simply too minuscule to manifest the warm flow akin to that which Zhang Xu experienced upon his own awakening. Yet, this realization confirmed his suspicions. The monster's core could enhance the abilities of those with supernatural powers and could also awaken latent abilities in ordinary individuals. "I cannot save you from your injuries, only spare you from suffering," Zhang Xu mused, unwilling to squander a significant portion of the core to rescue a stranger. Who could say if the abilities he would awaken would even be sufficient for salvation? Not everyone possessed powers as he did. With the capacity to extract divine weapons from the contract-bound female and receive attribute enhancements. With a decisive strike, Zhang Xu ended the young man's torment. While he conducted his experiment, Yin Xiu had extracted the core from the clawed lizard and presented it with both hands. Zhang Xu did not accept it. Instead, he handed Yin Xiu the core he had obtained from the scorpion-tailed wasp. "I have confirmed that those with supernatural abilities can enhance their power by consuming the cores of monsters, while ordinary people can awaken their abilities." Chapter 16. Yin Xiu. The power of invisibility. Yin Xiu. Consume these cores and see what abilities you may awaken. Zhang Xu decided to allow Yin Xiu to be the first to awaken, as she was his first woman and deserved special consideration. If he were to rank the four women, it would be Yin Xiu, Li Mengting, Qian Ruoyan, and Meng Xiaoyan. Yin Xiu was the first to stand by him. While Li Mengting's high favorability elevated her status despite her later arrival, surpassing that of Qian Ruoyan and Meng Xiaoyan. This time, Yin Xiu obediently consumed the monster's core. She had witnessed the young man with severed legs suffer no ill effects after consuming his core. Under the scrutiny of Zhang Xu's celestial vision, he observed a stream of energy coiling around Yin Xiu's lower abdomen. The energy provided by the 46 cores of the scorpion-tailed wasp coalesced, but had yet to reach a transformative state. As Yin Xiu swallowed the core of the clawed lizard, a momentous change occurred. The energy ignited, akin to a flame, rapidly coursing through her limbs and body. A look of agony crossed Yin Xiu's face. Zhang Xu furrowed his brow. When he awakened, it had been in a dream, devoid of sensation, only realizing his newfound powers upon awakening. Perhaps the awakening of different abilities was a uniquely personal experience. Zhang Xu could only speculate in this manner. Yin Xiu gritted her teeth and persevered. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhang Xu observed the flames that had enveloped her limbs retracting to her lower abdomen. It was evident that her awakening was complete. He pondered the nature of her newfound abilities. Yin Xiu seemed momentarily dazed before articulating. "It seems to be invisibility." As she spoke, her form gradually faded from the gaze of those around her, ultimately vanishing entirely from sight. Qian Ruoyan, Meng Xiaoyan, and Li Mengting gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Reaching out to touch her, they could distinctly feel her presence, yet their eyes could perceive nothing. A glimmer of envy surfaced in the eyes of the three women. Invisibility? Zhang Xu mused thoughtfully. The claw lizard possesses the ability to become invisible. Could it be that consuming the corresponding monster core grants one the ability to awaken similar powers? As for the scorpion tail bee's core being ineffective, it might simply be due to its inferior strength. Zhang Xu found himself at a loss, relying solely on the information at hand to make deductions. How long can you maintain this invisibility? Yin Xiu reappeared and, upon hearing Zhang Xu's inquiry, pondered before replying. "I am uncertain how long I can sustain it. However, while using this power, I can feel a warmth in my abdomen gradually depleting. If the duration of my ability depends on this warmth, I estimate I could last about half an hour." Zhang Xu nodded in approval. "Half an hour is quite respectable. By the way, Try taking a few steps in your invisible state to see if you make any sound. If you can suppress any noise, then your awakened ability of invisibility would be nothing short of perfect. Otherwise, it would be rather impractical for you, necessitating specialized training to control footfall sounds for it to be truly effective. The claw lizard can move silently while invisible, but that is related to its physical structure. Zhang Xu was uncertain whether Yan Xiu's newly awakened ability possessed similar traits. Following Zhang Xu's instructions, Yan Xiu entered her invisible state once more, taking 2 steps and then leaping lightly. No sound was produced. Zhang Xu's eyes lit up. This is undoubtedly an exceptional assassination capability. Excellent. Your ability is remarkable. He turned his gaze towards the 3 envious women, stating, "Soon, you too shall awaken your powers. However, we are currently out of monster cores. Now, let us descend to the first floor and hunt for monsters." The 5 swiftly made their way to the first floor. As they prepared to leave the building and step into the mist, the 4 women hesitated and wavered. Unlike Zhang Xu, their vision was severely obstructed within the fog, akin to being blindfolded. Especially now, under the cover of night, visibility during the day was about 10 meters. Yet now it was as if they were reaching into utter darkness. They activated the flashlight feature on their phones, which allowed them to see only 2 or 3 meters ahead. Zhang Xu entrusted them with 4 guardian swords. These swords are linked to my consciousness. They will serve as your eyes and protect you. I will engage the monsters while you gather the cores. Whoever wishes to refrain from action may do so, yet must bear the consequences. The 4 women fell silent upon hearing these words. Zhang Xu paid no heed to their current emotional state. His gaze had already fixed upon the 3 iron-skinned pterosaurs he had dispatched upstairs, their lifeless forms now reduced to mere bones scattered on the ground. A multitude of scorpion-tailed bees circled the area, alongside 2 more iron-skinned pterosaurs that had landed nearby. With a mere thought, the remaining 2 guardian swords darted forth, slicing through one of the scorpion-tailed bees. The guardian swords, while not possessing the terrifying sharpness of the iron blade, proved sufficient for dealing with these bothersome creatures. Despite their limited effectiveness against the iron-skinned pterosaur's armor-like skin, Zhang Xu's celestial eye zeroed in on one of the pterosaurs. In a swift motion, he dashed forward just as the creature attempted to take flight. With a single stroke, he cleaved it in 2, blood spraying forth like a fountain. The other pterosaur, witnessing its kin's swift demise, did not flee. Instead, it flapped its wings and lunged at Zhang Xu with its toothy beak. After several enhancements to his attributes, Zhang Xu's physical prowess had become formidable. He easily evaded the pterosaur's attack and retaliated with a decisive strike, severing it in half. At the entrance of the building, the 4 women exchanged glances as Zhang Xu plunged into the gray mist. Their expressions were inscrutable, tinged with trepidation and hesitation, yet predominantly fearful of being abandoned by Zhang Xu. Ultimately, it was Yan Xiu and Li Mingting who summoned their courage and, guided by their guardian swords, ventured into the mist first. Upon witnessing this, Qian Ruoyan hastily followed suit. Meng Xiaoyan hesitated, reluctant to enter the fog. However, with the other 3 having already crossed over, she felt the weight of the situation. Considering Zhang Xu's demeanor, her place in the team felt precarious. "If I must perish, so be it," she declared, stomping her foot before dashing into the mist as well. As the 4 women, one hand wielding their phones as flashlights and the other gripping their guardian swords, approached Zhang Xu, they were met with a gruesome sight of monster corpses littered about, leaving them momentarily stunned. "What are you waiting for? Get to work." Yan Xiu was the first to regain her composure, scurrying forward to extract the core from the iron-skinned pterosaur's carcass with her sword. Li Mingting was the second to spring into action, rushing toward another pterosaur. Seeing her companions lagging behind, Qian Ruoyan felt a pang of urgency. Upon noticing the corpse of a scorpion-tailed bee nearby, she hurried over to extract its core. Meng Xiaoyan hesitated briefly, but ultimately joined in, diving toward the corpse of the scorpion-tailed bee to procure its core. Zhang Xu's celestial eye observed the 4 women diligently engaged in their tasks, and he could not help but nod in approval. The time spent nurturing these women would not be in vain. In the future, they would awaken their powers and assist him in battle. Li Mingting was the first to retrieve a core, and she approached Zhang Xu, taking 2 steps at once, offering it up with a pleasing demeanor. Zhang Xu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, this new addition displayed a commendable understanding of the task at hand. Zhang Xu consumed the core of the pterosaur. Ability value, 135, 139140. At this moment, Yan Xiu also excavated the core from another pterosaur and presented it with both hands. Ability value, 136, 140141. Although enhancing one's ability value through monster cores does not yield an immediate surge like the affection bonuses from contract women, it accumulates gradually and continuously. This group of pterosaurs likely numbered in the hundreds, and defeating them should elevate him to a D-level ability user. Chapter 17. Other ability users. The two pterosaurs and the corpses of the scorpion-tailed bees exuded a strong metallic scent. Soon enough, they attracted other monsters. Ability value, 137, 141142. Ability value, 138, 142143. Ability value, 139, 143144. Ability value. With the blade of iron, Zhang Xu dispatched one pterosaur after another, while two guardian swords dealt with the scorpion-tailed bees. As a result, the speed at which Jingu and her companions collected cores was outpaced by Zhang Xu's efficiency in slaying monsters. Having cleared a wave of pterosaurs drawn by the scent of blood, Zhang Xu consumed the cores presented by Jingu and her companions, witnessing his ability value rise sharply to 190 points. He was merely 10 points away from breaking through to become a D-level ability user. If all went smoothly, he could achieve this status by tonight. In a single night, he was set to ascend from an F-level to a D-level ability user. Zhang Xu was oblivious to how his pace compared to the ability users monitored by the authorities. However, it seemed he had nearly exterminated the pterosaurs in the vicinity. With scarcely a few soaring above, the scorpion-tailed bees remained abundant, yet the energy contained within their cores was minimal, rendering them of little use. Were it not for their incessant buzzing, Zhang Xu would not even consider expending energy on such trivial creatures. Suddenly, while awaiting the arrival of new pterosaurs, a flicker of flame emerged from a certain direction within the gray mist. This flame was peculiar, piercing through the fog over an impressive distance. While their phone flashlights were confined to a mere 2 or 3 meters, this flame radiated visibility for several hundred meters. Zhang Xu narrowed his eyes slightly, noting that the moving light seemed to be approaching his vicinity. Jingu and her 3 companions also sensed this, instinctively drawing closer to Zhang Xu. The situation in the gray mist remained uncertain. Who knew what sort of monster might lurk behind that flame? Zhang Xu's celestial eye focused intently on that direction, revealing that the flame emanated from a humanoid figure engulfed in fire. Not far from this fiery entity, there was another shadowy figure, an ability user. Through his celestial eye, Zhang Xu discerned that the flaming humanoid was indeed a person. Such extraordinary manifestations could only belong to an ability user. Uncertain of the intentions of the approaching figure, Zhang Xu refrained from acting impulsively, patiently awaiting their advance. As the flames enveloped Zhang Xu and his companions, the individual wielding the power of fire came to a halt. The raging flames enveloping him gradually receded, revealing a weathered visage marked by keen, predatory eyes. His slightly menacing, inverted triangular gaze fixed upon Zhang Xu and the scattered remains of the metal-winged dragon. He rasped, "Did you slay all these monsters?" His tone exuded an undeniable air of dominance. "Who are you?" Zhang Xu inquired, raising an eyebrow. The mannerisms of this individual repulsed him, and the tone was particularly irksome. "Do you wish to perish?" Another companion of the flame wielder charged forward, glaring furiously at Zhang Xu. "How dare you speak to my brother that way? My brother is the sovereign of fire, destined to stand invincible in this world." Zhang Xu and the women accompanying him exchanged silent glances, bewildered by the overwhelming aura of adolescent bravado. The claim of being the ruler of flames was particularly ludicrous. Strikingly, the seemingly fierce fire wielder appeared to revel in such flattery. Zhang Xu could only mutter, "Two fools." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two adversaries shifted dramatically. "What did you say?" the furious young man exclaimed. "Do you realize that with that single remark, you have sealed your fate? Kneel and apologize to my brother." "I said you're nothing but a colossal fool," Zhang Xu retorted. Raising his blade, the iron cutter, with swift precision, he unleashed a strike. The fire wielder was suddenly gripped by a chilling sense of foreboding. He erupted into flames, his feet igniting in a surge as he rocketed backward like a missile. However, the other individual was not so fortunate. With the expenditure of 5 energy points, a crescent-shaped blade of light erupted from the dark edge of Zhang Xu's weapon, slicing through the nameless bystander and sending blood arcing through the air. The severed body fell apart with a clean, smooth cut. The retreating fire wielder's eyes widened in horror. His subordinate was also an ability user, awaken with powers related to physical defense. Even his flames would require time to breach such defenses. Yet, this individual had effortlessly cleaved him in two. What a terrifying display of strength. Fortunately, he had retreated swiftly. Otherwise, he too would have met his end. Just as the fire wielder believed, he had narrowly escaped. Two piercing shrieks suddenly erupted in his ears, reminiscent of some monstrous roar. Two obsidian guardian swords hurtled toward him with blinding speed from either side. The fire wielder, unwilling to underestimate the threat, trembled his arms. Flames exploded forth, unleashing a tempestuous wind in an attempt to deflect the oncoming swords. The fierce gust caused a slight delay in their trajectory, yet they continued to cleave through the heated air with relentless force. In that brief moment of hesitation, the fire wielder managed to extricate himself from the encroaching assault of the two guardian swords. Zhang Xu's mind focused intently. The swords of guardians held by Jingu and her companions suddenly slipped from their grasp, transforming into four streaks of light that soared away. The fire elemental adept's expression darkened ominously. "You have gone too far," he bellowed, flames surging around him, radiating with a fierce intensity in all directions. "Let me see if I can incinerate your wretched swords." A torrent of flames erupted from the fire adept, as if a colossal beast had opened its gaping maw, consuming the 6 guardian swords that approached from 6 directions. The fire wielder, disregarding all else, devoted his energy to amplifying the flame's ferocity, attempting to melt the swords with searing heat. However, he seemed to have overlooked Zhang Xu's presence, as he contended with the onslaught of the 6 guardian swords. Zhang Xu had stealthily maneuvered closer, raising his blade, which could slice through iron. In a swift motion, he unleashed a crescent-shaped black blade of light, cleaving through the fire. The adept, locked in a struggle with the 6 swords, suddenly felt a chilling sense of impending doom. He instinctively unleashed a full burst of flames and sidestepped. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed as the blade of light sliced through the flames. An arm was sent flying, blood evaporating instantly in the searing heat. Not dead, Zhang Xu observed the scene reflected in his divine eye, a hint of surprise crossing his features. No matter. If one strike isn't enough, then another shall suffice. With nearly 200 points of elemental energy at his disposal, he no longer needed to conserve energy like before. "Brother, I was wrong. I concede. I surrender." The fire adept, utilizing flames to staunch the bleeding from his severed arm, felt a surge of fear as Zhang Xu raised his blade again. Zhang Xu initially intended to disregard the fire wielder's pleas, but reconsidered. The sudden approach warranted inquiry. Perhaps there was a significant reason behind it. "Why have you come here?" he asked, maintaining a safe distance. Meanwhile, the 6 guardian swords pressed against the adept's skin, aimed at his heart, lower body, rear, brow, and temples. Despite having awakened his fire abilities and sweating less, the fire adept felt an overwhelming sensation of perspiration. "I came to hunt those monsters and obtain their cores. My companion, Haochen, the one you just cleaved in two, and I were in another building slaying monsters, but they began flying this way, so we followed." "Hunt monsters?" Zhang Xu scrutinized the fire adept, suspecting that he was here to seize the monster cores instead. The fire adept swallowed hard, feeling guilty about the truth of his intentions. But he dared not confess. No, I actually preferred your previous, more defiant demeanor. It makes my task more exhilarating." Zhang Xu shook his head, the words hanging in the air. 6 guardian swords descended simultaneously, striking vital points on your body. The fire elementalist's pupils widened in shock, unable to utter a scream before their lifeless form gently fell to the ground. Chapter 18. D-Class Ability User Zhang Xu returned to the side of Jingu and the 3 other women. He then examined his attribute panel. Strength, 135. Speed, 136. Constitution, 130, 134. Spirit, 74, 134. Ability, 175, 190. His spiritual attribute had plummeted by a staggering 60 points. The mental energy expended to wield the 6 guardian swords was substantial. Typically, such an effort would not deplete so much. This considerable drain was due to the fire elementalist's flames. Zhang Xu mused that while the enhancement of his ability values could be achieved through monster cores, other attributes relied solely on capability feedback. The most significant boost to his strength came from forming connections with compatible women and increasing their affinity, thus acquiring attribute enhancements, new divine weapons, and new abilities. Nonetheless, defeating monsters remained equally vital. Zhang Xu was uncertain how others engaged in monster hunting. However, with the iron cutter blade and the 6 guardian swords in hand, his efficiency in slaying monsters was remarkably high. One strike dispatched one creature. As the night wore on, Zhang Xu continued his hunt. The onslaught of monsters persisted throughout the night, only retreating with the arrival of dawn. However, the number of armored pterosaurs that appeared thereafter was not as great as at the beginning. It was unclear whether they had fled elsewhere or had been vanquished by Zhang Xu. Nevertheless, by the end of the night, Zhang Xu had ascended to the rank of D-class ability user, ability 185, 200. With 200 points in ability value, he could unleash 40 slashing strikes of blade energy. While the quantity may seem modest, the lethality of these strikes was formidable, capable of cleaving through anything. The armored pterosaurs, known for their resilience, would perish upon contact. Thus far, no other ability user or creature had withstood even a single strike from him. As daylight broke, all monsters took flight. Zhang Xu and his companions concluded their hunt and returned to Qian Ruoyan's residence. Yan Xiu's quarters, ravaged by the previous night's armored pterosaur, were no longer habitable. "Let's have something to eat," Zhang Xu suggested. With a flash from the ring on his hand, a bounty of food appeared upon the table. Thanks to the spatial ring, he had stored all food and other useful items upon his return. The eyes of the four women sparkled at the sight of the provisions. Yan Xiu and Qian Ruoyan were relatively fine, having not starved themselves in the past 2 days. However, after a night of excavating monster cores, their stomachs were growling. As for Li Mengting and Meng Xiaoyan, their ability to endure could only be attributed to their overwhelming desire for survival. The group happily feasted on chocolate, milk, and bread laid out on the table. Zhang Xu joined them in this indulgence. After satisfying their hunger, the women hurried off to bathe. As they were covered in blood and bits of flesh, the odor being utterly unbearable. Once they had washed and cleaned themselves, four enchanting beauties stood before Zhang Xu. It must be said that the scenery is indeed quite pleasing to the eye, stirring a sense of excitement within. However, Zhang Xu currently finds himself depleting his mental energy rather rapidly and is in dire need of rest. While his ability points can be replenished through monster cores, other attributes can only be restored via adequate repose. What events may unfold next remains uncertain, and it is imperative that he regains his optimal condition swiftly. Zhang Xu has not yet reached the point of being governed by the desires of his lower self. "Allow me to give your head a gentle press," offered Qian Ruoyan, her enchanting eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she volunteered. "I have learned a bit of massage technique." "All right, I shall join as well," Li Mengting chimed in, stepping forward to knead Zhang Xu's legs. Yan Xiu felt a wave of numbness wash over her, suddenly gripped by an intense sense of crisis. Following the monster attack from the previous night, she now felt an undeniable reliance on Zhang Xu, realizing she must cling tightly to this pillar of strength. "I will massage your hands," Yan Xiu said, leaning her upper body against him. Massage does not necessarily require the use of hands alone. Among the four women, only Meng Xiaoyan remained unmoved. Observing the three women exerting themselves to please Zhang Xu, she felt a twinge of resistance within her. Even within her circle, such overt displays were rare. Yet, the thought of incurring Zhang Xu's displeasure if she remained passive gnawed at her. Biting her lip, Meng Xiaoyan ultimately set aside her fragile pride. To be cautious, Zhang Xu maintained vigilance, keeping 6 guardian swords at his side, rather than dismissing them. The essence of the guardian swords is protection. Using 1's will to command them is merely an additional application. Should any malicious intent or harmful actions be directed towards Zhang Xu, the guardian swords would instinctively intervene, making the ill-intentioned understand the folly of their ways. Zhang Xu slumbered soundly until midday. Upon awakening, he found 4 women sprawled around him in various positions. It was perfectly natural for them to have succumbed to sleep after a night of vigilance. He had no intention of troubling them, allowing them to rest peacefully. After preparing some food for himself, Zhang Xu settled in the living room, pondering his next course of action. His abilities are intertwined with the allure of beauty. Yet the supply of captivating women within this community is limited. Moreover, following the recent monster assault, it is uncertain how many would still be alive. While there may be some beautiful women remaining in the other buildings of the complex, last night's events would have surely diminished that number significantly. Monsters do not spare one based on beauty alone. Thus, to acquire a greater abundance of beautiful resources, he must venture elsewhere. Zhang Xu resolved to head towards Wanghai University. The number of beautiful women at the university would undoubtedly surpass that of the surrounding area, and their quality would likely be comparable. The examples of Yan Xiu and Li Mengting attest to this. Wanghai University is a renowned institution in the country, with a student body and faculty exceeding 100,000 in their prime. Most significantly, this community lies not far from the university. With his heavenly eye, the gray mist can no longer obscure his vision, significantly reducing the risks of venturing outside. However, despite the university being relatively close, around 4 to 5 kilometers away, he may still encounter monster attacks along the way. As we prepare to embark on our journey to Wanghai University, it is advisable that the 4 women fortify themselves further. A glimmer from the ring in Zhang Xu's hand revealed 10 cores of the ironclad pterosaur. which materialized upon the table before him. These 10 cores were not intentionally retained by him. Rather, when his ability value surpassed 200 points, he discovered that the cores of the ironclad pterosaur could no longer enhance his abilities. To be precise, it was not that they could not enhance him, but akin to the scorpion-tailed bee's core, the effects were minimal, unlike the previous instances where a single core would yield a notable increase. Zhang Xu surmised that monsters must possess a classification system analogous to that of ability users. Only the cores from monsters of corresponding levels could facilitate an enhancement. This posed a significant dilemma for Zhang Xu, as he found his path to advancement temporarily obstructed. Who could predict when he might encounter a creature superior to the ironclad pterosaur? This uncertainty contributed to his decision to leave this place and head toward Wanghai University. Following the harrowing monster attack last night, the remaining residents of the community had suffered grievously, and their diminished numbers would likely fail to attract more formidable monsters from the mist. Conversely, Wanghai University, with its multitude of inhabitants, would undoubtedly serve as an enticing lure for those creatures lurking in the fog, with the endless food bag providing sustenance. Zhang Xu could choose to remain in this community with several beautiful women, living a life of comfort as long as he maintained a supply of water and electricity. However, the changes brought about by the mist compelled him to abandon such complacent aspirations. The mist concealed not only the scorpion-tailed bees, claw lizards, and ironclad pterosaurs, but also a host of even more terrifying monsters. Moreover, Zhang Xu harbored a particular concern. What if the mist dissipated and the world reverted to its former state? He doubted that the authorities would refrain from intervening to control ability users, regardless of their prowess, unless one awakened exceptionally abnormal abilities. They remained mere mortals, capable of withstanding bullets, but not missiles. The military could easily suppress the majority of ability users. Furthermore, the authorities possessed their own ability users. Contemplating the scenario of the mist's retreat, Zhang Xu concluded that only by augmenting his own strength could he sit at the negotiating table with the authorities on equal footing, rather than becoming mere fodder for their machinations. Chapter 19. Marvelous Cuisine. As dusk cast its golden hues, the 4 women slowly awakened. Upon realizing that Zhang Xu was absent from their bed, they hurriedly rushed out of the room. At that moment, Zhang Xu was in the living room, engrossed in his phone, seeking to gather more information from other locales, particularly regarding Wanghai University. Upon spotting Zhang Xu seated on the sofa, the women collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Yin Xiu immediately gravitated towards him, while Li Mengting claimed the opposite side, unreservedly leaning her half-body against him. Meng Ruoyan, noticing that she was a step behind, bit her lip, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Zhang Xu, what is the matter? Yin Xiu inquired, sensing something amiss. She leaned into Zhang Xu's embrace and glimpsed the screen, which was filled with reports of monster attacks across various regions engulfed by the mist. Ah! Yin Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that their location was not the sole victim of last night's monstrous assault. However, numerous locations were simultaneously besieged by monstrous attacks. It seems that over the past fortnight, the gray mist has begun to undergo new transformations. Zhang Xu exhaled slowly, sensing that an increasing number of monsters would soon begin to assault humanity. Yet how did the authorities possess foreknowledge of this situation? The 2 notifications were issued with remarkable timeliness. Had he not been aware that the monster cores could enhance one's ability values, he would have certainly sought refuge after rescuing Li Mengting, rather than actively pursuing the monsters. To speak candidly, Zhang Xu felt a modicum of gratitude towards those who survived the previous night. Had he not vanquished numerous iron-skinned pterosaurs and scorpion-tailed bees, allowing those 2 types of monsters to rampage through the community, the number of survivors after such a night would likely have been tragically scant. Li Mengting, intrigued by Zhang Xu's words, leaned closer, her expression mirroring the astonishment of witnessing the monster assaults across various locations shrouded in gray mist. Meng Xiaoyan, unable to draw near, resorted to checking her phone for updates. Zhang Xu, have you eaten? If not, I can prepare dinner, Qianruan said, unconcerned with news circulating online, solely focused on whether Zhang Xu was hungry. She had come to a realization regarding her position. Her confident appearance offered no advantage over the other 3 women present. Moreover, having been married once, she felt diminished in stature before the other women. If she wished to win Zhang Xu's favor, her efforts would need to manifest in practical ways, such as taking on the responsibility of cooking and striving to serve him well, thereby showcasing her virtuous side. As for the evolving situation and the monsters, she believed it prudent to simply heed Zhang Xu's guidance. Wait a moment. Upon hearing Qianruan's intent to cook, Zhang Xu straightened up from the sofa. And with a flicker of thought, a white bag materialized in his hand. The endless food bag had unlocked its second form last night. Yet he had yet to explore the changes. Compared to its previous state, the transformation of the endless food bag was subtle, featuring a few softly glowing patterns on the surface. What piqued his curiosity was the nature of the miraculous food. He wondered if there was a novice protection for the first draw and decided to see what marvel it would yield. To his dismay, it did not. His initial draw resulted in a sirloin steak. Zhang Xu estimated that it consumed approximately 0.5 ability points, with the cost of each draw reduced by half compared to before. Li Mengting and Meng Xiaoyan had yet to witness Zhang Xu utilizing the endless food bag and regarded him with curiosity as he retrieved a fresh steak from it. Yan Xiu quietly explained, "This bag is also one of Zhang Xu's abilities, enabling him to extract food, ensuring we will never lack sustenance." At this revelation, Li Mengting and Meng Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with delight. In these extraordinary times, a guarantee of food supply was far more alluring than any diamond or jewel. Zhang Xu, having not drawn a miraculous dish on his first attempt, decided to engage in a tenfold draw. He procured a bundle of enoki mushrooms, a packet of compressed biscuits, a tub of potato chips, a fresh leg of lamb, a pig's stomach adorned with a generous amount of lean meat, and a package of pre-washed baby bok choy, ordinary yet substantial provisions. As Yan Xiu and the other three women gazed in astonishment at Zhang Xu, who continuously retrieved food from his bag, the brilliance in their eyes grew ever brighter, especially at the sight of the fresh ingredients. How long had it been since they had feasted on fresh food? Though it had only been half a month, it felt as if years had passed. The odds were akin to those in a card-drawing game. Zhang Xu couldn't help but quip. It is well known that without payment, card-drawing games are utterly futile. With payment, one merely finds themselves playing in the muck of mediocrity. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Xu promptly attempted another 10 draws. 9 consecutive times yielded only ordinary food, darkening his expression with each failure. Damn it. Ultimately, he chose to give up, only to unexpectedly unveil a plate of fried rice radiating a golden glow. Behold, a legendary dish. Acquired magical cuisine. Delicious fried rice. Delicious fried rice. A fried rice with a unique flavor that enhances physical constitution by 2 points, requires consumption of over 80 points. Zhang Xu's eye sparkled. So this is the magical cuisine? Indeed, it was extraordinary, as consuming it could enhance one's constitution. He scrutinized the plate of golden fried rice, each grain gleaming, distinct, and visually appetizing, further accentuated by its tantalizing aroma. Gurgle. The 4 women instinctively swallowed, their stomachs rumbling. They exchanged glances, their cheeks flushing slightly. "This dish is only enough for each of you to have a taste," Zhang Xu said, serving each of the women a small spoonful. Upon finishing, their expressions were filled with lingering desire for more. "Let us take these ingredients to cook. We shall enjoy a sumptuous feast tonight." "Yes," Qian Ruoyan quickly returned her gaze. "I will help," Li Mengting said as she rose from the sofa, feeling tortured by the inability to eat what she could see and smell. It was better to assist in the cooking. "I will help as well." Yan Xiu and Meng Ruoyan, seeing Li Mengting's eagerness, could not be outdone and hurried to the kitchen alongside her. Zhang Xu, left to his own devices, began to savor the plate of delicious fried rice, each bite affirming the dish's name. It was truly delectable. He felt as if he had never tasted anything so exquisite. In just a few moments, the plate of fried rice disappeared, leaving him yearning for more. After finishing, Zhang Xu felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body, as if immersed in a perfectly tempered hot spring. Constitution, 136, 134 to 136. 2 points may not seem like much, but for Zhang Xu, it was indeed welcome news. Besides enhancing the affections of women who met the contract's conditions, he now possessed another avenue to increase his abilities. The seemingly trivial, endless food bag had suddenly gained immense significance, transforming from a mere supply of sustenance into a veritable auxiliary for cultivation. Even the previously dismal odds now appeared somewhat palatable to Zhang Xu, for it was a magical cuisine capable of directly enhancing attributes. However, in light of this, Qian Ruoyan's favorability seemed all the more crucial. Zhang Xu resolved to first cultivate the affections of Li Mengting and Qian Ruoyan. Having rescued her in her moment of greatest fear, Li Mengting now relied on him immensely, making it relatively simple to enhance her fondness towards him, with the resultant benefits being quite pronounced. Thus, targeting her first emerged as the most judicious choice. The second candidate was originally Yan Xiu, the first woman, and her association with the formidable weapon, the blade of iron cutting, rendered her an optimal choice from any perspective. However, The endless food bag had revealed an exceptionally significant capability, necessitating a temporary delay in her pursuit. Moreover, the second form of the blade of iron cutting was currently sufficient, and there was no rush to unlock a new form. As Zhang Xu contemplated his next steps, Ruyi, accompanied by 3 other women, prepared a lavish feast. "Let us eat." Upon his command, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, and as steaming dishes filled their bowls, Li Mengting and Meng Xiaoyan nearly shed tears of joy. It was sheer delight. They had never experienced such happiness from a meal before. Exhausted from the morning's labor, they had no energy to cook, subsisting instead on ready-made foods like bread and chocolate. Yet, no matter how delectable the bread and chocolate might be, they paled in comparison to a steaming bowl of rice. As night deepened, the previous night's monster attack left everyone apprehensive. Thus, no one dared to turn on the lights or retire to bed recklessly. After dinner and showers, they huddled together on the living room couch, surrounding Zhang Xu while scrolling through their phones. Only in Zhang Xu's presence did the 4 women feel a sense of security. If he attempted to send them away, they would stubbornly refuse to leave. With the ladies gathered around him, Zhang Xu felt a stirring within. However, mindful of the previous monster attack, he restrained his impulses. Yet, as dawn broke, there were still no signs of a monster assault outside. It seemed that the number of creatures lurking in the gray mist was not as abundant as he had feared. Zhang Xu pondered whether it was possible that these monsters had emerged from a particular dimension, with the passage to that realm temporarily sealed. His speculation stemmed from the fact that creatures like the pterosaur, scorpion-tail bee, and claw lizard were not native to Blue Star. They did not appear to be evolved forms of any Blue Star organisms either, although their names bore a resemblance to familiar creatures, such as pterosaurs, bees, and lizards. This merely reflected superficial similarities in appearance, not biological classification. They were entirely distinct from the biological system of Blue Star. Much like the inexplicable gray mist enveloping the world, their sudden appearance was jarring. Moreover, these monsters seemed perfectly adapted to thrive within the mist, as if they had always existed in that environment. Thus, it was difficult not to speculate whether the mist had seeped from another realm, allowing these creatures to traverse to Blue Star through some form of passage. Regrettably, this remained nothing more than Zhang Xu's personal conjecture, devoid of any supporting evidence. Zhang Xu shook his head, casting aside these trivial thoughts. With insufficient information, pondering over them was futile. His gaze fell upon the sofa and the floor, where 4 women lay scattered, asleep. At that moment, the stir caused by Zhang Xu's movement roused them from their slumber. Their thoughts lingered on the possibility of a monster attack, preventing them from sleeping too soundly. As they opened their bleary eyes, they looked at Zhang Xu. "Zhang Xu, what is the matter?" With the sun already risen and no monsters having attacked during the night, it seemed unlikely that any would appear during the day, granting them a moment of relief. It's already daytime. Upon realizing there were no threats, the 4 women exhaled in relief. Even with Zhang Xu by their side, facing another night like the previous one would still pose a significant challenge for them. "Zhang Xu, would you like breakfast?" Ruyi quickly sat up and inquired. "I prefer to have something else first." "Something else?" Ruyi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly sensed Zhang Xu's scrutinizing gaze and reacted. The other 3 women, too, felt the intensity of Zhang Xu's gaze. There was anticipation, excitement, shyness, and discomfort, but above all, a deep yearning. The intimacy of a relationship between a man and a woman often lies behind an invisible barrier. Once that barrier is breached, the relationship evolves in an extraordinary manner. Moreover, the dynamics between Zhang Xu and these women were inherently unequal. He could live without them, yet they could not thrive without him, and their capabilities to contribute to him were limited. Such an imbalance dictated a disparity in their statuses, inevitably leading one party to seek to please the other. Zhang Xu's eyes swept over the 4 women before he picked up Li Mengting from the sofa. The masculine aura enveloped them, and Li Mengting's face flushed crimson as she made no move to resist his embrace. "Yin Siyu," Ruyi, and Meng Xiaoyan watched with expressions of discontent and bitterness. They had arrived first. Why was Li Mengting receiving such affection so swiftly? Zhang Xu momentarily disregarded their thoughts as he carried Li Mengting into the room and laid her gently on the bed. She shyly averted her gaze from him, but that coy demeanor only served to heighten her allure in the eyes of a man, stirring a desire to tease her. Suddenly, Li Mengting tilted her face upwards, her eyes glistening with a honeyed sweetness as she locked her gaze with Zhang Xu's. She wrapped her arms around his neck and timidly asked, "Can I call you husband?" Since he had rescued her during her most vulnerable and fearful moment the previous night, her heart had become intertwined with his. Coupled with his effortless vanquishing of monsters and his ability to provide an unending supply of food, he had become her source of safety. Of course, Zhang Xu replied, his eyes lingering on Li Mengting's lovely face, now adorned with a vivid blush, exuding a unique charm and allure. Upon hearing his words, her eyes sparkled with delight, her entire countenance radiating happiness. Zhang Xu found himself momentarily taken aback. The admiration level is remarkably easy to elevate, isn't it? She seems overly eager to increase it. Those who choose the path of a streamer should not be merely infatuated with romance. Yet, one cannot generalize and cast a wide net to condemn all. Regardless, Zhang Xu cast aside all distractions, focusing instead on the imperative of launching an offensive. Outside the building, in the lotus pond, a fish glided gracefully between the blossoms, its tail flicking and sending droplets of water into the air. Li Mengting's admiration level has risen to 90. Unlock the fourth form of the spatial ring. Fourth form of the spatial ring. The spatial volume has increased to 10,000 cubic meters. Items stored within the space remain in a state of suspended time, allowing for the temporary survival of living beings, enhanced spatial protection skills, strengthened spatial distortion skills, and the acquisition of teleportation and portal skills. Spatial protection 2 surrounds the user with 7 layers of overlapping spatial barriers, consuming 300 points of ability value each time. Spatial distortion 1 distorts a certain range of space, consuming 300 points of ability value each time. Teleportation consumes ability value to traverse a segment of space. The distance of teleportation depends on the amount of ability value expended. Portal establishes spatial anchor points to create a spatial portal, currently capable of setting 3 anchor points. All attributes 40, strength 135,175, speed 136,176, constitution 136,176, mentality 134,174, ability 200240. Zhang Xu stepped out of his room, feeling invigorated. To his surprise, Qian Ruoyan had not rested but had instead prepared breakfast and was waiting for him. You must be tired, she said, pulling Zhang Xu to sit on the sofa in the living room. She took some time to reheat the breakfast and placed it on the coffee table. Throughout the meal, Zhang Xu did not lift a finger, consuming the food Qian Ruoyan fed him until the bowl of meat porridge was empty. Would you like more? You've just worked hard. You must be quite exhausted, Qian Ruoyan said with a gentle smile, looking at Zhang Xu. Or do you want something else? I can make whatever you desire. I'm not tired, but if you continue like this, how will I manage without you in the future? I want it this way. Qian Ruoyan replied with a playful smile upon hearing Zhang Xu's words. I want you to be unable to live without me. Then you must stay by my side always. It would be my utmost honor. One cannot deny that Qian Ruoyan's demeanor genuinely endeared her to Zhang Xu. After all, no man could resist the allure of such devoted service from a woman. Zhang Xu lifted Qian Ruoyan's chin, pondering, have you considered this? Yes, I have. And I am also somewhat afraid. Li Mengting's emergence has instilled in her a sense of urgency. Zhang Xu may be able to do without her, but she cannot imagine her life without him. Despite her diligent service, nothing compares to the directness and depth of emotion forged through shared trials. Very well. I shall indulge you. Zhang Xu lifted Qian Ruoyan into his arms and entered another room. Chapter 21. Survivor. Although Qian Ruoyan is married, she has yet to experience such moments. When Zhang Xu carried her into the room, her face flushed with a rosy hue. Qian Ruoyan possesses a somewhat sisterly appearance. Her face, shaped like a melon seed, adorned with almond-shaped eyes and willow-like brows, framed by softly curled long hair, complemented by a tall and alluring figure. Yet, this woman, who initially appeared to be an elegant and poised figure, now melted into his embrace, her expression shy and pure, exuding an enchanting allure. Zhang Xu inhaled deeply. Feeling an irresistible pull, coupled with Qian Ruoyan's esteemed status, there was an inexplicable thrill of secrecy. This lady, Zhang Xu mused, seemed to embody a classic aphorism. Qian Ruoyan, perceptive and sensitive, sensed his intentions. She gracefully entwined her arms around Zhang Xu's neck, her eyes glistening with seduction. I am willing, please do not. Zhang Xu's anger surged suddenly. Once back in the living room, he maintained an air of vitality, with the continuous enhancement of his physical and mental attributes. His sleep requirements had significantly diminished, unless, like the previous night when he had exerted himself excessively, he could usually rejuvenate fully after merely 2 hours of slumber. Zhang Xu placed 2 protective swords within the house, and, grasping the blade of iron cutting, stepped outside. He intended to observe the current state of the community. A message had circulated in the owners' group, urging the surviving residents to gather below. Following the recent monster assault, which had claimed numerous lives, the food situation had improved, and a thorough search could yield a considerable bounty. What now plagued all the residents was the issue of safety. Should another wave of monsters strike, it was likely that apart from Zhang Xu and his 4 companions, the rest would perish. As he walked, Zhang Xu contemplated the spatial ring that Li Mengting had liberated upon surpassing a 90 affinity level. The space had expanded to 10,000 cubic meters and could temporarily store living beings. The protective and distortion capabilities of the space had been further enhanced, now boasting skills such as teleportation and portal creation. These skills were immensely practical and powerful. For instance, the space distortion could be employed defensively to warp the area around him, causing incoming attacks to miss, or offensively to distort the internal space of an opponent, potentially leading to their demise from within. However, with his current ability value, these skills were somewhat beyond his reach, being rather advanced. Nonetheless, it was of little concern. He simply needed to elevate his ability value swiftly. The teleportation skill, however, was worth trying. Zhang Xu activated his teleportation ability, a warm current in his lower abdomen rapidly dissipating. In the next instant, his figure vanished from its original position, reappearing in the corridor of the next floor. He estimated that traversing a single level had cost him 10 ability points. Currently, it was feasible for escape or pursuit, albeit barely. Shaking his head, he decided to temporarily set aside several spatial skills. The blade of iron cutting was already adequate for most situations. Its unparalleled sharpness and the protective sword, which could be controlled with intent, offered both offensive and defensive capabilities. Moreover, its consumption was significantly lower compared to spatial skills, with a mere 5 ability points expended for each slash. Compared to the exorbitant costs of the various spatial skills, it was exceedingly reasonable. Lost in thought, Zhang Xu found himself at the elevated platform of the building, a vast expanse before him. At this moment, a considerable number of individuals had gathered on the platform, each appearing pallid and utterly exhausted. A cursory glance revealed that none of the women met the criteria of the contract. Zhang Xu concealed himself within the throng, his celestial eye slightly opening, allowing a panoramic view to flood his mind. Simultaneously, the figures surrounding him began to fade from his sight, leaving only hollow outlines. Was there an extraordinary individual among them? In this peculiar perspective, Zhang Xu discerned a figure with a flame burning at the lower abdomen. This flame signified the presence of an extraordinary ability. In this unique view, ordinary individuals were mere empty silhouettes, whereas the extraordinary possessed a flame at their lower abdomen. The intensity of the fire roughly indicated the strength of the extraordinary individual. Zhang Xu speculated that the authorities either possessed an ability akin to his own, which could manifest attribute panels, or had devised a method to quantify the flames within extraordinary beings. Thus, they had established a rudimentary yet distinctly defined system for extraordinary individuals. Greetings, I am Chen Dongliang, the owner of Unit 603. At that moment, the extraordinary individual Zhang Xu had identified stepped forward, moving to the center of the crowd. Capturing everyone's attention, he proclaimed, "I am an extraordinary being." As he spoke, Chen Dongliang's entire form rapidly became enveloped in a metallic sheen. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Although images and videos of individuals claiming to be extraordinary had circulated online, this was their first direct encounter with one. As Chen Dongliang reveled in the cacophony of excitement surrounding him, he gestured for silence. Once the crowd quieted, his gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity. After the monstrous attack the previous night, you must all realize that this world has irrevocably changed, correct? A heavy silence fell over the crowd. While there may have been a glimmer of hope when the world was shrouded in mist, the emergence of these monsters had extinguished any remaining optimism. The world was no longer the peaceful society it once was. Humanity was no longer the apex predator of the food chain. With the mist enveloping the world, the authorities were unable to render aid, and even they were preoccupied with their own survival. Therefore, we must take matters into our own hands. Those of us who are still alive must unite, supporting one another to endure this apocalypse. Chen Dongliang's fervent rhetoric carried a hint of incitement. Under different circumstances, he might have been ignored, but now, fear had rendered them all skittish, each seeking warmth and solidarity. Furthermore, Chen Dongliang was an extraordinary being. How do we unite to survive? Someone timidly inquired. Chen Dongliang nodded in approval at the questioner. Next, I plan to scour the entire building, collecting food from unoccupied units. The crowd's eyes sparkled with renewed hope at his words. However, at this juncture, Chen Dongliang abruptly shifted his tone. In order to ensure a fair distribution and guarantee the survival of each individual present, I require you to surrender the food you possess. which I will then allocate uniformly. As soon as these words left his lips, furrowed brows enveloped the crowd. Food had become their lifeline. How could they possibly relinquish it to another? Not even for a beautiful woman, let alone a rugged man like him. How can we trust that you will distribute it fairly? Someone in the crowd questioned. Those with provisions were unwilling to part with them, while those whose supplies had already dwindled were less apprehensive. Rest assured, I will allocate it justly, Chen Dongliang thought to himself with a concealed smirk. Once it was in my hands, whatever I deemed fair would be deemed fair. Such a light-hearted assurance was bound to be met with skepticism, yet the crowd, wary of Chen Dongliang's extraordinary abilities, could only respond with silence. He scoffed inwardly at their folly, unable to recognize the gravity of their situation. Chen Dongliang's gaze fell upon Zhang Xu amidst the throng. He had been observing Zhang Xu for some time, while others appeared haggard. Zhang Xu's complexion was rosy and his demeanor vibrant, making it impossible to overlook him. This indicated that he had undoubtedly been well fed over the past fortnight. Little brother, you must have quite a bit of food at home, right? Chen Dongliang donned an innocuous smile, stepped forward as an example, and the others will surely cooperate. In an instant, all eyes converged on Zhang Xu. Zhang Xu was speechless. What the heck? Why is the spotlight on me? Chapter 22. The beautiful professor, are you serious? Zhang Xu's lips curled into a smile. Chen Dongliang's heart skipped a beat. This tone was far too composed, too audacious. Something was amiss. No. Chen Dongliang quickly altered his expression, shaking his head. Little brother, I was merely jesting. Given the perilous situation we face, we should empathize with one another, unite, and overcome these hardships together. If your household's food supply is scant, how could I ask you to surrender it? That would be inhumane. This sudden 180-degree turn nearly left the audience gasping in disbelief. With such a spirited demeanor, who could rival him here? To claim that his provisions were few was surely a fabrication. Zhang Xu regarded Chen Dongliang with bewilderment. This isn't right. Shouldn't someone challenge him at this moment? Why had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically in his case? He was still curious to discover just how resilient Chen Dongliang's metallic form had become. Chen Dongliang discreetly scrutinized Zhang Xu's expression, increasingly convinced that this young man was not as he seemed. As a businessman accustomed to reading others, he sensed an unusual blend of audacity and confidence in Zhang Xu's demeanor. Such individuals were either hopelessly foolish or possessed genuine capabilities. Chen Dongliang leaned towards the latter explanation. Thus, he preferred to concede a bit of face rather than gamble on a slim possibility. However, to his surprise, while he had chosen to retreat, others began to step forward. No, just look at him. He certainly hasn't experienced hunger. There must still be plenty of food in his home. Why have you suddenly decided against him submitting his rations? Earlier, you proposed that everyone submit their food for equitable distribution, so why this abrupt change? He must submit. At this moment, those whose supplies have already been depleted are the most enthusiastic. Since they have exhausted their provisions, they cannot contribute anything. So naturally, the more others submit, the better for them. Silence. Chen Dongliang glared fiercely. The speaker recoiled but quickly regained his composure and shouted. It was you who suggested that everyone submit their food for redistribution, and now you are backtracking. I was already displeased with you. What if you are an ability user? The internet is still operational, and I have recorded your actions and posted them online. When the gray mist dissipates and order is restored, the authorities will surely take you to task. Just wait to be executed. Chen Dongliang's eyelids twitched. His face shifted from pale to flushed. The speaker's words struck a nerve. The gray mist had only been present for less than 20 days. Whether it would eventually recede remained a significant question. If one day the mist cleared and the government regained control, the implications of his current actions could be dire. Public outrage would undoubtedly follow, and the state would likely execute a number of individuals to appease the populace. Even with his metallic abilities, he would be unable to withstand a hail of bullets. In truth, if Chen Dongliang reflected carefully, he would realize that his previous behavior left little room for manipulation. However, his small-time business mentality instilled a deeper fear of the authorities than that of the average citizen. Any slight shift in official policy could drastically affect his livelihood. To claim that a single decree could determine his fate would not be an exaggeration. Regardless of the situation, he always wore a smile in front of anyone in uniform. Over time, this fear of the authorities became ingrained in his very being. Such a mindset could not be altered overnight. The individual who had spoken out, sensing an opportunity, became increasingly animated. At this moment, you should protect us. Ensure our survival. This way, you can atone for your sins, and when the state seeks retribution, we will certainly speak favorably of you to absolve you of blame. As he spoke, he gestured to others. A few acquaintances followed suit and joined in. Indeed, Lu Wei is right. You must protect us. Otherwise, prepare for the state's reckoning. Zhang Xu chuckled. The scene was utterly absurd. The foolish were bold, while the prudent shrank back. It was a striking reversal. What is wrong with you? Lu Wei, noticing the laughter, shot an angry glare at Zhang Xu. We are advocating for everyone's interests. If you won't help, then at least refrain from mocking us. What a joke. Zhang Xu's smile remained unchanged. He slightly raised a finger. With a swift motion, a dark glimmer emerged from thin air, sweeping through the air and piercing Lu Wei's forehead. Crimson blood began to seep forth. Lu Wei's lifeless body fell stiffly to the ground, producing a resounding thud that echoed like a stop button, silencing the cacophony of voices in the crowd. Everyone stood frozen, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, mouths agape and eyes bulging from their sockets. After a tense silence of 3 to 4 seconds, a scream pierced the air. Ah, a murder. The crowd, stricken with terror, surged away from Zhang Xu and Lu Wei's corpse like a receding tide. Chen Dongliang's eyelids twitched incessantly. Damn it, he had indeed guessed correctly. This was a truly ruthless individual, killing without a hint of hesitation, a smile playing upon his lips. You all carry on. The sword of guardianship soared back to Zhang Xu's side. He shook his head. The opportunity to watch the spectacle had vanished. He had merely intended to ascertain how many survivors remained in the building, never intending to get involved in such matters. Had it not been for this thoughtless individual who had directed his spear towards him, he would likely still be enjoying the show from a distance. Yet, some people seemed to have an insatiable desire for trouble. However, just as he was about to leave, Zhang Xu suddenly had a thought. Halting his steps and turning to face the survivors gathered on this elevated floor. All who met his gaze hastily averted their eyes, fearful of provoking him. Zhang Xu surveyed the scene. The survivors were a mixed lot, men, women, old, and young. Little brother, do you have any further business? Chen Dongliang swallowed hard, forcing a smile. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of pterosaur corpses materialized on the platform. He had stored the iron pterosaur bodies he had slain the previous night within his spatial ring, which had ample room, rendering their storage inconsequential. Chen Dongliang marveled at Zhang Xu's abilities. Perplexed by the awakening of powers that allowed him to control flying swords and conjure such a multitude of monstrous remains with a mere gesture. Wasn't it a common belief that each supernatural being could only awaken a single ability? The flesh of these creatures might be edible. Perhaps they could give it a try. While Zhang Xu would never part with food, he had no use for the iron pterosaur corpses, and leaving them behind might grant the survivors a chance at salvation. In today's society, utilitarianism prevails, fostering a coldness among people, compounded by the harsh environment and immense life pressures, resulting in a pervasive sense of hostility. Yet, the fundamental nature of most individuals remains orderly and inclined towards kindness. As long as he was not provoked, Zhang Xu did not mind sharing his unwanted items, which could serve as precious resources for others' survival. After depositing the pterosaur corpses, Zhang Xu departed without hesitation. Upon returning home, he found the 4 women awake, each restlessly fixated on the door. Only when Zhang Xu returned did they exhale in relief, rushing to surround him. Zhang Xu, where have you been? Why didn't you inform us? One exclaimed. Had we not seen 2 swords in the room, we would have thought you abandoned us. Another added, next time. Could you take us with you? Enough, silence. Zhang Xu waved his hand, and the 4 women promptly quieted down. In the group, someone gathered the survivors for a meeting, and I decided to take a stroll. Upon Zhang Xu's return, the tense atmosphere in the room dissipated, allowing the 4 women to engage in other conversations. See you. Which building does that beautiful professor from your school reside in? Zhang Xu inquired. With a keen insight, he was undeterred by the gray mist that obstructed his path. He intended to ascertain whether the alluring professor was still alive. If she was, he would forge a contract to acquire another divine weapon. If not, it would be of no consequence. I know. I have a bit of an acquaintance with Professor Yang. It was she who recommended this place for me to rent. Li Mengting raised her hand. Excellent. Zhang Xu snapped his fingers. Let us proceed at once. Chapter 23. The mysterious cat in the E-building of the happy community. The population had significantly dwindled following the monster attack the previous night. Even in the absence of disturbances yesterday, the atmosphere was fraught with tension, and very few of the living dared to venture outside. Even while remaining in their homes, they refrained from making excessive noise. Until today, some, whose food supplies had run out, could no longer bear the hunger and were compelled to seek sustenance. Among them was Yang Bai, a professor from Wanghai University, who had narrowly escaped the previous night's calamity. An intellectual, she found her extensive knowledge utterly useless in the current predicament, as it could not conjure food. The corridor was eerily silent. Yang Bai stealthily examined the doors along her path. While she was unfamiliar with the art of lock-picking, she had noticed earlier that someone was attempting to pry open doors from house to house. Had she not installed a high-grade password lock on her own door, she might have been invaded by the two men. However, their intrusion proved to be a mixed blessing. The doors they forced open would not be locked again, and they could not possibly scavenge every morsel within the homes, leaving behind some overlooked opportunities. This was her chance. As she cautiously approached each door, she fortuitously discovered one left unlocked. Listening intently for any signs of life within, she detected none. It appeared to have already been thoroughly ransacked. Overjoyed, Yang Bai entered, first ensuring that the room was indeed unoccupied before locking the door behind her to prevent any surprises from the two men returning. The room was in disarray, with various items strewn across the floor. The easily accessible food had likely been taken by the men, prompting Yang Bai to search for hidden remnants. To her astonishment, she found a piece of sakama beneath the sofa, which had inadvertently rolled there unbeknownst to the homeowner. It became her lifeline. Ignoring any concerns about its expiration, she tore open the packaging and hastily devoured the treat, not sparing a crumb, even licking the bag several times. Yet, this meager sustenance only exacerbated her hunger, stimulating her stomach acids, leaving her feeling more ravenous and uncomfortable than before. Clutching her rumbling belly, her delicate features contorted in distress. I must search again. Perhaps there is more food to be found. Under the relentless urge of hunger, Yang Bai began to rummage through her room in search of any available food. Unbeknownst to her, a sudden sound of creaking echoed at the doorway. In an instant, the tightly locked door was flung open, revealing two men with cruel cuts, hooked noses, and triangular eyes, their faces marred by a layer of brutish flesh. They exchanged glances, a slight smirk curling at the corners of their mouths. The moment the door creaked, Yang Bai was jolted awake. She dashed to the bedroom door and swiftly locked it. The two men were taken aback by her quick reflexes and failed to breach the threshold before she secured the lock. Damn it! How can this woman react so swiftly? Yang Bai's heart raced violently within her chest. This woman is insufferable. Dongzi smashed the door with a hammer. On it, Brother Long. Dongzi retrieved a hammer from his bag and promptly shattered the lock. Stay back. Yang Bai clenched her fists, raising her arms defensively, having learned some self-defense techniques. Yet, her posture only seemed to provoke the two men further. We have food. Want some? Dongzi taunted, pulling out some food from his pocket and tossing it onto the floor. Licking his lips, Brother Long smacked the back of Dongzi's head. Damn it, do we have enough food to be tempting people? As he spoke, Brother Long scrutinized Yang Bai with an unrestrained gaze. Though her face appeared somewhat haggard, likely from days of hunger, her serene beauty remained intact. Her features reminiscent of an exquisite painting. Her hair was styled in a high bun, adding a playful touch to her otherwise demure appearance. Clad conservatively, her figure remained concealed. Yet her overall proportions were striking. Don't do anything reckless. The fog will eventually clear, and the law will catch up with you. Yang Bai's heart raced with fear. Yet she feigned composure, her voice trembling with false bravado. If we don't get caught, we don't get caught, Brother Long shrugged, a vacant and frenzied expression on his face. In this dire state, who could say if they would even live to see that day? Better to indulge in the present while they still could. Brother Long licked his lips. Yang Bai continued to retreat, her complexion pale. Just as Brother Long and Dongzi prepared to make their move, a sudden meow pierced the air. Meow? All three instinctively turned their attention to the sound. Perched on the balcony railing was a black cat. Upon noticing their gaze, the cat meowed once more. Meow? Brother Long's eyes lit up. This cat is food. Having indulged in lavish feasts before, the absence of meat for just a few days felt like an eternity. Brother Long and Dongzi exchanged glances, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Brother Long stood guard at the door to prevent Yang Bai from escaping, while Dongzi stealthily approached the balcony, attempting to capture the black cat. The cat remained motionless, its amber eyes calmly fixed on Dongzi as he drew near. For reasons unknown, Dongzi felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine upon meeting its gaze. Yang Bai bit her lip, watching the scene unfold. A sudden wave of empathy washed over her. She opened her mouth, intending to voice a warning and drive the black cat away, determined not to let those two men succeed. If she could not escape, she would not allow them to harm the cat. What no one anticipated was that as Dongzi reached out his hands toward the black cat, it suddenly sprang up from its resting place on the railing. A thick, inky liquid poured forth from the shadow behind it, swiftly enveloping its form. In an instant, the cat's body swelled to an enormous size. Dongzi gazed up in a daze, his expression frozen as he stared into the cavernous maw that opened above him. The next moment, That gaping mouth descended from above, consuming him whole. This unexpected turn of events left Yang Bai and Brother Long utterly taken aback. Yang Bai's pupils widened in shock. All words lodged in her throat as she gasped, exhaling without sound. Brother Long stumbled, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. As the black cat landed, it reverted to its original size, its emerald eyes surveying Yang Bai and Brother Long. The predatory gaze sent chills through their bodies, rendering them as motionless as statues. A monster. Brother Long was the first to break, scrambling to his feet in a panic and fleeing toward the exit. Yang Bai's face drained of color. She wished to escape, but her body refused to obey. The black cat fixated on Yang Bai for several tense seconds, but ultimately chose to pursue the fleeing Brother Long instead. Yang Bai was astonished that she had narrowly escaped a grim fate. Overwhelmed with relief, she quickly realized the urgency of leaving the premises. If that eerie black cat returned, she too would surely be devoured. Yang Bai was not naive enough to believe the cat had spared her. Its earlier scrutiny had been stark and unambiguous. It did not consume her directly, merely relishing the anticipation before feasting on its prey. With trembling limbs, she cautiously made her way down the corridor. The black cat and Brother Long had vanished from sight, yet faintly, she thought she heard the sound of a scream. The blood drained from her face, her pupils quaking with anxiety. Initially intending to return to her room, she reconsidered. With the cat's uncanny abilities, even the most secure doors would offer no protection. This building was no longer safe with that black cat around. She had to escape. Rather than remain within these perilous walls, Yang Bai preferred to venture into the unknown, hoping to find refuge in the neighboring building. With this determination in mind, she gritted her teeth and headed toward the fire escape. Remarkably, she encountered no further signs of the black cat and safely reached the first floor. Just then, she heard voices near the entrance of the building. Zhang Xu, are we really going to Wanghai University next? Yes. Isn't it better to stay here? Just listen to Zhang Xu. Don't voice so many opinions. Going to Wanghai University? Are you serious? A thick fog shrouded the entire world, visibility reduced to almost nothing, with various monsters lurking about. These individuals actually intended to venture out toward Wanghai University? As Yang Bai contemplated this, she momentarily lost her focus. In that fleeting delay, 5 individuals gradually entered through the grand doorway. She, having forgotten to conceal herself, collided directly with them. Someone was at the entrance. Zhang Xu's third eye flickered as it scanned the area, detecting Yang Bai's presence even before they had entered the building. The 4 women immediately became alert upon hearing this. When Li Mengting and Yin Xiu discerned the identity of the individual, they gasped in unison, "Professor Yang? Is that really you, Professor Yang?" She was the renowned beauty professor spoken of by Li Mengting and Yin Xiu. The identification ability accompanying Wang's power activated. Name, Yang Bai. Age, 29. Appearance rating, 83. Condition slightly diminished due to prolonged hunger. Number of people, 0. Favorability, 0. Meets the criteria to become Wang's woman. Contract can be initiated. Chapter 24. The murky Medusa. Zhang Xu's eyes brightened with intrigue. The criteria for the contract were met. What extraordinary weapon might be summoned next? Professor Yang, what brings you here? Li Mengting and Yin Xiu rushed forward to inquire. Who are you? Yang Bai looked at the 2 beautiful girls, bewildered. A peculiar thought flickered through her mind. They smelled delightful. She had been lying in bed for days to conserve energy, neglecting her hygiene. And now she felt unkempt and sour. Yet, the 4 women before her appeared as if they belonged to an entirely different realm, their complexions rosy, skin fair, impeccably groomed, and brimming with vitality, adorned with exquisite makeup. Why, at such a moment, did they have the luxury to concern themselves with cosmetics? Professor Yang, we are students from Wanghai University, Li Mengting pouted playfully. You introduced me to this neighborhood when I moved in. Yang Bai had a vague recollection of Li Mengting. Oh, you're the one who streams online. Wait a moment. After initially processing the shock and confusion from Zhang Xu and the others, she finally grasped the situation. We must leave this place. There is a monster in this building. A monster? What sort of monster? Zhang Xu raised an eyebrow. The metallic pterosaurs and scorpion-tailed bees had already vacated the vicinity. What other creature could remain? Could there be a new threat? A black cat. A cat that can grow to an enormous size. It devours people. We need to hurry. Yang Bai was perplexed by the calm demeanor of the others in response to her warning about the monster, but she was undeterred in her urgency to escape. She reached to pull Li Mengting and Yin Xiu toward the exit. Professor, there's no need to be afraid. Zhang Xu is an ability user, and a powerful one at that. Li Mengting quickly reassured Yang Bai, introducing Zhang Xu. Yin Xiu chimed in, indeed. Zhang Xu is incredibly strong. He effortlessly dispatched those metallic pterosaurs the day before yesterday. An ability user? Yang Bai was taken aback. Yes, Zhang Xu replied, slowly opening his third eye, which he had momentarily closed to avoid startling the beautiful professor. At that moment, Yang Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. The third eye on Zhang Xu's forehead began to rotate, its gaze suddenly fixating on a shadowy mass in the corner of the hall. He raised the pitch-black long knife in his hand, its tip directed towards that corner. Is that the black cat you mentioned? Yang Bai's heart raced at his words, and she quickly turned to follow the direction indicated by the blade. However, her eyes met not a black cat, but merely a swirling shadow in the corner. In the next instant, under the gaze of all present, the shadow gradually coalesced into the form of a black cat. Thanks to his divine eye, Zhang Xu perceived the true nature of the feline. This cat had long since expired. It was merely a corpse, animated by a creature of darkness residing within its shadow, the abyssal jellyfish. This entity appeared as a formless, flowing shadow, accustomed to merging with the remains of other organisms, controlling them through tendrils to facilitate movement. Although named a jellyfish due to its semblance to that creature, its existence diverged entirely from any species known on Blue Star, even differing from beings like the pterosaur or scorpion fly. The latter were at least corporeal, while the abyssal jellyfish was nothing more than a shifting shadow. From the perspective of life forms, the abyssal jellyfish transcended the conventional understanding and definitions of carbon-based organisms on Blue Star. For such entities, perhaps a new designation could be warranted: extraordinary beings. Zhang Xu, with his three curious eyes, scrutinized the abyssal jellyfish. According to official records, monsters like the abyssal jellyfish were categorized as rare creatures. Besides their core, they seemed capable of yielding special materials upon defeat. The specifics of these materials remained unspecified in the official documentation, but given their significance to the authorities, Zhang Xu was inclined to claim them for himself. The abyssal jellyfish, manipulating the corpse of the black cat, fixed its gaze upon Zhang Xu, its vertical pupils gleaming with an icy hue. Its mouth curled to reveal sharp fangs, emitting a low growl from its throat. Sensing the profound threat emanating from Zhang Xu's razor-sharp blade, the abyssal jellyfish refrained from recklessly attacking, yet it was unwilling to relinquish its prey. Zhang Xu met the black cat's gaze without flinching, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, without any forewarning, 6 guardian swords suddenly shot forth with a swift whoosh. Get to the side. Yan Xiu and the other women hurriedly retreated to a corner of the hall, pulling the sluggish Yang Bai along with them. The abyssal jellyfish, hidden within the shadow of the black cat, began to seethe violently, quickly transforming into a thick, inky liquid that flowed out and enveloped the cat's body. In an instant, the black cat swelled dramatically, its size ballooning until its head struck the ceiling. The 6 guardian swords pierced through the black cat's body, yet no blood was shed. They merely created 6 holes. However, as a viscous, pitch-black liquid surged forth, the holes were swiftly filled once more. The enormous black cat glared with exaggerated eyes. With a swift motion, its paw came crashing down, claws springing forth from its plump, webbed feet, accompanied by a shrill sound that tore through the air, striking towards Zhang Xu. Zhang Xu raised his blade, meeting the descending claw with a decisive slash. The sharp edge glided effortlessly through the oncoming claw, the fluidity of his movement appearing more graceful than a hot knife slicing through butter. In an instant, the claw separated from the arm, transforming into a clump of sticky black liquid that fell to the ground. The black cat let out a pained roar. The viscous, pitch-black liquid on its surface flowed rapidly towards the severed limb, and new claws began to sprout forth. Once again, the pair of claws lunged at Zhang Xu, the wind from their strike sharp as an invisible blade. Zhang Xu's gaze sharpened, and he leaped back, causing several cracks to appear in the marble floor beneath him. As his foot touched down, 25 points of ability vanished rapidly, and a warm current surged from the fire in his lower abdomen, flooding into the obsidian long knife in his grasp. With a vertical chop, he unleashed 5 arcs of blade light that surged forward like the lethal claws of a beast, climbing up the massive black cat's form. In an instant, the enormous creature was cleaved into 5 segments. The momentum of the strike did not wane, crashing through the hall's wall and disappearing into the gray mist beyond. The mist outside swirled violently, reminiscent of hot oil meeting water, as the 5 who had taken refuge nearby could faintly hear the rumbling sound echoing through the air. Upon the second transformation of the blade of iron, it was said to possess the ability to unleash slashes akin to the swipes of claws. Zhang Xu, in a moment of curiosity, sought to test the skill. Unexpectedly discovering its considerable power, it was akin to unleashing 5 blade arcs in one stroke. humble in appearance yet devastatingly lethal. The once vibrant dark jellyfish, struck by the 5 arcs, lost its earlier vitality, the viscous black liquid that enveloped the black cat retracting swiftly, transforming back into a formless, flowing shadow. However, it was evident that its size had diminished significantly, and its essence had grown markedly weaker, lying motionless on the ground. Zhang Xu maintained utmost caution, refraining from approaching recklessly. Instead, he willed the 6 guardian swords to pin the dark jellyfish to the ground. Now, this creature was as good as dead. The mass of shadows ceased its writhing, gradually contracting into a black crystal roughly the size of a fingernail. Only the monster's core remained? What of the materials? Zhang Xu picked up the core of the dark jellyfish, but found no trace of the special materials mentioned in the official records. His 3 eyes surveyed the surroundings, eventually resting upon the sticky black liquid that had been severed by the blade light. Could it be this? A glimmer emanated from the spatial ring on his left hand, and the black viscous liquid on the ground was promptly absorbed into the space within. Subsequently, consciousness entered the spatial ring. A sphere of liquid, approximately the size of an egg, floated serenely in one corner of the space. The items stored within the spatial ring existed in a state of temporal stasis, alleviating concerns regarding degradation or expiration. The purpose of this substance remained unclear to Zhang Xu, who decided to store it for the time being. Chapter 25. The Doomsday Chariot. Was it truly this simple to be slain? Yang Bai stared in bewilderment at the lifeless form of the cat lying on the ground. The battle between that man and the feline monstrosity had lasted mere seconds, resulting in only 2 strikes. Was this how the creature was vanquished? Yang Bai was profoundly astonished. An extraordinary being. This was the essence of an extraordinary being, in stark contrast to the myriad of extravagant, dubious claims circulating online. This was her first encounter with the formidable power of an extraordinary individual. Should the gray mist persist, the future world order would undoubtedly be governed by these extraordinary beings. Contemplating this, Yang Bai's gaze toward Zhang Xu subtly shifted. The 4 women accompanying Yan Xiu harbored none of Yang Bai's complex emotions. Their eyes sparkled with admiration as they beheld Zhang Xu. The greater his strength, the more secure they felt. After effortlessly dispatching the shadowy jellyfish, Zhang Xu redirected his focus to Professor Yang Bai, seeking to clarify the situation with her. It would undoubtedly be easier for a woman to persuade another woman. Leave it to us, the 4 women assured, promptly whisking Yang Bai into a corner to explain the circumstances. As Yan Xiu and the others spoke in unison, Yang Bai quickly grasped Zhang Xu's abilities and the advantages and costs of being in his presence. She bit her lip, ensnared in a web of conflict. The 4 women exchanged glances, and Qian Ruoyan produced several pieces of chocolate from her pocket, offering them to Yang Bai. Professor, you've been hungry for quite some time. Please, have a piece of chocolate. Yang Bai's eyes fixated on the chocolate extended by Qian Ruoyan, and she swallowed hard, unable to resist. Earlier, she had been so tense, momentarily forgetting her body's frailty amidst the adrenaline rush. Now, relaxation revealed a fierce burning sensation in her abdomen. Casting aside her dignity, Yang Bai snatched the chocolate, tore open the packaging, and hastily stuffed it into her mouth. The sweet yet slightly bitter flavor spread across her palate, nearly bringing her to tears. Seizing the moment, Qian Ruoyan and Meng Xiaoyan offered gentle encouragement from the sidelines. Gradually, a subtle change appeared on Yang Bai's face, though she remained reluctant to express her thoughts. Professor, this world has transformed, Yan Xiu remarked, recalling the time she had ventured to Zhang Xu's residence for 5 packets of instant noodles. The discomfort of hunger is quite unpleasant, isn't it? The feeling of being alone in an empty room, perpetually gripped by fear, is unbearable, isn't it? The terror of encountering monsters, trembling without anyone to rely on, is agonizing, isn't it? In times like these, surviving steadily is of utmost importance. Many other concerns are not as significant as we might imagine. You are unwilling to join us, and Zhang Xu is under no obligation to provide you with sustenance. Moreover, as we prepare to depart from this place, he certainly will not escort you. Professor, you are presented with but 2 choices, life or death. Should you choose to remain here, you must contemplate the inevitable hunger that awaits, the monstrous entities that will continue to roam and devour, and the possibility that others may succumb to madness in this environment, losing their humanity. Humans, unbound by morality or law, can inflict harm upon their own kind, rendering them far more terrifying than those very monsters. Yang Bai, upon hearing these words, fell into a stunned silence. Do you understand now? Yes, I understand. Yang Bai maintained a composed expression, nodding gently. She possessed her own pride and dignity, Yet these qualities could not serve as a balance in the scale of survival instinct. In ancient times, virtuous women might choose to die rather than compromise their honor, but such instances were rare, arising from a repressive ideological environment. In modern society, with its open ethos and rampant utilitarianism, how many can truly uphold such principles? It is often said that a miserable life is preferable to a noble death. The wisdom passed down from our ancestors, though coarse in expression, holds profound truth. Shall the contract be initiated? Yes, Zhang Xu affirmed silently. In the next instant, an ethereal connection was established. Zhang Xu extended his palm. Yang Bai had already learned of Zhang Xu's abilities from Yin Xiu and the others. Yet her face flushed crimson nonetheless. Activation of the king's ability. The warm current coiled within his abdomen swiftly dissipated. With a swift motion, Zhang Xu withdrew his hand, revealing a unique vehicle key. Acquisition of the Doomsday battle vehicle. Doomsday battle vehicle. A formidable steel chariot traversing the desolate wasteland, accommodating 8 individuals. Constructed from a special alloy, it can withstand high-yield explosive attacks. The interior is equipped with advanced sensory radar, capable of detecting surrounding monsters despite the obscuring fog. The onboard weapon systems include cannons on all sides and a machine gun on the roof. Operating the vehicle and its weaponry requires the expenditure of ability points, and any damage to the vehicle can be repaired using these points. Registration of Doomsday battle vehicle instantly. An imposing icon of a fierce and robust armored vehicle appeared in Zhang Xu's inventory. All attributes 10. Strength, 175,185. Speed, 176,186. Constitution, 176,186. Spirit, 174,184. Ability, 240250. Zhang Xu gazed at the key, musing that it was indeed fortuitous to receive such a boon. He was preparing to set off for Wanghai University, yet he lacked an appropriate tool. Unexpectedly, he had drawn this from the beautiful professor. Zhang Xu, what remarkable weapon have you acquired? The 4 women hurriedly gathered around. Yang Bai, too, cast a curious glance, for it was extracted from her own being. Zhang Xu smiled, just the thing I needed. With that, he approached the entrance of the building and pressed a button on the Doomsday battle vehicle key. As the small spotlight atop the key emitted a scanning beam, a magnificent steel vehicle gradually materialized before them, as if conjured from thin air. Chapter 26. Monster Sensing Radar. Women, in addition to their fondness for cute and pastel things, often exhibit an affinity for objects that exude a robust and formidable presence. Such is the case with the menacing steel war machine before them, measuring over 8 meters in length and approximately 3 meters in height. It resembles a heavy-duty truck in size. Yet, at first glance, it conveys an overwhelming sense of grandeur, akin to a small mountain looming in front of them. The entire vehicle is cloaked in a matte black finish, seemingly forged from a unique alloy unknown to their world, its cold texture emanating a subtle, yet chilling aura. Even in its stationary form, it instills a sense of unease, akin to confronting a top-tier predator. Equipped with searchlights, explosion-proof lights, and protective bumpers, the war machine's intimidating artillery ports exude an aura of formidable deterrence. The eyes of the 5 women gleam with excitement as they gaze at this magnificent vehicle, their exhilaration palpable. Wow, this machine looks truly imposing. It's like a mobile fortress. Riding in this vehicle must be far safer than our smaller cars. Zhang Xu, shall we drive this to Wanghai University? Zhang Xu's enthusiasm surpasses that of the 5 women. Regardless of age, men are often powerless against the allure of such steel machinery. Upon pressing a button on the key fob, the door of the Doomsday vehicle slowly creaks open. Let us go. Let us take a look inside. The 6 of them eagerly file in. The interior space proves to be considerably more confined than it appeared from the outside, accommodating only 8 seats. The foremost seat is the driver's seat, encircled by 3 panes of glass, while the semi-enclosed dashboard brims with an array of buttons and small screens, exuding a rich sense of advanced technology. It resembles not so much a vehicle's cockpit as a sci-fi film's aircraft cockpit. Behind the driver's seat lies the control station for the roof-mounted machine gun and the forward artillery. Centrally positioned before this seat is a shooting joystick, flanked by movable floating control panels, each adorned with an assortment of buttons and instruments. Behind the weapon control station are 2 drone control positions on either side. Each seat features a neural link helmet, allowing the operator to control the 8 drones equipped on the vehicle with their thoughts. The visuals captured by the drones are synchronized to holographic projection screens located at each seat. The last 4 positions are ordinary shooting and passenger seats. Without hesitation, Zhang Xu occupies the driver's seat and inserts the key. As his hands grasp the steering wheel, the fiery sensation in his abdomen establishes a subtle connection with the war machine, tendrils of flame flowing down his arms into the vehicle. In an instant, waves of luminous energy emanate from the steering wheel, cascading in circles around the entire war machine. The various indicator lights, dials, small screens, and the 4 embedded lights on the vehicle's body spring to life, illuminating the interior space. The 5 women curiously survey the war machine's interior layout, marveling at the refreshing blend of cold metal and futuristic technology. The interior decor exudes an air of sophistication. Jingu's eyes widened in awe. Indeed, the other 3 echoed in unison. It feels akin to the aircraft depicted in films. Yang Bai lifted her chin, inexplicably filled with a sense of pride. After all, this Doomsday vehicle, in a certain sense, was a reflection of her own essence. As Zhang Xu established a connection with the armored vehicle, every detail within became vividly clear to him, including vehicle data and the meanings behind various buttons and gauges. He first activated the special sensing radar located at the center of the dashboard. With the consumption of energy, a beep resonated, signaling the radar's activation. Instantly, the central screen illuminated with intersecting lines, accompanied by a beam of light rotating clockwise around the center. At that moment, 3 faint light spots began to shift on the radar's display. 3 monsters in the vicinity? Zhang Xu raised an eyebrow. Jingu and the 5 women had been intently observing Zhang Xu's every move. Upon hearing his words and witnessing the 3 light spots on the screen, even the dimmest among them grasped the implication. Zhang Xu, does this radar detect the presence of nearby monsters? Li Mingting inquired, astonished. Indeed, a sense of dread washed over the 5 women. Although not as rampant as the hordes from the previous night, they recognized that facing these scattered monsters left them, as ordinary individuals, quite vulnerable. Without Zhang Xu, those 4 creatures, no, 5, including that black cat, could easily turn their building into a hunting ground. The consequences for them would be dire. Take Yang Bai, for instance. Had she not encountered Zhang Xu, even if she had fled into the fog, her fate would ultimately have been to be devoured by that black cat. Contemplating this, the women's admiration for Zhang Xu subtly increased. Unaware of the shifting sentiments around him, Zhang Xu's focus remained captivated by the Doomsday vehicle. After activating the sensing radar, he promptly pressed the button for the front searchlight. A beam of light shot forth, piercing through the thick fog like a sword, extending several hundred meters ahead. Under the illumination, even Li Mingting, an ordinary person, could discern the scenes concealed within the mist. Zhang Xu nodded in approval. The special sensing radar detected surrounding monsters, the front searchlight penetrated the fog, and the sturdy vehicle body could withstand significant explosive impacts and monster assaults. Navigating through the apocalypse in this vehicle assuredly offered greater safety than other modes of transport, living up to the title of a Doomsday war machine. Find your seats. Let us test this vehicle's performance. The 5 women hastily secured themselves in their seats and fastened their seat belts. The interior of this Doomsday vehicle had a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic, yet its driving system mirrored that of ordinary vehicles, complete with a steering wheel, accelerator, and brake. Zhang Xu pressed down on the accelerator. With a thunderous roar, the entire neighborhood reverberated. In the next instant, the Doomsday vehicle propelled forward as if launched from a catapult, racing out with a mighty roar. A powerful surge propelled Zhang Xu and 5 women back against their seats. Excitement flickered in Zhang Xu's eyes. The deserted streets posed no threat of accidents. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, gradually consuming his energy reserves, which were transformed into power for the vehicle's engine. The engine roared to life, propelling the vehicle forward with rapid momentum. The thunderous sound reverberated like a storm across the entire happy community. Residents who survived the chaos, upon hearing this cacophony, initially feared another monstrous attack, nearly succumbing to panic. However, they quickly recognized the familiar rumble of a vehicle's engine. After a moment of stunned silence, they hurriedly rushed to their windows. Peering out into the gray mist, they spotted a beam of light resembling a swift swallow soaring through a black tempest, moving swiftly. A car. Someone was driving out of the community. Impossible. I had tried before. Even in daylight, the headlights barely illuminated 10 meters. What kind of vehicle is this? Could it be a rescue sent by the government? Perhaps a military special vehicle. The survivors' thoughts raced, and they ultimately converged on the idea of national rescue. Chapter 27. The terrifying invisibility ability. The furious roar rolled through the corner of the sky before quickly fading into silence, leaving only the faint glow of the light beam piercing through the mist. While the thrill of speed was exhilarating, attracting the monsters lurking in the fog was far from ideal. After traversing a distance, Zhang Xu activated the silent mode of the Doomsday vehicle, silencing the engine's roar. This Doomsday vehicle was a manifestation of his abilities, rather than a tangible creation, thus many of its features defied logic. For instance, the silent mode. Zhang Xu, are we heading to Wanghai University now? Asked Yin Xiu, leaning forward from the weapon control position. No, Zhang Xu shook his head. I just wanted to test the vehicle's performance first. Then where are we going now? Inquired Li Mingting. Zhang Xu pondered for a moment. In his excitement, he had driven the vehicle out without a clear destination, merely meandering around the vicinity. His gaze fell upon the perception radar before him, observing 3 faint points of light. This radar could detect nearby monsters, yet it could not ascertain their strength or classification, presenting a significant flaw. He wondered if increasing Yang Bai's favorability would unlock the second form of the Doomsday vehicle, and if such enhancements would synchronize with its features. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xu suddenly realized the importance of raising the favorability of the 5 women he had contracted. Yin Xiu's corresponding weapon, the Blade of Iron, was currently his primary source of combat power. Qian Ruoyan's endless food bag ensured survival for him and his 5 companions, along with that miraculous cuisine. For the past few days, he had spent 20 to 30 energy points daily to draw from it. Securing the miraculous cuisine was a significant gain, while even acquiring ordinary food was not a loss. Meng Xiao's corresponding heavenly eye ensured his unobstructed passage through the fog. Moreover, the auxiliary effects such as the 360-degree perspective distortion, and the ability to dispel illusions are remarkably potent. As for Li Mingting's corresponding spatial ring, it is indispensable for traversing a post-apocalyptic world. The capabilities of spatial storage, spatial barriers, warping space, portals, and instantaneous movement comprise an array of immensely powerful skills, serving as his ultimate means of self-preservation. Regarding the Doomsday war chariot associated with the recently contracted Yang Bai, it proves to be an incredibly useful vehicle amidst the enveloping gray fog, granting him the ability to traverse various locales with ease. However, this contraption consumes a significant amount of ability points. Every moment spent operating it depletes his power, and with his current maximum of 250 ability points, he can only manage to drive it for an entire day. Not to mention, other functionalities also require the expenditure of ability points. Zhang Xu pondered briefly, then softly instructed, "Go deal with those 3 monsters." Huh, we have to confront those 3 monsters? Yin Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Xu slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance. Well, since you've awakened your powers, if the monsters we encounter are not too formidable, it would be your task to handle them. Yin Xiu's mouth fell open in shock. After a moment of stunned silence, she abruptly leapt from her seat. Fortunately, the war chariot was sufficiently elevated. Otherwise, her clumsiness would have surely resulted in a painful collision. Aye, she stammered, pointing at herself with a perplexed expression. Am I really going to slay monsters? Indeed, you have awakened your powers, and it is time for you to step up rather than cower in the background. Zhang Xu intended to cultivate a team of empowered individuals under his command. Knowing that the core of monsters could awaken abilities in ordinary people, he anticipated that the women around him would inevitably become ability users. Once they became empowered, they could no longer remain sheltered behind him. Rather than recruiting other ability users, he preferred to nurture the women he knew as teammates, as they would require less concern regarding loyalty. While affection does not equate to loyalty, there exists a certain correlation. He could gauge their sentiments towards him through the fluctuations in their affection levels. Can I not go? Yin Xiu's face turned pale at the mere thought of those monsters. Trembling in fear. No, Zhang Xu decisively denied her request. Rest assured, I will be watching over you, and you will be safe. Moreover, you must acclimate to this era. In the future, violence will become the norm, and I may not always be by your side. Yin Xiu shivered at his words, hastily gripping Zhang Xu's clothing. Initially, she had felt some reluctance and grievance in following him, but now she was genuinely afraid to be apart from him. Zhang Xu glanced at Yin Xiu and activated his assessment ability. Name: Yin Xiu. Age: 21. Appearance rating: 88. Restored. Lockpicking skill level: 1. Effect level: 50, after being well cared for over the past few days. Her appearance rating had risen slightly since the last time he unlocked her second form, and her bust seemed to have increased as well. Additionally, her affection level had unknowingly surpassed the threshold of 50, drawing her closer to the 60 needed to unlock the third form of the Blade of Iron. Everything was steadily improving. Then let us go slay some monsters. Zhang Xu spoke calmly. Your abilities in assassination are quite impressive, as long as you strike with precision. Eliminating an ordinary monster should pose no challenge. Yin Xiu, fearful of being abandoned by Zhang Xu, dared not voice her objections despite her trepidation. The other 4 women, Li Mingting included, listened quietly to their conversation, each harboring a shared sense of unease. None of them felt any malicious glee. They were all too aware that they might soon find themselves in a situation akin to Yan Xiu's current plight. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew increasingly silent. Guided by the radar, Zhang Xu maneuvered the Doomsday war machine to the vicinity of the nearest monster. "See you, follow me as I disembark. The others shall remain in the vehicle," he instructed, opening the door of the war machine. The 5 women without abilities stayed put, recognizing that remaining inside was the safest option. "Be cautious," Ruyi whispered to the trembling Yan Xiu as she stepped out. Yan Xiu's expression was one of despair. Terrified, she dared not defy Zhang Xu's words. Zhang Xu's divine third eye opened, revealing every minute detail in the surroundings. He raised his gaze, his 3 eyes fixating on a corner ahead, where a monster lay hidden among the tree canopies. A humanoid serpent? Zhang Xu observed the creature before him, a being with the lower half of a serpent and the upper half resembling a human. Although it was termed a humanoid serpent, only the silhouette of its head and arms bore any resemblance to a human. The rest was entirely serpentine. Its body was covered in dark scales, with claw-like hands and additional eyes positioned in the center and on the sides of its head, providing an almost 360-degree field of vision. According to official records, the humanoid serpent is a creature that dwells among the trees, adept at launching attacks on prey below. Its dark scales make it difficult to detect in the mist. The creature moves swiftly and possesses immense strength, capable of severing trees and prey with its sharp claws. Furthermore, it can spit venom, and combined with its numerous eyes, it is a formidable jungle predator. "I will draw its attention," Zhang Xu declared as he summoned the iron cutting blade and 6 guardian swords. He then added nonchalantly, "You will cloak yourself and deliver a fatal strike." In a direct confrontation, the humanoid serpent would fall to a single blow from him. However, his primary objective was to help Yan Xiu acclimate to combat. The ability to cloak and silence oneself, in his view, represented the pinnacle of assassination prowess, a potent weapon when wielded effectively. To let it go unused would be a sheer waste. Yan Xiu's face drained of color, her lips quivering as a note of despair crept into her voice. "Zhang Xu." Favorability 50-45. Zhang Xu felt a twitch in his eyelid and exhaled softly. "With me here, what is there to fear? I assure you, I will not let any harm come to you." Yan Xiu was also concerned about the subsequent forms of the iron cutting blade. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to protect her. "If you cannot even manage this, what value do you hold in accompanying me beyond discussing the origins of life? A beautiful woman who cannot contribute in other ways. Do you think I am utterly dependent on you?" Yan Xiu bit her lip, desperately wanting to express that as long as she was not compelled to slay the monstrous creature, she would acquiesce to any position or path henceforth. Yet, upon meeting Zhang Xu's indifferent gaze, her form gradually began to dissipate before him. The celestial eye in her brow flickered with brilliance. With her invisibility, Yan Xiu re-emerged in his sight. Zhang Xu nodded, and 5 guardian swords whistled forth, propelled by his will. A humanoid serpent, concealed within the treetops, let out a piercing roar and lunged downwards. The 5 guardian swords, as extensions of Zhang Xu's intent, assailed the serpent relentlessly. As they closed in, the last of the guardian swords found its place within Yan Xiu's palm. After acquiring her cloaking ability, she had conducted tests and discovered that objects in close contact with her could also become invisible. However, she was currently limited to small items and could not yet transport another person. Despite her pallor, Yan Xiu obeyed Zhang Xu's command, cautiously advancing towards the humanoid serpent. The serpent's lower half moved with alarming speed. Nevertheless, under the onslaught of the 5 guardian swords, it was confined, rendered immobile within a small area. Silently, Yan Xiu crept to the serpent's rear, feeling the primal ferocity emanating from it, causing her legs to tremble. Fortunately, the serpent remained oblivious to her concealed presence, allowing her to breathe a tentative sigh of relief. In close proximity, she beheld the grotesque creature, her scalp prickling as cold sweat soaked her garments. Yet, in the face of Zhang Xu's stern visage, she shakily raised her short sword. If death were to come, so be it. Yan Xiu shut her eyes and thrust the guardian sword towards the humanoid serpent. Such an action, in another's hands, would have been akin to a reckless lunge. However, the stealth afforded by her invisibility rendered the serpent unable to react in time. Only when the blade pierced its scales, inflicting excruciating pain, did it finally register her presence. The creature, in agony, howled in rage, its massive tail thrashing wildly. Just as the tail was about to strike Yan Xiu, Zhang Xu vanished from his position. A flash of steel connected his former stance to the serpent's tail, the blade slicing through without hesitation, severing half of the tail and sending blood splattering to the ground. With nearly 200 points of speed, strength, and constitution, Zhang Xu's physical prowess had reached an extraordinary level. Even without the aid of his blade, he could vanquish the humanoid serpent with his bare fists. Yet, why forego the use of effective tools? Zhang Xu appeared from another angle, carrying Yan Xiu. Ah, she gasped softly. Was closing her eyes during the attack an invitation to death? Yan Xiu stammered, hesitant to respond. Zhang Xu, muttering a curse, understood that not everyone possessed his kingly ability to maintain composure, dismissing all negative emotions. The fact that Yan Xiu had not frozen in fear was commendable. Moreover, her invisibility proved even more advantageous than he had anticipated, effectively silencing the rush of wind produced by the swinging blade. If Yan Xiu were to be equipped with formidable weaponry, it would be utterly terrifying. A silent rocket launcher, stealthily deployed at close range, would surely instill fear. Chapter 28. The survivors at the door. The humanoid serpent, deprived of its tail, writhed in agony upon the ground. Zhang Xu decisively summoned 6 swords of guardianship to pierce it through. After extracting its core, he stored the remains within his spatial ring and proceeded to the next location of the monsters. The routine remained unchanged. He would restrain the creature while Yan Xiu stealthily executed surprise attacks. Initially, she trembled with fear, but by the second and third encounters, she had greatly improved, instinctively vanishing from sight to ambush the monsters from behind. Once the battle concluded, Yan Xiu leapt into Zhang Xu's embrace, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Her ample bosom met Zhang Xu's sculpted chest. Zhang Xu, does this mean you won't abandon me? She gazed up at him, reminiscent of a little girl seeking praise. How could I ever forsake someone so beautiful and capable? Zhang Xu replied with a playful expression, gently pinching Yan Xiu's nose. Her performance was indeed commendable. After 3 battles, she seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Moreover, she did not let her newfound power inflate her ego, which pleased him even more. Zhang Xu activated his appraisal ability, affection level 55. The affection not only returned, but had also increased. Let us return to the vehicle, he said, guiding her back to the Doomsday Chariot. Ruyi and the other 3 women sat quietly inside, the vehicle equipped with 360-degree surveillance to monitor the exterior in real time. From the footage relayed, they had witnessed the battle between Yan Xiu, Zhang Xu, and the monsters. To be honest, there was a tinge of envy. However, among them, only Yan Xiu had awakened her extraordinary abilities. Relying solely on the strength of ordinary humans would only lead to demise when facing monsters. Let us return to the community for a brief respite before heading to Wanhai University, Zhang Xu announced as he took the driver's seat and started the Doomsday vehicle. The happy community was merely 4 to 5 kilometers away from Wanhai University, approximately a half-hour drive. After the flurry of activity, it was already noon. It would be prudent to have a meal before setting off. Sounds good. I've worked up quite a sweat and could use a shower, Yan Xiu remarked, wrinkling her nose at the pungent odor of her own perspiration. What would you like to eat, Zhang Xu? Ruyi leaned forward, her demeanor still prioritizing Zhang Xu's preferences. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xu suggested, how about some chicken stewed with mushrooms and mapo tofu? You can decide on the rest. All right. Ruyi responded with a smile. You harvested quite a bit of fresh ingredients this morning, ribs, shrimp, and oysters. Shall we prepare garlic vermicelli steamed oysters and steamed shrimp? That sounds perfect. At the back, Yang Bai listened to the names of the dishes, her mouth watering uncontrollably, as if her stomach were ablaze. Everyone settled. Zhang Xu pressed the accelerator with fervor. On the vacant streets, he could speed without concern. The searchlight's beam pierced through the haze as the wheels rolled forward. The Doomsday vehicle did not return to their blissful residence in Building C, but rather casually parked beneath the nearest edifice. Zhang Xu stowed away the vehicle and found a house, forcefully breaking the lock to enter. Ruyi, accompanied by Li Mengting and Meng Xiaoyan, ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal. The pots, pans, and utensils were neatly stored within a spatial ring, ready for immediate use. Yan Xiu and Yang Bai hurried off to take showers. Meanwhile, Zhang Xu settled comfortably in the living room, scrolling through his phone, awaiting the meal to be served. Elsewhere, as Zhang Xu and the 5 women rested in their room, the survivors of the building, prompted by a few messages sent to their group chat, simultaneously emerged from their dwellings. The light that suddenly appeared through the mist was strikingly conspicuous, and they could all see it illuminating the base of their building through the windows. Recalling the recent thunderous roar of engines, it was evident that a vehicle had arrived. In such a situation, The survivors concluded that it must be personnel dispatched by the government. Zhang Xu, connecting the dots from the two official notices issued days prior, was not alone in his deductions. The others were equally astute. The comprehensive data regarding the monsters provided by the authorities over the past fortnight indicated something significant. It suggested that the government possessed some means or tool to navigate through this unnatural mist. Realizing this, most survivors were reluctant to remain passive. The vehicle's arrival at their building, rather than others, presented them with an opportunity. The accumulated panic over the past month led them to perceive this sudden light as a lifeline, and despite the uncertainty of what it entailed, they chose to rush out of their homes in a gamble. What could be worse than their current plight? As Zhang Xu awaited the meal, he suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps. His third eye, the Tianmu, opened, penetrating through the walls to see a large group of individuals descending the stairs. They should have headed straight to the first floor, but upon catching the enticing aroma wafting from their direction, their steps shifted towards it. Zhang Xu, what's the matter? Yan Xiu, freshly emerged from her shower, noticed the erratic movement of his third eye and instantly sensed that something was amiss. Nothing, just some oblivious ordinary folks. Zhang Xu replied nonchalantly. Yan Xiu paused briefly before turning her gaze towards the door. Since they had merely taken temporary refuge, Zhang Xu had forcefully destroyed the lock, leaving the door merely closed, not fully secured. A ravenous horde, drawn by the tantalizing scent of food, paid no heed to etiquette and burst into the room. The door swung open with a resounding crash as a multitude surged into the space where Zhang Xu and his companions had temporarily settled. Once inside, the aroma of the food became overwhelmingly intense. As these individuals inhaled the fragrant air, their eyes glimmered with hunger. Delicious, so delicious, they exclaimed. Their eyes then fell upon the fair-skinned, exquisitely featured beauty, still radiating warmth from her recent bath. So beautiful. What woman, having endured such hardships, would still pay heed to her appearance? Each one, disheveled and reeking of sweat, paled in comparison to the woman before them. The sight of Yan Xiu rendered the men spellbound, their gazes ablaze with fervor, while the women were consumed by envy, their complexions tinged with a sickly green. Why should this be so? We are all women. Why must we endure hunger and dishevelment, while some live in such comfort? Yan Xiu furrowed her brow, finding the stares of these individuals utterly irksome. With a cold huff, she inadvertently exuded an air of chilling authority. Having vanquished 3 monsters, the current Yan Xiu bore little resemblance to the once delicate and sweet girl she had been. Perhaps her vulnerability was now reserved solely for Zhang Xu. Upon hearing her frosty snort, the group of survivors felt a shiver run down their spines, instinctively drawing back as they sensed an unexpected fierceness beneath her seemingly gentle exterior. Zhang Xu sat composedly on the sofa in the living room, amused by the way the survivors reacted to Yan Xiu's disdainful sound. To the public, she was a queen. To him, a timid little rabbit. There was something rather delightful about this duality. At that moment, the trio of industrious women in the kitchen, Qian Ruoyan, Meng Xiaoyan, and Li Mengting, emerged. Drawn by the commotion, the sight of so many beautiful women left the survivors in awe, their eyes nearly bulging with surprise. Such stunning beauties. What was the story behind this group? May I inquire as to why you have suddenly intruded upon my home? Zhang Xu's voice redirected everyone's attention. The survivors exchanged glances, keenly aware of the formidable aura emanating from Zhang Xu. The atmosphere was palpable. It was a pressure that stemmed from his very presence, akin to a dog sensing the approach of a butcher, instinctively tucking its tail. Silence enveloped the room for a considerable time before one of the survivors stepped forward. "Good day," he said, a portly middle-aged man with a stern visage striving to mask his trepidation before Zhang Xu. However, lacking knowledge of Zhang Xu's status, his confidence faltered, and his tone inadvertently carried a hint of deference. "I am Lu Jinming, the director of the street where the happiness community is located, as well as the representative for this building's residents. I do not recall seeing you in this building. Have you come from elsewhere?" Indeed, Zhang Xu nodded in affirmation. A flicker of excitement ignited in Lu Jinming's eyes. "Are you a member of the military?" "Not at all. Not." Lu Jinming faltered, his thoughts racing. "Then are you an official?" "Neither." "Neither? So you are just an ordinary person." Lu Jinming suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of confidence facing Zhang Xu. A mere commoner, he thought. As a director, he still held the upper hand. "Could you enlighten us on how you managed to traverse the fog? Do you possess some sort of special vehicle that you could lend us?" Lu Jinming had not yet contemplated leaving the community. After all, reports of monster attacks were rampant online, and other locations might not be any safer. However, with a vehicle, he could reach the supermarket within the community. where the supplies would surely be sufficient for his survival for some time. Zhang Xu gazed at Lu Jinming before him, who, upon discovering that Zhang was not an official, swiftly transformed his demeanor. The respectful and obsequious tone he once held had vanished. Zhang shook his head inwardly. No, it cannot be. Lu Jinming's voice elevated in pitch, his expression darkening ominously. What on earth is the matter with you, young man? He assumed the authoritative air of a former street director, glaring with indignation. Assuming a superior stance. This is a trying time for our nation. Everyone is suffering from hunger. You cannot be so self-centered, disregarding the plight of others. Is there not a spirit of sacrifice within you? Would it not be better for us all to survive together? Indeed, one cannot be so selfish. Others hastily echoed in agreement. Your vehicle is parked downstairs, correct? Lu Jinming looked down at Zhang Xu with disdain. He perceived Zhang as merely a fortunate individual who had somehow acquired a vehicle immune to the encroaching mist, thus amassing a bounty of food and attracting beautiful women. Once he secured the car keys, food and companionship would be his for the taking. I hereby requisition your vehicle in the name of the street director. Hand over the keys promptly. Once the fog dissipates, I shall nominate you for the title of good citizen. Zhang Xu regarded the arrogant Lu Jinming, shaking his head. Oh, why must there always be fools like you who fail to grasp reality? I merely wish to enjoy a quiet meal here, without tarnishing this place. Why do you insist on courting your own demise? Lu Jinming's heart skipped a beat. What was this man saying? Yet, before Lu could fully process this thought, a flash of sword light pierced through his brow. The blade danced like a butterfly, swiftly penetrating the foreheads of those who had just voiced their agreement. In the next instant, lifeless bodies thudded to the ground. Chapter 29. Li Mingting, Beast Transformation Ability. Cat Zhang Xu rose from the sofa. Honestly, I simply wanted to enjoy a peaceful meal here and be on my way. Must you compel me to resort to violence? The few survivors who had remained silent, thus escaping death, stared wide-eyed at the corpses that lay around them, their throats emitting guttural sounds akin to wild beasts. Murder! Murder! Their minds, once paralyzed, snapped back to reality, and the survivors shrieked in panic, scrambling to flee. Who permitted your escape? 3 guardian swords materialized before their path, blocking their exit. The survivors, trembling in fear, halted in their tracks. The vivid memory of that effortless slaughter was etched indelibly in their minds. Faced with the ominous swords suspended in midair, they felt a chill, paralyzed with trepidation. Zhang Xu surveyed the bodies strewn across the living room floor, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Had these individuals exhibited a more amiable attitude, he would not have hesitated to offer them some monster corpses as sustenance. A small piece of meat can indeed satiate one's hunger, though the flavor is utterly unpalatable, sour, astringent, and tough. The diners shared their experiences in the Owner-S group, expressing gratitude towards Zhang Xu. While the taste may be unpleasant, the prospect of survival renders such concerns trivial. Zhang Xu is not inherently a cold-blooded killer. Without the innate ability to remain unnaturally calm, he would not have found it so easy to take a life, even when faced with monsters. In times of previous impotence and insufficient resources, self-preservation was paramount. Now, equipped with a modicum of power and possessing items he deems worthless, he is reluctant to discard them entirely. However, the stipulation remains: I may offer assistance, but you must not threaten me. Should anyone extend their hand in aggression, he shall strike back. As for employing intimidation through status or moral coercion, please, what is the current state of affairs? As long as the fog has not dissipated and the nation has yet to reclaim societal order, we find ourselves in a primal state where man devours man. Past identities and morals hold no sway. The survivors, fortunate not to have met their demise, nearly prostrated themselves before Zhang Xu. You have 10 minutes to remove the bodies and cleanse the area, then you may leave. Failure to comply would result in sharing the fate of the deceased. He still required sustenance in this place, and their presence would only disturb his appetite. The survivors felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Yes, indeed. Each of them, fueled by a fierce will to live, hurriedly began to transport the corpses. Return to your cooking, Zhang Xu instructed, directing his gaze towards Li Mingting and the others. Good, he affirmed. Li Mingting and Meng Xiaoyan's faces paled slightly at Zhang Xu's words, eagerly nodding like chicks pecking at grain. Qian Ruoyan, however, displayed little reaction. Though her time with Zhang Xu was brief, she had witnessed similar scenes once or twice before. Initially nauseating, she had grown accustomed to such sights. Under the looming threat of death, their movements were swift. In less than 5 minutes, the room was rendered spotless. During this time, some caught a whiff of the aromas wafting from the kitchen, their stomachs grumbling, Yet the memory of Zhang Xu's recent act of violence stifled their voices. They could only clutch their bellies and hasten away. Yet, for those driven nearly mad by hunger, after others had departed, their gaze fixated hungrily on the bodies transported to the fire escape. The blood-tinged tender meat possessed an inexplicable allure, and shadows of insatiable desire flickered in their eyes. Gurgle. The throat convulsed. Zhang Xu prepared to commence his lunch as Li Mengting and the others busied themselves in the kitchen, finally presenting a lavish feast. Yang Bai, having taken an unusually long bath, emerged just in time for the meal, feeling somewhat anxious as the other women toiled in the kitchen while she indulged in her bath. She cautiously observed Zhang Xu. Noticing his expression remained unchanged, she exhaled in relief, redirecting her focus to the impressive spread before her. The sumptuous array of dishes astonished her, particularly the chicken stewed with mushrooms and the mapo tofu Zhang Xu had ordered. In addition to these two dishes, the hand-pulled chicken, garlic vermicelli steamed shrimp, oysters, and braised pork ribs with potatoes, along with braised intestines, are merely ordinary homestyle dishes. However, the question arises, how were these fresh ingredients procured at such a time? The haze has lingered for nearly a month, and surely the fresh produce from the neighborhood supermarket cannot last that long. Ruyi discerned Yang Bai's bewilderment and elucidated. The divine artifact that Zhang Xu extracted from me is known as the endless food bag. As long as we expend ability points, we can continuously obtain food. Thus, you need not worry about our sustenance. Yang Bai's eyes sparkled in wonder. What a marvelous ability. Let us dine, Zhang Xu proclaimed, scooping a spoonful of mapo tofu and chicken stewed with mushrooms over the rice. These two dishes were his favorites and exceptionally delectable. Yang Bai picked up a piece of braised pork rib, nearly moved to tears upon tasting it. Meat. It was meat. She had not savored meat for almost a month. Furthermore, it was exquisitely cooked, fragrant, and steaming hot. The people of Dongwang are most accustomed to such richly flavored fare. Yanxiu, observing Yang Bai's expression, reminisced about their own past experiences and felt fortunate to have encountered Zhang Xu. It is said that happiness is often derived from comparison. As the group indulged in their meal, Zhang Xu's discerning gaze swept across the 5 women before him. He currently possessed the cores of 5 monsters: the ironclad pterosaur, the shadow jellyfish, the serpent-like humanoid, the beak-billed bird, and the unipetal ape. Li Mengting, with the highest favorability, certainly deserved one of the monster cores. The other 3 women required further observation. Ruyi performed admirably, yet her favorability was somewhat lacking. It would be prudent to wait until it increases before bestowing upon her a monster core. Meng Xiaoyan and Yang Bai were not to be considered for the time being. Although he had ample monster cores to bestow upon all 5 women, distributing them equally would diminish their value. Establishing a hierarchy would ensure they cherish the cores and endeavor to win his favor to obtain them. The meal concluded with everyone thoroughly satisfied. Yang Bai slumped in her chair, her hand resting on her round belly, her face radiating unprecedented contentment. The other women, unlike Yang Bai, sat obediently beside Zhang Xu after finishing their meal. Zhang Xu presented the core of the shadow jellyfish to Li Mengting. As Zhang Xu and Li Mengting grasped the monster core with both hands, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Consuming it, they wondered what abilities it might awaken. Li Mengting's face glowed with joy, not solely for the prospect of awakening an ability, but also because Zhang Xu had chosen her as the second recipient. This was a sign of his trust in her. Ruyi and Meng Xiaoyan observed this scene, biting their lips, their faces filled with resentment, particularly Meng Xiaoyan, who felt a pang of discontent, frustration, anger, and a hint of anxiety upon seeing Li Mengting, who joined later than she. Not only chosen by Zhang Xu, but also becoming the second person to receive a monster core after Yanxiu. Although Ruyi had joined earlier than her, she had not acquired a monster core, yet Zhang Xu had claimed her body, while he had not even touched Meng Xiaoyan. Meng Xiaoyan began to doubt her own beauty and allure, as men had previously gazed at her with a fervor that suggested they wished to devour her whole. Yet, with Zhang Xu, there seemed to be no attraction at all. Yang Bai sat quietly to the side, her expression somewhat peculiar, from their brief exchange. She inferred that the monster core could awaken latent abilities in ordinary people. Zhang Xu was not inclined to ponder the varied sentiments of the other women. However, he was curious about whether consuming a monster core would indeed grant one the corresponding powers of the creature. Let's eat it and see what abilities are awakened, he thought. Without hesitation, Li Mengting consumed the monster core. In comparison to the clawed lizard, the core of the shadowy jellyfish contained far more energy, allowing Li Mengting to complete her awakening. Through the lens of the Tianmu divine eye, Zhang Xu observed a fiery blaze erupting from Li Mengting's lower abdomen. rapidly enveloping her entire being. When the flames receded back to her abdomen, Li Mingting had completed her transformation. What ability did you awaken? Zhang Xu inquired. Li Mingting tilted her head. It seems I can transform into a cat? Transform into a cat? Zhang Xu raised an eyebrow, surprised that it was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Show us, he urged. Li Mingting nodded in agreement. With a thought, the flame spread across her body once more. To the astonishment of onlookers, two fluffy kittens emerged from her thick, flowing hair, and a long black tail sprouted from her lower back, much like a willow branch budding anew. Zhang Xu's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Chapter 30. The second form of the Tianmu Divine, Li Mingting's beast transformation ability, leaned towards a form reminiscent of a half-beast, maintaining a human shape while possessing feline features such as cat ears, a tail, and claws. After her transformation, Li Mingting exhibited strength, speed, balance, and sensory perception far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Her slender, fair arms could easily bend steel pipes, and her sharp claws could effortlessly tear through hardened cement. Additionally, her enhanced senses rendered her immune to the obscuring effects of the gray mist. Overall, her ability could be deemed quite impressive. Yet, Zhang Xu could not comprehend why Li Mingting, after consuming the core of the shadowy jellyfish, had awakened the ability to transform into a cat. The creature was merely a corpse controlled by the jellyfish, with no real connection to it. Yet, peculiarly, Li Mingting awakened the power of feline transformation. This perplexed him, and his speculation regarding ordinary people awakening abilities from consuming monster cores led him into a deadlock of confusion. Unable to resolve his thoughts, he decided to set them aside. Zhang Xu then handed the surplus core of the iron-skinned pterosaur to Yan Xiyu and Li Mingting, encouraging them to consume it to enhance their abilities. His gaze then fixated fervently on the transformed Li Mingting. This was the moment they should have set out. But Zhang Xu's little brother expressed some discontent at her current state. Li Mingting felt the intense gaze of Zhang Xu upon her, her slender cat tail swaying gently behind her, while her ears twitched slightly. Zhang Xu exhaled softly as he entered the room with Li Mingting, surrounded by other women. Yan Xiyu and Xian Run bit their lips, fully aware that only those who had experienced such pleasures with Zhang Xu could comprehend the exquisite sensations involved, especially given his remarkable prowess. For them, it felt as if they were soaring through the clouds. Although they were left utterly exhausted afterward, the exhilaration ignited a profound yearning within them. The allure of experience was not solely the domain of men. Women, too, could be just as fervent, sometimes even more so. Meng Xiaoyan wore a melancholic expression, lamenting her exclusion. Inside the room, the bed had remained untouched for half a month, its cleanliness uncertain. Yet, it mattered not. The absence of a bed was inconsequential. Li Mingting pressed her hands against the window, proclaiming, "Let us embark on our journey to Wanghai University." After satisfying their appetites, Zhang Xu led the group of women into the Doomsday vehicle. However, this time, he would not be the one at the wheel. "But Zhang Xu, I can't drive," Yan Xiyu exclaimed, her large eyes wide with concern. "Have you learned to drive? Do you possess a license?" Zhang Xu inquired. Yan Xiyu nodded. During university, students often found ample free time, and many took the opportunity to acquire their driver's licenses. Yet, despite having one, Yan Xiyu had never once operated a vehicle. "I can manage the brakes and accelerator," she reasoned. "There are hardly any cars on the road. You can drive however you wish. If an obstacle appears, just crash through it." "Is that really driving?" Zhang Xu mused. Yan Xiyu, upon hearing this, felt a wave of confidence wash over her. In this scenario, even a dog could drive. Zhang Xu instructed, "You and Li Mingting will take turns behind the wheel. Operating this vehicle requires the consumption of ability points. So when one of you exhausts yours, the other will take over." "Understood." Yan Xiyu and Li Mingting promptly took their places in the driver's seat, one steering while the other navigated. The seats in the Doomsday vehicle could be adjusted in size, transforming a single seat into a double with only a minor expenditure of ability points. Zhang Xu occupied the weapon control position behind the driver's seat. The shooting screen ahead and the movable floating consoles on either side projected the surrounding environment through holography. "Start driving," Zhang Xu commanded. "All right," Yan Xiyu responded enthusiastically. Pressing down on the accelerator, the Doomsday vehicle roared to life, crashing through the neighborhood fence and speeding away. Zhang Xu's eyelids twitched in response. Yan Xiyu turned back, offering a sheepish smile. "I'll focus on the road now." With a hint of annoyance, Zhang Xu replied, "Keep your eyes forward." Yan Xiyu promptly complied, carefully observing the path ahead. Fortunately, once they hit the main road, the vehicle began to cruise smoothly. The bright beams of the headlights pierced through the gray mist, propelling them into the distance. Zhang Xu gazed intently at the holographic projection screen, revealing a city shrouded in fog, eerily silent and devoid of life. No animals, no human presence. Only the towering concrete edifices resembling tombstones. If illuminated, the surroundings might not appear so desolate, offering a semblance of vitality. However, after the recent onslaught of monstrous attacks, many within those buildings had perished, and the survivors dared not illuminate their surroundings. The desolate and dimly lit scene proved to be exceedingly monotonous, prompting Zhang Xu to divert his gaze after only a brief moment. Fortunately, with the monster detection radar at his disposal, any lurking creature nearby would be promptly detected. As he sat idly, boredom set in, and Zhang Xu turned his attention to the three women behind him, Qian Ruoyan, Meng Xiaoyan, and Yang Bai. Noticing his gaze, Qian Ruoyan responded with a playful smile. Zhang Xu, what is on your mind? Nothing, he replied, his eyes sweeping over Qian Ruoyan, Meng Xiaoyan, and Yang Bai. Each of the three women possessed striking beauty and exquisite features, yet each embodied a distinct style. Qian Ruoyan resembled a perfectly ripened peach. Meng Xiaoyan exuded a touch of regal charm, and Yang Bai radiated the gentle elegance of a cultured lady. Xiaoyan, come here, Zhang Xu called, his gaze settling on Meng Xiaoyan. Momentarily taken aback, she flushed slightly but obediently approached him. Zhang Xu embraced her, the soft warmth and subtle fragrance enveloping him. With her cheeks flushed and head lowered, Meng Xiaoyan felt a blend of shyness and exhilaration. Among the five women, save for the recently joined Yang Bai, both Yin Xiu and Qian Ruoyan, who arrived earlier, as well as Li Mengting, who came later, had all been touched by him, leaving Meng Xiaoyan feeling somewhat disheartened despite her pride in her figure and beauty. Observing the blushing beauty in his arms, who appeared so tender yet exuded the aura of a confident woman, Zhang Xu found the contrast utterly captivating. Initially, he had merely felt a sense of emptiness in his hands, surrounded by such fragrant softness. However, gazing at Meng Xiaoyan's enticing expression made his resolve waver. He activated the partition within the car, obscuring the view between the front and back seats. Upon hearing the sound and witnessing the rising barrier, Meng Xiaoyan's heart raced, her complexion deepening in hue, even her elegant swan-like neck taking on a blush. It was evident that she was quite anxious, yet this only heightened his desire. Zhang Xu stood, offering his seat to Meng Xiaoyan. With the press of another button, the seat reclined into a makeshift bed. Just keep your clothes on, he remarked. Glancing at her attire, Meng Xiaoyan wore a simple spaghetti-strap dress paired with an ice blue cardigan, yet, on her frame, it exuded an alluring charm. Her figure was enviable. Though not overly ample, it was certainly appealing, with delicate arms, slender legs, and a trim waist, all harmoniously proportioned. Bending down, Zhang Xu placed a gentle kiss upon her lips, attempting to ease her tension. Do not fear, I shall be gentle. Meng Xiaoyan nodded slightly, but soon realized that not only women were capable of deceit. She felt akin to a small boat upon a tempestuous sea, the furious waves tossing it about, creating a tumultuous sway. The fondness for Meng Xiaoyan has risen to 30. Unlocked the second form of the heavenly eye, integrating into the center of the forehead. It grants the abilities of perception, X-ray vision, and analysis, with vision no longer affected by the gray mist. 1. Perception ability. The 360-degree perception range extends to a radius of 50 meters, with focus sight reaching up to 3,000 meters. 2. Enhanced X-ray vision, allowing control over the degree of penetration. 3. Acquired analytical ability, enabling the analysis of items or monster information. Attributes. 20. Strength, 185,205. Speed, 186,206. Constitution, 186,206. Spirit, 184,204. Powers, 250,270. Zhang Xu clenched his palm tightly. It hurt. Meng Xiaoyan winced, weakly lifting her head. What's wrong? Nothing. You've just given me a pleasant surprise. Meng Xiaoyan's fondness was already close to 30, and she hadn't anticipated passing this stage so quickly. Had she known, she would have acted sooner. A surprise? Meng Xiaoyan was perplexed. Zhang Xu slightly lowered his head, capturing Meng Xiaoyan's rosy and full lips. Her gaze gradually became hazy. Zhang Xu released her lips, his thoughts returning to the second form of the heavenly eye. In terms of the first form, the second form merely added shimmering patterns to the pupils. As for the abilities, the 360-degree perception range expanded from 10 meters to 50 meters. If he concentrated his gaze in one direction, he could perceive details within 3,000 meters, clearly distinguishing even objects the size of a fingernail. The X-ray vision had become controllable, Previously, it could see through walls and human bodies, but lacked the ability to control the level of penetration. For instance, Zhang Xu could not selectively view just the bones as if in a CT scan. Now, he could choose to see through clothing or flesh at will. Additionally, a new ability was acquired, analysis. Zhang Xu activated the analytical ability by focusing the heavenly eye on Meng Xiaoyan in his arms. A consumption of 5 power points ensued, and information promptly appeared. High-quality female, human, height, 166 cm, weight, 48 kilograms, bust, 83 cm, waist, 58 cm, hip, 85 cm, leg length, 106 cm. Engaged in the airline service industry. Holds a certain fondness for you. Zhang Xu's gaze fell upon Meng Xiaoyan's long, round, and fair legs. While he had indeed noticed her legs were long, given her height of 166 cm, a leg length exceeding 1 meter was quite extraordinary. The newly acquired analytical ability of the heavenly eye was akin to the identification ability attached to his king's power. Yet it was evidently more extensive and provided a greater volume of feedback. Zhang Xu waved his hand, and the spatial ring on his finger shimmered, conjuring materials obtained from the Dark Water Mother into his grasp. The Tianmu Divine Eye focused on this material, activating its analytical capabilities. Material dropped by the abyssal jellyfish from the otherworld, as named by humans. One of the materials for crafting the abyssal armor. Zhang Xu's gaze suddenly sharpened. The otherworld? Chapter 31. The otherworld. In the analysis of all things, Zhang Xu's expression was filled with excitement. He did not anticipate receiving such sudden intelligence regarding the origins of those monsters. Thus, his previous conjectures were indeed correct. The gray mist enveloping Blue Star and the monsters within it truly stemmed from another realm. Stop! Zhang Xu shouted urgently. Yanxiu, startled, slammed on the brakes. And the screeching sound of tires gripping the pavement shattered the silence of the desolate road. What's wrong with Zhang Xu? Yanxiu turned back, both confused and anxious. It's nothing, just open the car door. Yanxiu complied obediently. Zhang Xu sprang out of the car, directing his Tianmu Divine Eye at the omnipresent gray mist surrounding them. 5 points of ability value consumed. Analytical capabilities activated. Unnatural gray mist, a mysterious gas from the otherworld, containing a special energy. Due to the high-density energy present in the mist, it weakens the 5 senses of ordinary beings. Creatures that have long resided within the gray mist will undergo astonishing evolution upon absorbing its unique energy. The efficiency of energy absorption varies among individuals. Zhang Xu's attention was riveted on the information that sprang to life before him. His mind whirled like a tempest. Was the emergence of ability users related to the special energy contained within the gray mist? If absorbed over time, could it lead to evolution? This meant that as long as the mist persisted, one day, everyone on Blue Star would awaken their abilities. But what about ordinary individuals who consumed monster cores to awaken their powers? Zhang Xu hastily retrieved the core of the iron-skinned pterosaur. Core from the otherworld's E-class monster. Iron-skinned pterosaur, as named and classified by humans. The core contains a substantial amount of the gray mist's special energy. D-class and below ability users who consume it can gain 1 point of ability value. Ordinary individuals can awaken abilities. The abilities awakened by ordinary individuals through consuming monster cores are influenced by both their physical constitution and the core itself. Zhang Xu scanned through this information, realizing that both ability users and ordinary individuals awakening their powers from consuming monster cores fundamentally derive from absorbing that special energy present in the gray mist. The core within the monster was a crystallized form of that special energy, similar to the flame he had observed in the lower abdomen of ability users. However, he pondered why the awakened beings on Blue Star and the monsters from the otherworld, both absorbing the same special energy from the gray mist to initiate evolution, displayed 2 distinctly different forms. Unfortunately, the analytical capabilities of the Tianmu Divine Eye did not provide an explanation for this. Zhang Xu did not delve further. He was not a researcher, and understanding these matters would be an arduous task with little reward. Subsequently, Zhang Xu began to analyze each monster core from his spatial ring one by one. Core of the F-grade creature, the scorpion-tailed bee. From the otherworld. Core of the E-grade creature, the humanoid serpent, from the otherworld. Now, let us proceed to analyze the corpses of the monsters. Corpse of the pterosaur, edible flesh, devoid of any special energy from the gray mist, provides ample nourishment and satiety, yet its taste is sour and unpalatable. Corpse of the toucan, edible flesh, devoid of any special energy from the gray mist, offers abundant nourishment and satiety, and is delectable when grilled. After a thorough analysis, Zhang Xu gleaned a wealth of information. The second form of the Tianmu Divine Eye has bestowed upon him an analytical ability akin to a portable engine, proving immensely beneficial in various aspects of his current endeavors. And this is merely the second form. The third, fourth, and fifth forms yet await him. One can only wonder what surprises they will bring. He must hasten his efforts to win over Meng Xiaoyan's affection. Zhang Xu, what was that all about? Why did you suddenly get off the vehicle and take out those monster corpses? The 5 women on the vehicle inquired curiously as Zhang Xu re-entered. It's a good thing, Zhang Xu replied with a smile. Let us continue driving. The 5 women, upon hearing this, refrained from further questions. Yan Xiyu resumed driving towards Wanghai University. Zhang Xu gently cradled Meng Xiaoyan once more. You performed splendidly this time. Meng Xiaoyan appeared bewildered, unaware of what she had done to deserve such praise. It had been Zhang Xu doing all the work while she merely accompanied him. Yet, she could sense the genuine affection Zhang Xu harbored for her at that moment. This realization brought her great joy, illuminating her expression. Meng Xiaoyan's affection level, 3037. Zhang Xu was taken aback to discover that this seemingly mature flight attendant was, in fact, quite innocent. A mere flirtation with her feelings resulted in a swift rise in her affection. The formidable, armored vehicle sped through the desolate gray mist, drawing ever closer to Wanghai University. Along the way, Zhang Xu glanced at a large shopping mall through the adjacent holographic projection screen. Is that the Wanghai Commercial Center up ahead? Upon hearing Zhang Xu's inquiry, the 5 women turned their gazes in unison. Yes, Li Mingting responded. That is indeed the Wanghai Commercial Center. A few years ago, Wanghai City developed an educational resource hub centered around Wanghai University, subsequently attracting numerous investors, thus gradually forming a vast commercial complex. The Wanghai Commercial Center emerged against this backdrop, housing office buildings, cultural centers, and what is claimed to be the largest shopping mall in all of Wanghai City, offering everything one could desire. Let us stop there for a moment. The spatial ring still has plenty of room left. Since we're passing by, it would be prudent to gather some supplies for future needs. Mengting, come with me. You all stay in the car. Yan Xiyu expressed a desire to accompany them. You need to stay in the car. They lack abilities and cannot operate this vehicle. Very well, Yan Xiyu pouted. Zhang Xu then led Li Mingting into the commercial shopping center. The method of entry, of course, is to carve out an opening with a knife. Stay close to me. Zhang Xu's celestial eye shimmered with a faint light, transforming the pitch-black environment into a realm akin to daylight in his vision. There was no need for instruction. Li Mingting would faithfully follow Zhang Xu without hesitation. The Wanghai Commercial Center was expansive, with shops lined up in succession. Having emerged in the dead of night, they awoke to find the entire world shrouded in a dense gray fog the following day, resulting in all the shops being locked and closed. However, this posed no obstacle for Zhang Xu, who could effortlessly slice his way in. His first destination was the clothing section. He could procure food from his endless food bag, and the flesh of monsters was also available for sustenance. Thus, he had no immediate concerns in that regard. Instead, it was essential to stockpile clothing and other daily necessities. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xu swiftly cleared out the garments from several shops. As he traversed the area, he collected items, utilizing the spatial ring's storage capabilities, which could be categorized into multiple sections for organization. Currently, he had delineated areas for clothing, daily necessities, monster cores, monster corpses, food, and living creatures. The fourth form of the spatial ring allowed for the temporary storage of living beings. Upon their arrival, Zhang Xu and Li Mingting activated their abilities, transforming her into a catwoman. Cats possess night vision, and Li Mingting, in her feline form, retained this ability, rendering the surrounding darkness inconsequential to her. Zhang Xu, I sense that there are people nearby. Li Mingting's heightened sense of smell enabled her to discern various scents within the intricate environment. Chapter 32, Wings of Terror. Logically, the gray fog that enveloped the world overnight should have left the Wanghai Commercial Center devoid of anyone but security personnel. However, after Li Mingting transformed into her catwoman form, she detected numerous human scents, along with the unmistakable stench of blood. Zhang Xu's physical prowess far exceeded human limits. His senses were also keen. Yet he found himself lacking compared to Li Mingting in the enhancement of perception. The dispersing fog affected his abilities. Without the celestial eye, his vision could not penetrate the haze for great distances. Conversely, Li Mingting, in her beastly form, was unaffected by the fog, as though she had become one of the creatures dwelling within it. Upon hearing Li Mingting's words, Zhang Xu's first thought was whether there were monsters within the Wanghai Commercial Center. He pulled out his phone and called Yan Xiyu. Did the sensing radar detect any monsters? Yan Xiyu glanced at the quiet radar screen. No, It showed no signs of monsters in the vicinity. Good, Zhang Xu nodded, keeping the call open. Remain vigilant regarding the radar status. Inform me immediately if anything seems amiss. Understood, Jingu replied with a serious expression. Zhang Xu suddenly felt that nurturing the women around him and forming a team of ability users was indeed a necessity. His capabilities were commendable. Yet he realized that he was not invincible in this world. A team centered around him, serving in auxiliary, logistical, and supportive roles, will undoubtedly provide immense assistance when confronted with the forthcoming tides of challenges. At that precise moment, Zhang Xu's gaze fell upon a boutique specializing in unique garments. Perhaps establishing a maid combat squad in the future would not be such a bad idea. The sensing radar failed to detect any monsters, so we pressed on. Nonetheless, to be on the safe side, let us quicken our pace, Zhang Xu remarked as he made his way toward the boutique. Li Mengting breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as there were no monsters, she felt assured. She trusted Zhang Xu implicitly, her faith almost blind, bolstered by a familiarity that exceeded a 90% affinity rating. When she regained her composure, she realized the kind of establishment Zhang Xu was rummaging through, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. In certain contexts, uniforms can be a prized asset that enhances a man's prowess. However, compared to the counterfeit adornments, she believed her authentic three-dimensional catgirl persona would possess a far greater allure for Zhang Xu. It was merely a matter of not having the right opportunity to showcase it. With this thought, a myriad of pixelated images flooded her mind, so much so that she barely registered Zhang Xu calling her name. Suddenly, Zhang Xu approached and playfully tugged at Li Mengting's cat tail, causing her to shiver as a tingling sensation coursed through her entire being. Zhang Xu looked on in bewilderment as Li Mengting instinctively tightened her legs and leaned against him. He had merely tugged her tail, yet her reaction was disproportionately intense. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "It's nothing," Li Mengting fervently shook her head, trembling as she distanced herself from him. "If that's the case, let us move on to another area." Meanwhile, as Zhang Xu and Li Mengting scavenged through the Wang Hai Commercial Center, Jingu and the other three women sat silently in their vehicle. Even hidden within this doomsday war machine, they felt a profound emptiness and insecurity in Zhang Xu's absence. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber, prompting Yang Bai to attempt initiating a conversation. However, just as she opened her mouth, a sharp beep echoed through the air, startling all four women within the vehicle. Jingu swiftly turned her head towards the sensing radar, where a luminous had suddenly appeared on the interlaced screen, moving rapidly in their direction. No. It was headed towards the Wang Hai Commercial Center. Jingu's pupils constricted, while Meng Xiaoyan and the others were at a loss. Her prior experience with monsters kicked in, and she immediately grabbed her phone. "Zhang Xu, the radar is detecting something. A monster is heading towards the Wang Hai Commercial Center. The creature is moving swiftly. It will arrive in approximately 10 seconds. However, as her voice trailed off, a fierce gust of wind howled around the Doomsday vehicle. In the scene presented on the holographic projection screen, a thick gray mist suddenly surged violently, as if a miniature typhoon had sprung up from the ground, with chaotic and turbulent air currents crashing against the surrounding buildings. The armored vehicle of the apocalypse swayed gently. At that moment, the four women were nearly paralyzed with fear, their hearts racing, their gazes instinctively fixated on the holographic projection before them. They witnessed a colossal figure soaring overhead. The elongated form flickered in and out of visibility amidst the fog, outlining a vague silhouette. A rough estimate suggested that this creature exceeded 50 meters in length. Such a massive flying entity had never existed on Blue Star. Even the mere glimpse of its massive body, merely the tip of the iceberg, left Jingu and her companions utterly speechless with shock. Fortunately, the gigantic creature remained oblivious to the presence of the armored vehicle, soaring straight past toward a building within the Ocean View Commercial Center, where it then descended inside. Jingu was the first to regain her composure, quickly conveying the information. "Zhang Xu, that monster has entered the commercial center. It can fly, and it's enormous, around 40 to 50 meters. Its speed is also quite remarkable." Zhang Xu, still on the phone, had already heard the tremendous commotion outside. Jingu's words confirmed his suspicions. It was evident that the unknown creature now appearing was far from the small iron-skinned pterodactyl they had previously encountered. A momentary panic flickered in his heart, but his ability to maintain composure swiftly banished any emotions that might render him weak. He steadied himself and replied calmly, "I understand. Don't be afraid. Just stay put in the vehicle." His steady and reassuring voice resonated through the phone, soothing the frightened emotions of the four women as if infused with some form of power. Their furrowed brows gradually relaxed. "Zhang Xu, Should we return to the vehicle now? Li Mingting asked, her expression tense. She had overheard the conversation between Yin Xiu and Zhang Xu. Zhang Xu shook his head. The situation with that creature is currently unknown. Even if we return to the vehicle now, it would not be wise to leave. Making noise could attract its attention, and that would be disastrous. What should we do now? Li Mingting inquired, looking to Zhang Xu for guidance. Zhang Xu pondered briefly. Recalling the overwhelming scent of humanity and blood that Li Mingting had detected earlier in the commercial center. He surmised that this center might have been transformed into a lair by some monstrous entity, with the scents emanating from the remnants of its recent prey. Zhang Xu could afford to wait for the creature to venture out for its next hunt, though the timing was uncertain. While he had the patience, he did not wish to squander time here. He decided to first ascertain what sort of monster it was before determining whether to confront, evade, or flee. The recently acquired Divine Eye's analytical ability was poised to prove invaluable at this moment. You should return to the vehicle first. I will go and observe the condition of that creature. Li Mingting did not expect Zhang Xu to make such a decision. Shall we return to the car together? Rest assured, I will merely take a glance. That creature will not notice me. The Heavenly Eye possesses the ability of X-ray vision, enabling long-distance observation and the analysis of all things. He need not approach the monster directly. From a safe distance, he can gather information about it. Furthermore, he possesses the power of instantaneous movement, making his escape effortless. If he cannot defeat it, he can certainly evade it. Just be cautious, Li Mingting expressed her concern. Zhang Xu nodded and proceeded towards the location of the creature, guided by the overwhelming sense of humanity and blood that wafted in the air. 6 guardian swords surrounded him, while the Heavenly Eye at his brow activated its X-ray vision to its fullest extent, honing its long-distance observation capabilities. After liberating its second form, the observation range of the Heavenly Eye extended to 3,000 meters. Unfortunately, the area of the Wanghai Commercial Center exceeded 50,000 square meters, and the creature had descended outside the shopping complex, surpassing the direct observation range of the Heavenly Eye. He could only approach the vicinity of the monster. Upon entering the observational range, the third eye at his brow glimmered slightly, dispelling the obscuring gray mist and buildings along the way. Zhang Xu beheld a colossal creature, adorned with wings and a serpent-like body, clinging to the facade of a building. Inside, several floors had been breached, revealing a massive fleshy cocoon at the center. Countless human and monster corpses were densely strewn around the cocoon, while several living individuals huddled in the corners of the building. Zhang Xu's gaze sharpened, initially fixating on the serpent-bodied creature. The analytical ability of the Heavenly Eye activated. B-class monster, terrifying wing, juvenile, classified and named by humanity. One of the sky overlords from another realm. A servant of the sky god, possessing a body as large as that of a venomous serpent, bat-like wings, and limbs equipped with enormous talons. Its body can grow to over 100 meters. The juvenile terrifying wing is classified as B-class. While the adult can reach A-class, the adult terrifying wing glides across the sky, casting a shadow that becomes an inescapable nightmare for all frail beings on the surface. Note: the body of the terrifying wing is the finest material for crafting dark armor. Chapter 33. Feast of Flesh. Terrifying wing, juvenile B-class, can reach A-class in adulthood. Zhang Xu's expression grew grave. The terror posed by this creature, with its wings and serpent-like form, exceeded his initial expectations. This monster was a dominant entity in that other realm as well. Before acquiring information about this creature, Zhang Xu had felt somewhat confident in confronting it. But now he harbored no desire to engage it at all. Until he reached B-class, he must not provoke this creature. However, one thing piqued his curiosity. The body of this terrifying wing was also a material for dark armor? What exactly is this dark armor? That it requires the essence of an A-grade monster for its creation? Moreover, Zhang Xu is deeply concerned that there are no annotations related to humanity accompanying the analytical capabilities of the dark armor. What does this imply? It suggests that the dark armor is not a product of human invention. However, from its nomenclature, it is evidently an artificial construct. Could it be that the distant world harbors intelligent civilizations? Zhang Xu finds this quite plausible. The emergence of a sentient civilization in a world teeming with life is not beyond comprehension. With this thought, Zhang Xu becomes curious about how the mist from that distant realm appeared on Blue Star. Is there a passage connecting the two worlds? Or are the two worlds merging into one another? After much contemplation, he finds himself at a loss. Such matters are only meant for consideration after reaching a certain level of understanding. His primary focus now is to survive and grow stronger. Zhang Xu turns his attention to the meaty cocoon within the structure. activating his analytical abilities. Feast flesh, a sacrificial offering from the servants of the sky god to the sky god, nourished by abundant blood and flesh. It has 1 day left until maturation. The matured feast flesh can invoke the descent of the sky god. An ability user consuming the matured feast flesh can elevate multiple levels, with the extent of enhancement determined by the user's strength and absorption capacity. Consuming a certain amount of unripe feast flesh can break limitations. The prospect of consuming matured feast flesh, which could directly elevate multiple levels, is enticing. This is not merely a slight increase in ability points, but a significant leap from D grade to C grade, or even B grade. It is impossible for Zhang Xu to remain indifferent. Yet, he is more intrigued by the phrase indicating that the matured feast flesh can summon the sky god. The terrifying wings, an A-grade monster, are merely servants of the sky god. How formidable must the sky god be? An S-grade? Or perhaps even beyond S-grade? Without further information, he cannot ascertain, but for the time being, Zhang Xu is resolute in avoiding any confrontation with such a being that exceeds the norm. What, then, is this breaking limit? As if responding to Zhang Xu's curiosity, another message flashes before him. To surpass the limit, B-grade and above ability users must consume certain items. Now Zhang Xu comprehends why the official data on ability users only extends to B-grade. It is because there exists a certain restraint above B-grade, necessitating the consumption of specific items to break free from this limitation and continue to advance. With this constraint in place, it stands to reason that there are not many ability users above B-grade in the official records. Zhang Xu gazes longingly at the substantial mass of feast flesh. With his abilities, he should not require much time to advance to B-grade. However, he is uncertain if he can defeat the B-grade terrifying wings. It seems he must bide his time. Zhang Xu's eyes glimmer with determination. He does not wish to forego the soon-to-be-utilized feast flesh. Who knows how plentiful it truly is? Moreover, only 1 day remains until that mass of feast flesh reaches maturity. If he misses this opportunity, it will be lost. Zhang Xu, determined not to leave empty-handed, found himself in a perilous situation akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Yet, he was not devoid of opportunity. Given that the feast of flesh required a substantial amount of blood and meat to mature, the terrifying creature, the winged horror, would undoubtedly venture out to hunt for more prey. The moment the winged horror departed, it would present Zhang Xu with his chance. He patiently awaited from the shadows. As expected, the winged horror soon took flight once again. Confirming its departure to a safe distance, Zhang Xu dashed toward the building that housed the grotesque mass of flesh. Inside, a handful of survivors remained. He could not fathom how they had managed to endure in such dire circumstances. As they beheld Zhang Xu burst through the fog and into the building, their faces were painted with disbelief and fervor. Has the country sent someone to rescue us? Please, save us. There are monsters here. Zhang Xu disregarded their pleas, focusing solely on the pulsating mass of flesh before him. Extending his hand, he intended to utilize his spatial ring to absorb the entire mass. However, upon contact, he encountered a formidable barrier. What on earth? Zhang Xu discovered that the surface of the grotesque mass was enveloped by a shield invisible even to his divine eyes. This barrier thwarted his attempt to draw it into his spatial ring, and his actions seemed to activate a protective mechanism. The mass began to emit rippling waves of crimson light from its base, ascending in ominous spirals. Suddenly, a tentacle shot forth from the grotesque mass. Zhang Xu leapt backward, narrowly evading the sweeping strike. Unfortunately, several survivors who had mistakenly believed him to be a government rescuer were not so fortunate. A scream pierced the air as one unfortunate soul was ensnared by the tentacle, instantaneously reduced to a puddle of blood and bone. Zhang Xu's eyes narrowed slightly. He could not afford to come into contact with those tentacles. Fortunately, with all attributes exceeding 200 points, his physical prowess was immensely formidable. With a deft push against the ground, he evaded another tentacle that lashed out from the mass. While dodging, he wielded his blade, the iron cutter, and severed several of the tentacles. Once cut, they erupted into steaming pools of blood. The survivors caught in the spray found their bodies dissolving upon contact. Utilizing his exceptional agility, Zhang Xu nimbly navigated the walls of the building, skillfully avoiding the splattering blood. Observing the grim fate of the survivors, he felt a growing sense of urgency. Not only could the tentacles not be touched, but they also could not be carelessly severed, lest the resulting blood become a significant nuisance. As the crimson light pulsating from the grotesque mass grew increasingly frenetic, the number of extending tentacles multiplied. He needed to resolve this matter swiftly. Zhang Xu's gaze fixed upon the grotesque mass. He was determined to shatter the invisible barrier with his iron cutter. Flames surged from his lower abdomen, swiftly coursing into the ebony blade he wielded. Consuming 25 points of ability energy, he propelled himself off the building's wall, soaring upward with the blade raised high, ready to strike down with force. As if a clawed hand had descended from the heavens to strike the earth. 5 razor-sharp beams of light erupted with this stroke. The tentacles that surged forth were swiftly severed, splattering crimson liquid in all directions. A guardian sword flew to Zhang Xu's feet, allowing him to alter his descent slightly and execute a backflip, deftly evading the splattering blood. The beams of light, undeterred, cleaved through the air and collided with an invisible barrier, with a thunderous sound akin to the crackle of an old television flickering with static. A multitude of flickering points of light materialized in the void. This was Zhang Xu's first encounter with something that could withstand the might of a blade forged to cut iron. One strike proved insufficient. Thus, he resolved to unleash 2, then 3. The instant his feet touched the ground, 25 points of energy were once again expended as he unleashed 5 claw-like beams. Without hesitation, he struck again. The 10 beams, launched within the span of a second, converged towards the fleshy cocoon with a fierce howl. The cocoon seemed to sense an intense threat, erupting in a vivid crimson glow. When the 10 beams collided with the invisible barrier, the resulting brilliance was blinding, akin to the sparks of electric welding. Zhang Xu swiftly closed his physical eyes, yet his celestial eye, the Tianmu, remained open. This divine eye, a weapon in its own right, was impervious to intense light. Through the Tianmu, Zhang Xu beheld the invisible barrier being cleaved apart by his beams. Although he had expended the majority of his energy, the remnants successfully sliced through the fleshy cocoon. A torrent of blood gushed forth, corroding the surrounding bricks and steel. A piercing shriek, sharp enough to shatter eardrums, erupted suddenly. Unfazed, Zhang Xu's feet danced lightly, and he leaped forward, swiftly reaching the severed chunks of flesh that had fallen from the cocoon. With a flash from his spatial ring, those pieces were drawn into the confines of his dimensional space.